Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a document with regards to a member statement I will be making later, entitled Black Educators Inspiring Youth in Cape Breton and Nova Scotia.
The report is tabled. Statement by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for New Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting us today in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, I am delighted to introduce Senator Dan Christmas of Member 2. In 2016, Senator Christmas became the first Mi'kmaq senator to be appointed to the Senate of Canada. During his time in Senate, Senator Christmas chaired the Indigenous Peoples Committee and helped move the legislation on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People forward. He has received honorary degrees from Dalhousie University, St. Mary's University, and Cape Breton University, an honorary diploma from Nova Scotia Community College, and the National Excellence in Aboriginal Leadership Award from the Aboriginal Financial Officers Association of Canada. Senator Christmas officially retired from his Senate duties on January 31st of this year to spend more time with his daughter, Gail, who joins him here today. I ask them both to rise and accept the warm welcome of this House.
A very warm welcome to you, Senator Christmas, and Gail as well. I hope you enjoy your stay here at Province House. The Honourable Minister for New Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Dan Christmas of Member 2 First Nation was appointed to the Senate in 2016 and is recognized as Canada's first Mi'kmaq senator. And whereas he has brought an all-new perspective to the upper house and shared his experience and knowledge as a Mi'kmaq leader to the benefit of parliamentarians and all Canadians. Whereas he was a chair of the Standing Committee of Indigenous Peoples and also served on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans prior to announcing he would retire on January 31st, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Senator Dan Christmas for his public service and wishing him well as he spends more time with his daughter Gail and being involved in the Mi'kmaq community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would the Honourable Minister ask for a waiver of notice? The Honourable Minister for New Affairs.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I asked for waiver of notice.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on an introduction.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring the members' attention to the West Gallery, where we're joined by two of our healthcare professionals that work in our system in public health. One is a friend of mine from Yarmouth, Debbie Muse. If Debbie Muse could please stand up and be recognized. And the other is a friend of Debbie, Vanessa Nicolo, who is here as well. I'd like to thank both the individuals for their service to our healthcare system and to patients in their jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, we welcome all visitors to the legislature this afternoon and every day. Introduction of bills. The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Create an Autism Strategy.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Create an Autism Strategy.
Bill 282, an act to create an autism strategy.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Food Recovery Program.
The honourable member for King South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Food Recovery Program.
Bill 283, an act to establish a food recovery program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Establish a Provincial School Lunch Program.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Provincial School Lunch Program.
Bill 284, an act to establish a provincial school lunch program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Protection for Victims Who Disclose Sexual Assault. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Protection for Victims Who Disclose Sexual Assault.
Bill 285, an act to provide protection for victims who disclose sexual assault.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act.
Bill 286, an act to amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following my statement, I would ask for a moment of silence. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Karen Henwood of Spring Hill. She fought a short but determined battle with cancer, and it was only a few short months ago that we said goodbye to her husband, Kenny. This afternoon, family and friends are gathered to say goodbye to Karen, and I wish I could be there with them. Mr. Speaker, they were married for 57 years, and both Karen and Ken were dedicated members to their church, and in true blue style, pure dedicated style for the Cumberland South PC Association. Karen and Ken both worked many campaigns over decades, putting signs up, housing signs over the years, making meals, and specifically, Karen was one of our call girls, as we would joke in the office. She was one of the fabulous ladies that made thousands of calls each campaign, and often running out of the room to share a hilarious story that she heard from one of the constituents. Mr. Speaker, when her husband passed away in late December, just before Christmas, the Premier called to give condolences and sympathies. Well, Karen was sick at the time, and she was in the washroom. She yelled out to her kids, "Who is that on the phone?" "Well, it's the Premier of Nova Scotia." "Well, the Premier's just going to have to wait," Karen yelled out. Mr. Speaker, Karen and Ken will both be missed dearly by their daughter Kim, sons Troy, Bill, and her brother Bill, and their extended families. Our PC family will forever be grateful for all the dedication they gave to not just our constituency, but the PC family throughout the whole province. Our thoughts are with you all today and the days to come. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a moment of silence.
Please be seated. The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Canadian Armed Forces personnel on the HMCS Montreal who deployed earlier this week on Operation Projection to the Indo-Pacific region, Mr. Speaker. I also want to acknowledge the dedication and support of the friends, families, and loved ones of these members. Deployments affect many in different ways, and while you may not be in uniform, you are critical in each person's success, particularly those folks that are waiting for them at home. We are fortunate in Nova Scotia to have such a strong military connection and presence. Military families and those supporting them help bolster the communities that they live in and are fundamental in ensuring our forces can actually serve when they're called to. We stand with those members and their families and the crew members for the upcoming 6 months as they're deployed. I also want to recognize organizations like the Military Family Resource Center and the Together We Stand Foundation for their work supporting families during these challenging times. On behalf of our caucus, I'd like to wish the crew of the HMCS Montreal a safe sail, and I want to share our appreciation for their service and to their families. I'd also like to thank them for standing strong. All of them are sincerely appreciated, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the attention of the House to an important new book to which Senator Christmas has made a significant contribution, a book on the critical issue of the moderate livelihood fishery and the development of a lobster fishery that accords with Aboriginal and treaty rights in Nova Scotia. The book is called Contested Waters: The Struggle for Rights and Reconciliation in the Atlantic Fishery. It's edited by Fred Ween and Rick Williams, published by Nimbus, and the book brings together some 24 interviews and essays which, taken together, provide a striking level of clarity on an issue where this kind of clarity has often been very hard to come by. And in the process, the book works its way to a constructive sketching out of elements of potential pathways forward, from the importance of establishing trust in enforcement systems to addressing the realities of racism in Nova Scotia. Contested Waters points towards a future where a new form of conservation can encompass a rights-based fishery, not necessarily circumscribed by DFO. It's a significant contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Mr. Speaker, our constituency assistants work very close with us, so they become like family. Heidi is my amazing constituency assistant, and I couldn't see me doing this job without her. I've known her husband, Willie, since he was a kid, and his loyalty is absolutely incredible. Suffice to say, their family is our family. It is with this family pride that I announced the birth of their son, William Alexander Curry, on January 24th, 2023, weighing 6 pounds 10 ounces and measuring 20.5 inches long. His 16-year-old sister, Kaylee, and his grandfather, Naish, are right there chipping in to help look after him. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to wait your turn to hold this little guy, but he's an amazing baby, so it's worth your wait. To better my chances, I've learned to visit when Winnie and Daryl, her grandparents, are not there, because you're just not getting them from Winnie's arms. Heidi has refused to take time off, so we had a deal that she was going to look after the business out front while I looked after Willie in the back. She hasn't kept that part of the deal, so I'm going to have to talk to her, I think. Little Willie is an amazing baby. He's only 2 months old. He's stolen the heart of all of us. So I want to congratulate Heidi and Willie, Kaylee and Aish, and Winnie and Daryl, and the rest of the family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave for an introduction.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw the members' attention to the West Gallery, where today we are joined by 4 amazing individuals from Fairview Clayton Park. And as I say your name, if you could rise, please. The first being Yvonne Noel, who is the community manager of Square Roots, Fairview Clayton Park. Beth Power, Mary Atwater, and Allison Covert, all longtime volunteers. We receive the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, food insecurity is a sad reality for many Nova Scotians, including those who live in Fairview Clayton Park. For the last 3 years, Square Roots Fairview Clayton Park has been working to address food insecurity for our residents and has made a huge impact on our community. During this time, Square Roots has purchased oddly shaped vegetables from local valley farmers that otherwise would have gone to waste and gave away upwards of 3,500 pounds of produce twice a week at the height of COVID. These days, you can find the volunteers at Square Roots partnering with organizations like Shabukto Links and Santa's for Seniors to deliver free, fresh produce to over 400 local seniors on Valentine's Day. With a volunteer team of over 100, they continue to operate twice a month, serving over 200 families, as well as the community at large, who can also purchase produce at just $1 per pound. This is a significant saving from the grocery store and helps to offset the cost of giving away produce to those in need. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to have this amazing group operating in Fairview Clayton Park and know that our community is better because of their efforts. I ask all of the members in the House to join me in congratulating Square Roots Clayton Park on their 3rd anniversary, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate my oldest son, Shaden Hansen, who celebrated his 18th birthday at the beginning of March. Shaden is kind and gentle, and he's a giant who is a brilliant mind and a phenomenal athletic ability. Shaden arrived into this world quick and hungry. Laboring with him for only 57 minutes, Shaden arrived before the doctor could get her jacket off, just before dinner time, and he only weighed 6 pounds, 10 ounces. Shaden has always been the content child growing up, easy to please, always happy, and never asked for much, unless it's food. I'm extremely proud of my son, who will be graduating high school this year and moving on to some future endeavors, and whatever that is, I know that he will be great at it. I just want to say that I'm super proud of my son, and I'm always impressed at how he handles things in life, which in turn reassures me that he'll be okay in this world. I love this kid. I'd love to ask all members of this House to join me in wishing Shaden Hansen a happy 18th birthday and hoping for many more celebrations to come.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia's participation at the Canada Winter Games in Prince Edward Island proved to be a very successful showing. Laurie Lancaster, the chef de mission for Team Nova Scotia, accepted the Centennial Cup and the Jack Pellick Award on behalf of Team Nova Scotia. The Centennial Cup is presented to the provincial or territorial team that shows the greatest improvement from one Winter Games to the next. The Jack Pellick Award is presented to a provincial or territory team whose athletes, coaches, managers, and mission staff best combine competitive performance, good sportsmanship, and a spirit of fair play, cooperation, and friendship. Congratulations to all our athletes, coaches, staff, and parents for representing our province so well during the 2 weeks of competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
With us here in the gallery, we have Noura Ahmed, a young woman from Egypt originally. She's been here for 3 years. She's in her last year in political science at Dalhousie, and she's working in my office through a program with Dalhousie Political Networking Initiative, and I'm so delighted to have her. She's been an amazing help since February, and will be with us until end of April. And I would like her to stand up to receive the welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Noura Ahmed, who's here with us today. Recently, I have had the pleasure of having Nora work as our student in my constituency office a few days a week. Nora is from Fredericton, New Brunswick, and is a hard-working student with a passion for foreign policy. She is currently taking her Bachelor of Arts, majoring in Political Science at Dalhousie University. She will be graduating in May, and hopefully will have her dream in getting into the law school soon. Nora worked as a page for the Legislative Assembly in New Brunswick and is an intern at the Nova Scotia Judiciary Office here in Halifax. I want to thank Nora for her hard work, congratulate her on her upcoming graduation. Shukran, Nora, for all your help, and Ahlan Biki fi Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when we are seeing an increase in the cost of rent, mortgages, fuel, groceries, and fees for service, it seems education support staff need to be valued more and be compensated fairly. Instead, many are making poverty wages as low as $17,000 annually. Education support staff will continue to leave the sector without a living wage and meaningful increases. The services and support students rely on are already depleted and will continue if support staff do not receive a wage that will bring them out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the 5,400 members of CUPE's educational support staff, their families, and their students. Without them, schools do not run. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Debbie Crosman of Linesbrook is a well-known community volunteer. Debbie is very involved with Linesbrook United Church, having served as the chair of the Board of Stewards, assisting with fundraisers, creating and displaying banners, and appropriate seasonal decor. Debbie is always on hand to provide leadership and support. Debbie is also involved with the Linesbrook Hall Society and was recognized as the Society's Volunteer of the Year. For over 50 years, Debbie has been creating tickets, gathering money, contacting previous members, and recruiting new ones, enlisting volunteers, and for several years she has co-led the annual candlelight dinner held in the hall. Mr. Speaker, Debbie is an example of stewardship at its finest. I congratulate Debbie on her well-deserved recognition and thank her for all the volunteer hours she has put into making her community a better place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I apologize to the member for Bedford Basin. I skipped over her name, so I'll recognize her now. The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I know it was just an oversight. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia lost a special person back on March 21st. Carol Davy Young was a volunteer without equal in this province. She was an ardent Liberal who met her husband when they were first working in Ottawa. She was actually the first female special assistant to a cabinet minister in the country. And he brought her back, John brought her back to Nova Scotia. Her impact here on this province and on countless organizations cannot be overestimated for a woman whose mantra was, how can I help? Now, there were a whole lot of organizations that she impacted. I'll just mention a couple because there's not a lot of time here. Carol was instrumental in the creation of the IWK Children's Telethon, which of course impacts us still to this day. She served on many boards, including Dalhousie, Neptune Theatre, Pier 21 Society, the Life Sciences Development Association, and she was honored with many awards, including an Order of Canada, Mr. Speaker, back in 2005. But no honor was greater to Carol than the child that she and John adopted, Michael, who was a little baby at the IWK, and they asked her to look after him a bit because he needed some cuddling. And in fact, they went on to adopt him, and he survived for a further 12 years in a home that was filled with love. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your indulgence. I know I'm going over time, but I do want to say that I draw some comfort from the fact that Carol is reunited with her boys. Thank you.
So with that length of time, I guess we're even now, right? The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, last month, as temperatures in Nova Scotia plummeted to near minus 40 degrees, there was a mass effort to get folks who were staying outside inside. I rise today to thank the housing support workers, street outreach workers, street navigators, and government employees who made that happen. My office supports several folks who are unhoused. That weekend, my office alone put at least 5 folks in touch with the shelter diversion program and with housing support and outreach workers. And to our great relief, they were all sheltered in hotels. I want to single out staff at Welcome Housing, Adsum House, Out of the Cold, Shelter Nova Scotia, the Street Outreach Navigators, and the Department of Community Services. Many of those workers are long past burnt out and put in overtime hours to ensure people didn't quite literally freeze to death. Welcome Housing also organized wraparound supports in the hotel with MOSH, the North End Community Health Centre, the community health teams, Service Nova Scotia, DCS, and libraries. Hotels, of course, Mr. Speaker, are not long-term solutions to the housing crisis. This government needs to build more deeply affordable housing and do whatever is necessary to get folks inside permanently.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the St. X X-Men's basketball team on their terrific season. The X-Men were the 2023 AUS Conference champions after a decisive 104-54 win over the UPEI Panthers. This marked their first AUS championship in 17 years. The AUS tournament MVP was X-Men's David Mooncat. The X-Men advanced to the U Sports Final 8, which was held the weekend of March 10th. The team, coached by Tyrell Vernon, made it to the final game against the defending champions, Carleton Ravens. Unfortunately, the X-Men lost in a double overtime 109-104 heartbreaking loss. The team played with heart and determination, and the entire Antigonish and Zavarian communities are celebrating their national silver medal. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to congratulate Coach Vernon and the entire X-Men basketball team on their performance and their national silver medal. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Norm Pinsky of Hubli. 2.5 years into his retirement after 40 years of practice in medicine, Dr. Pinsky saw an advertisement in the newspaper looking for Nova Scotia doctors to come out of retirement to provide virtual health care. Dr. Pinsky not only thought this would be a great opportunity for him, but also recognized the stress in our healthcare system and need for people to have access to primary health care. Virtual Care NS was launched in May of 2021 and started as a way to increase access to Nova Scotians. When our government created this initiative, it included physicians as well as nurse practitioners. As a member of the roster, Dr. Pinsky gets up every weekday, pours himself a coffee, heads to his home office, logs into the virtual platform, and begins seeing patients. And in 2 months, he has seen nearly 700 patients who all have one thing in common. They have no family doctor. Dr. Pinsky's work has significantly helped reduce the number of patients from visiting a walk-in clinic or an emerge room. I'd like the members of the Host Assembly to join me in thanking Dr. Pinsky for coming out of retirement to help others with their health care needs in this difficult and challenging time when so many people are on the waiting list for a primary health provider, especially in Central Zone.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, this year has been an exciting one for Halifax Citadel Sable Island schools and the arts. I want to take a moment today to recognize the Goresbrook Junior High School community for a successful run of the Matilda Junior musical this past February. This was a very special production that let all students demonstrate their performing skills with an apt storyline for the times we're living in, that it's okay to be different, the importance of owning and pursuing your own learning, and that we all have unique skills to bring to the table. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my fellow members offer their congratulations to the Goresbrook students, staff, and parent volunteers who helped make this musical happen. As Matilda herself would say, somewhere inside all of us is the power to change the world.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate a local athlete, now proudly representing her current province, which is Manitoba. But Carly Burgess, originally from Hilton, is a multi-champion curler, including being a gold medalist at the World Juniors Women's Championships in Scotland in 2018. Most recently, Carly made a strong showing in the 2023 Scotties Tournament of Hearts as part of Jennifer Jones's Manitoba rink. Team Manitoba, including Jones as skip, Burgess as third, Mackenzie Zacharias as second, and Emily Zacharias as lead, won 7 matches, but lost in the finals to now 4-time Scotties winner Carrie Anderson and her rink. I wish to congratulate Carly and her teammates on their outstanding performance at the Tournament of Hearts. Your province is very proud of you, Carly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to rise and recognize the board of the Amera Centre in North Sydney. Mr. Speaker, this dedicated group of people have operated this facility for approximately 13 years, Mr. Speaker, but it began many, many years before that with the vision and the hard work, the fundraising, and I'm not going to name all of the members. They know who they are. The community knows who they are. But on behalf of all the citizens of Northside Westmount, I would like to thank this dedicated group of people for everything they've done for the residents of the North Side and surrounding areas over the years. And as the facility transitions to the CBRM, rest assured that you all did amazing things for your community. So I would like to thank them, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. George McCormick. Mr. McCormick received the Queen's Jubilee Medal in Halifax Needham in December 2022. Mr. McCormick was awarded this, the Queen's Jubilee Medal because he has dedicated himself to the pursuit of the primary principle of charity to those in need. He has dedicated his time, specifically thousands of volunteer hours, in support of local food banks, providing meals to the homeless, fundraising support to women's shelters, youth scholarships, and so much more. Mr. McCormick received his medal to recognize his significant contributions to our province, and I was truly honored to present him with that medal. I would like all members to join me in celebrating Mr. George McCormick for his public service and community.
The honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize local artist Myra Hoyen. Myra generously gives back to our community in many ways. She offers beautifully done hand-drawn greeting cards with personal custom messages to community members, with the proceeds going back to our local Buffalo Club, the Eastern Lodge 8686. The Buffalo Club members then use these funds to give back to local families who have fallen on hard times. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing and thanking Myra for all of her hard work and dedication in giving back to the community she loves so much. We know that Myra will continue to inspire myself and others through her wonderful artistic skills and unwavering kindness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize an outstanding Canadian, Daniel Paul. Mr. Paul is an Order of Canada and an Order of Nova Scotia recipient. Daniel Paul is a Mi'kmaq elder, author, columnist, human rights activist, and all-around great person. Daniel authored a powerful and brilliant book called We Are Not the Savages. Daniel spent his whole life fighting for others. He's now battling illness, which he has been very open about. Mr. Paul, I wish you a speedy recovery. You have made our world a better place, and I look forward to seeing what you will do next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the history of Black educators in Cape Breton. Over 68 years ago, Black educators could not teach in Nova Scotia classrooms. Until 1954, education in the province was segregated. When segregation became illegal 68 years ago, Cape Breton became the first place in Nova Scotia to have a Black educator, and the representation continues to grow. Phyllis Arthur was the first Black teacher in a non-segregated classroom in 1955 in a one-room schoolhouse in Sydney Forks, before teaching at Jameson Elementary School in Whitney Pier. Representation matters. People need to see themselves reflected. Ms. Arthur knew this and was dedicated to making education more inclusive. She was part of the provincial committee to bring more culturally inclusive books into schools. In 2015, Phyllis Arthur received an award from the Black educators in Nova Scotia for being a role model to African Nova Scotian students. Last month, she was profiled in the Cape Breton Post, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember one of Canada's most prolific folk artists, Maud Lewis. Maud, born in 1901, grew up in Yarmouth County. After her parents passed and her older brother inherited the family home, she moved to Marshalltown, Digby County. Maud married Everett Lewis, a fish peddler, and together they lived in a tiny home full of character. Maud was born with rheumatoid arthritis, which worsened until her death in 1970. Her love for art began as a young girl, and Maud would go door to door selling homemade Christmas cards with her mother. Maud continued painting until she moved to Marshalltown, where she often painted the local scenery. Maud even painted her house inside and out. Locals and summer tourists stopped on the side of the road buying her paintings for just $2 to $10 a piece. Her work is displayed at the Maud Lewis exhibition at the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia in Halifax until April 23rd. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature in joining me in recognizing the lasting legacy of Maud Lewis and her exceptional contribution to the arts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Ermdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Good Air ventilation system. Over 15 years, Good Air has been providing Nova Scotians with the top quality heat pump, range hoods, air exchange, and more. Good Air always delivers consistent and reliable service, whether it is the hottest day of the summer or the coldest day of the winter, and everything in between. I would like to ask the House to join me to thank Good Air ventilation service with their service in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, this past February, the community of Creighton Park lost a beloved community member, volunteer, nurse, friend, daughter, wife, mother, and grandmother, Anne Chapman. Born in New Glasgow, Anne moved to Dartmouth when she was 8 and lived there for over 50 years. She was a graduate of Dartmouth High School. Anne was a well-respected nurse at the IWK, working in both infant medicine and oncology, her life's calling. She co-founded a support group called Brainchild to bring joy and connection to families in the oncology clinic. Remembered fondly as Guider Anne, she spent years volunteering as a leader with Girl Guides of Canada. After retiring due to cancer, Anne was delighted to continue her work with young families in the community as an IWK volunteer. To honor Anne's life, those attending her memorial in March sported her favorite color, pink, a tribute to her beautiful smile and love of fun. I would like to express my deep condolences to Anne's family, friends, community, and all who will miss her.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, after close to 11 long months, the main emergency department at the Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre finally reopened. This is good news for the people of Cumberland County, and I do thank Nova Scotia Health and the Department of Health and Wellness for finally completing this project. However, the wait has been too long for everyone involved, staff, physicians, and most importantly, patients and families. The conditions under which the temporary department operated were terrible. And while, yes, the cause of the situation was an accident, the long wait for the renovations was no accident. One of the stated reasons for the delays were supply chain issues, which granted are a reality. However, it is my understanding that that part of the reason why there were substantial delays is many of the needed materials were not ordered in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, I believe procurement for medical reasons, clinical procurement should be an office of its own, and I believe that this is a specialty. Like other provinces, we should make those changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the members of the Encounter Church of the Salvation Army. Encounter Church recently opened up their study cafe on Metropolitan Avenue, Lower Sackville, by Sackville High School. The Study Cafe offers a safe space for youth to receive extra help with subjects like calculus, pre-calculus, and physics from a tutor they provide on site. They are also welcome to enjoy a warm beverage during their stay. The cafe is open on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 5 p.m., and it's very simple to register. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking the members of Salvation Army's Encounter Church for providing such an essential service to the youth of our community who otherwise may not be able to obtain these resources in such a safe and supportive environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King South.
Speaker, we are all inspired when we learn about Nova Scotians doing extraordinary things. Mike Reed of New Minas suffered from a rare hereditary lung disease, alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency. As a recipient of a double lung transplant, Mike became an ambassador for the Valley Regional Hospital Foundation's Breathe Well campaign. The campaign raised $250,000 to purchase 2 new pieces of pulmonary function test equipment and 2 portable spirometers for the Valley Regional Hospital. With this new equipment, patients can now have their lung function monitored, reducing the risk of complications. Recently, Mike was presented with the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal for his charitable work. He now leads his own not-for-profit organization called the GLS Society for Health and Life, which has organized multiple fundraising events with proceeds going to support school breakfast and lunch programs. I ask all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in thanking Mike Reed for his dedication to making our communities healthier and stronger, and congratulating him on receiving the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a new business in my constituency, the Spontaneity Improv Company. Located in the Lighthouse Arts Centre and operating around community, trust, connection, and inclusivity, Spontaneity provides participants opportunities to build confidence and have fun. Classes are offered for all experience levels and interests. If you're not sure where to start, or you don't consider yourself a shoo-in for Who's Line, you can still check it out at a low-pressure drop-in class. Founded and led by Sophie Nadeau, Spontaneity is a safe place to socialize, grow, and expand one's comfort zone. Mr. Speaker, 3 cheers for a warm and welcoming place to try something new, because who couldn't use a little more spontaneity in their life?
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Leah Jones. Dr. Jones, from Dartmouth and a graduate of Woodlawn High School, and was one of the first cohorts of students that went through the International Baccalaureate program at Woodlawn. Dr. Jones is the first academic director of Black Health at Dalhousie Medical School. She has been in the role since September of 2022, and she is working to ensure that Black medical students are supported during their training. As a young Black woman in medicine, Dr. Jones is a strong role model. She is breaking down barriers and ensuring that Black medical students can thrive in their field. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members in the House join me in congratulating Dr. Leah Jones on her position at Dalhousie Medical School and thank her for paving the way for a new generation of healthcare professionals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to speak about Bernice Arsenault, who received the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal. Bernice is a former resident of Africville. She is the co-founder and director of the Africville Genealogy Society and served on the board of the Africville Heritage Trust Museum as member and as president. She's also pictured on the Africville stamp released by Canada Post in 2014 for Black History Month. Bernice worked hard for Bell Canada for 30 years and won the first Community Spirit Award in 2003. She has dedicated her time to organizations and causes such as Bell Let's Talk Day, Christmas Daddies, Baseball Canada, the Backpack for Kids Initiative, as well as hockey teams and bands. A cancer survivor herself for 21 years, Bernice has raised over $300,000 for the CIBC Run for the Cure for the last 21 years. Please join me in welcoming Bernice and thanking her for her dedication.
The honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Lucien D'Entremont, a volunteer firefighter with the West Pimlico Volunteer Fire Department. On February 9th, Lucien took part in the 2nd annual Stair Heroes Challenge in support of the Lung Association of Nova Scotia. Alongside other climbers, firefighters climbed 36 flights of stairs, wearing more than 75 pounds of equipment. This was his first time competing, and while his goal was just to make it to the top, Lucien placed 60th out of 120 overall and 16th out of 25 in his division, while raising over $900 in support of the Lung Association. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Lucien and all participants of the Stair Heroes Challenge. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge that March 29th is the Canadian Orthopedic Care Day. This day was developed to raise awareness surrounding issues and areas of development needed for orthopedic care in Canada. This year, Canadian Orthopedic Care Day will focus on increased education to the public and various levels of government surrounding resource allocations, addressing surgery backlogs, concerns, specialist training needs, job creation, and the impact of health human resources shortages across this profession. Whether you are in a community, small or large, and no matter your connection to this critical medical specialty, we hope you take a moment to celebrate, consider participating virtually using the hashtags OrthoCareCanada and Life Pain Free. Your support would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Cape Breton University on the announcement of its new medical campus. The campus will include a new collaborative care clinic at the Nova Scotia Community College, Marconi campus, and an expansion of the Cape Breton University's Health and Counselling Centre. This is expected to open by fall of 2025 and will train 30 new doctors every year, Mr. Speaker. Patients and families all across Cape Breton and rural Nova Scotia need more access to health care, and the best way to do that is to recruit more healthcare workers here at home. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to say I'm always proud to be a Cape Bretoner, but even more proud with this recent announcement. I'm honored to be part of this announcement, especially with my experience in healthcare at Cape Breton. So I'd like to congratulate CBU and all the healthcare clinicians at Cape Breton that put so much work to make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Brian Thibodeau, who has retired from his 30-year career as a paramedic. Brian, born and raised in Meteghan Centre, began his career as a casual paramedic while also volunteering as a firefighter. As a local Acadian, Brian was able to provide comfort to his neighbours, especially the elderly, while attending to their medical needs. In doing so, Brian found his true passion in helping people during their most vulnerable moments, and his job was a perfect fit. He considers himself fortunate to have had a career in which he could have a positive impact on the lives of others, and the community is better for it. Although retired, Brian will continue to serve as a volunteer member of the Meteghan Fire Department. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Brian Thibodeau on his retirement and expressing our gratitude for his 30 years of dedicated service as a paramedic. We wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Merci.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize avid birder James Hurtle of LaHave. Local bird watcher Kathy Ramey says James is well known in the region and among members of the Nova Scotia Bird Society for his insatiable interest in birds and for educating others through outings and a weekly column with Lighthouse Now. He eagerly shares his knowledge and his passion as a birder with others and makes a special effort to teach young people, inspiring them to learn more about nature, appreciate different species, and better understand Nova Scotia's beautiful birds. James conducts owl surveys, shorebird surveys, Christmas bird counts, Project Feeder Watch, and the Maritime's Nest Record Scheme, as well as the Breeding Bird Survey. He was a piping plover guardian coordinator for 25 years and a co-coordinator for the last breeding bird atlas for Lunenburg Queens. He runs Nova Scotia Bird Society field trips, gives presentations throughout the year, takes traveling birders out with him, and gives advice on the best places for local tourists to go birding. Please join me in thanking James Hurtle for sharing his knowledge and enthusiasm for Nova Scotia birds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to recognize and congratulate retired Colonel John Boileau of Bedford South, who yesterday was one of 5 individuals invested into the Order of Nova Scotia. Boileau is a 37-year veteran of the Canadian Army who was stationed in Cyprus, the United States, Germany, and finally as military attaché to the United Kingdom. Notably, he has channeled his passion for Nova Scotia's rich history into 15 books and more than 650 articles on a dizzying array of topics, including the Halifax explosion, responsible government, and the Boer War. Colonel Boileau gives freely of his time as a speaker, advisor, and commentator, including as an expert advisor on the national apology given to the descendants of the No. 2 Construction Battalion. Nova Scotia is blessed with a rich and dynamic history, and there has been no better chronicler of that history than John Boileau. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating retired Colonel John Boileau on his investiture as a member of the Order of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge a very important accomplishment by Michelle Glasgow. Michelle has become the first chief of the First Nations Sabaganagati, first female chief of the First Nations Sabaganagati since her official founding in 1820. Michelle is now the 4th person in her family to serve as chief of Sabaganagati. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Michelle on this accomplishment and looking forward to seeing her in this position and watching all what she'll accomplish over her term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most exciting and memorable times for a student athlete is winning a provincial championship at your home school in front of a hometown crowd. This is what happened in December for the West Kings girls volleyball team as they won the School Sport Nova Scotia Provincials in Division II volleyball right at West Kings in Auburn. 8 teams from around Nova Scotia took part in an amazing weekend of volleyball, with West Kings beating Paromba in the semifinal and defeating Cerc from Port Hawkesbury in a thrilling gold medal match, a rematch of the 2021 final. A great team needs great coaches, and I want to thank Madison Archibald, Shelley Peach, and Kyle Ward for all their commitment to the team and leadership. It truly was a fantastic ending to the year for grade 12 players Brooke Jones, Kira Dimmel, Maddie Peach, Jessica Ramsey, Dana Avery, Hannah McDowell, and the rest of the team, Amelia Blatt, Lily McDonald, Savannah Bazanson, Sophia Hennessy, Maisie Ward, Abigail Milne, and Hildy Avery, and last but not least, right side powerhouse, Chloe the Cannon Palmer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating the West Kings girls volleyball team on all the success from this past year as provincial champions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Take a breath, member. Take a breath. The honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jean Robison Dexter, the Executive Director of the Astor Theatre in Liverpool. Jean, who runs her own consulting firm, stepped up to be the part-time Executive Director of the theatre almost 3 years ago. Under her leadership, this vital place of the arts and community has evolved and thrived during challenging times, and it is now even more inclusive, dynamic, welcoming, and appreciated. At the end of this month, Jean will be stepping down as ED, but most certainly leaves it in a positive position. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking Jean for her guidance and service to the Astor and our communities, and in wishing her all the best for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal recognizes exceptional Nova Scotians who make their communities even better places to work, live, and play. One constituent who I've had the pleasure of presenting the medal to is Deborah Ryan. As an employee with the county of the municipality of Annapolis, Deborah has worked a lifetime to promote the area as an outdoor recreation destination and to create opportunities for the people of Annapolis County to engage in an active and a healthy lifestyle. She is certainly a very deserving recipient of the award. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Deborah Ryan on receiving the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Richard Melvin and Melvin Farms as the recipient of the 2023 RBC Horticulture Nova Scotia Innovator of the Year Award. The award celebrates and honours outstanding individuals nominated by their peers in the agriculture sector for demonstrating resilience, leadership, and innovation. The award recognizes Nova Scotians who demonstrate exceptional qualities as operators of farms or other agricultural businesses, or innovators, promoters, or supporters of agriculture in other ways. Mr. Melvin is a lifelong farmer who has supported his family and contributed to Nova Scotia's economy and community through farming. Please join me today in congratulating Richard Melvin and Melvin Farms as the 2023 RBC Horticulture Innovator of the Year, and my neighbour and longtime business partner too. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to take a moment to recognize Doug Garrison from Sambro, now in Portuguese Cove. Doug has been a member of the community his whole life and one of the founding, I guess, one of the longest-serving families in Sambro. Doug and his partner, a long time ago, started Sambro Fisheries. He's since sold it off and is enjoying what he likes to call retirement. Doug has a truck now where he goes around helping each and every person in the community whenever they need it. Besides helping people in the community, Doug is also involved in the local church. He's involved with the cemetery in Pennant, and he's also was involved in the Remembrance Day Monument. Retirement for Doug is like 3 or 4 full-time jobs for any of us. So thank you, Doug Garrison, and thank you, Jackie, for putting up with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic on an introduction.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to take a moment to recognize a good friend of mine who's in the West Gallery. Matt Conrad, a good friend, confident, and community leader. Matt always steps up when the community needs him, and he does it with a smile. Sometimes he complains a little, but not very often. The last time Matt and I did a fundraiser together, he ate the hottest chip and the hottest gummy bear to help raise money, and he's still alive here today. So thank you, Matt, for all you do.
We've now reached the time for oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 2:01. We'll go till 2:51. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the House, the Premier and the Minister of Justice fielded questions related to a proposed bill that would restrict the use of non-disclosure agreements in cases involving sexual harassment, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised first by the lack of empathy towards victims and the commentary from the government side, and also the lack of commitment to actually move forward with such a piece of legislation that other jurisdictions are moving forward with. I do have to ask the Premier, is the lack of commitment on this issue to restrict the use of NDAs in cases involving sexual harassment due to the fact that the PC caucus themselves used one of these in a case in 2018 involving sexual harassment incident with one of their former staff members?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that the member has his facts correct, but what I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely clear that this caucus has compassion for Nova Scotians, and we know that we agree that non-disclosure agreements should not be used as a means to silence victims. That's absolutely clear. And we are moving forward, Mr. Speaker. We're doing a jurisdictional scan. That's what's required to bring legislation to the floor of this House. We'll continue with that scan, Mr. Speaker, and we'll see what the results are, and we'll take guidance from the department when the time comes.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know we do not need a jurisdictional scan to determine what's wrong and right in this chamber. We have multiple jurisdictions that are moving forward with such legislation. I am happy to hear the Premier commit to moving forward with this, but we do wonder if there's been a conflict of interest on this issue that has impacted the government's approach to it and the slow nature to which they're doing the scan. I would ask the Minister of the Status of Women, who was interim leader at the time in 2018, if she does feel that she herself is in a conflict of interest on this issue.
I just want to warn the leader, just as a point of information, the question is going to be directed to the Premier, and you should stick to the point of the not past history, but the present. I think that's what we should be looking at. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I would say to the member is it's easy to come in this chamber where you have privilege and throw these accusations around. I'd be interested to see if the member goes outside those doors and makes an accusation like that. But what I want all Nova Scotians to know, Mr. Speaker, is we are doing a jurisdictional scan. We're taking this issue very, very seriously, much more seriously than the Leader of the Opposition who's trying to score cheap political points, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I feel that this line of questioning is fair. I believe the government caucus may be in a conflict of interest on this issue. I believe that conflict of interest has potentially slowed down their work on this important file. I appreciate your comments on history, and I certainly hope that you correct the Premier when he stands up and throws shade at past governments as well in this House, Mr. Speaker, if we're all going to be focused on the present context. So in the present moment, can the Premier please commit today to this House that his caucus is not in a conflict of interest on issues related to restricting NDAs, related to sexual assault or sexual harassment, and that his government is committed to passing this legislation at the earliest convenience? Thank you.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, what I'll confirm for Nova Scotians is that we're doing a jurisdictional scan. The department is looking at this. We will look for the department's guidance on this, Mr. Speaker, and we'll take this issue very, very seriously, as we always do with issues that come before us, Mr. Speaker. The safety of Nova Scotians, passing legislation that's good for Nova Scotians, something that we're focused on, something that member could have done for the 8 years he sat here and did nothing, Mr. Speaker. We're moving this province forward in every way.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I can't help but notice this government is faster and better, except for when it's slower. Ask almost every parent in the province, for instance, and they will tell you that this government's boasting about new childcare spots is far from reality. They have shifted target deadlines and played with numbers, but parents know that it is not enough. In the funding agreement, the bilateral agreement with their federal counterparts, their stated plan is to open at least 4,000 new childcare spaces by the 2022-2023 fiscal year, and I'll table that. Instead, department data shows that the total number of spaces is less than a third, 1,245 spaces, not counting the ones that have since closed, and I'll table that. I hope the Premier can explain how, with millions of dollars in federal funding and almost 2 years in government, they have failed so spectacularly to meet this target.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we know the importance of affordable childcare. We're working with the federal government on the agreement to make sure that Nova Scotians have access to affordable childcare. The minister, the department, the team working on that is moving forward to make sure Nova Scotians have access to affordable childcare. That's the only thing that's guiding us on this file, Mr. Speaker. Affordable childcare for Nova Scotians. That's our focus. That's our goal. We'll move forward as we can, Mr. Speaker, on that.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier of all people should know that the difference between knowing something is important and acting on it is very different. Most of the new childcare spaces created have been in before and after school care, not in daycares for infants and toddlers. In fact, infant and toddler spots have written by, wait for it, 14. 14 is the number since 2021, and I'll table that. Parents of infants are reporting that they can't even find an open wait list, let alone a daycare spot. A Halifax area mother recently reported calling 52 daycares without luck and now has nowhere to turn. Another mother told the media that, quote, "It's very stressful not knowing when I can return to work. My mental well-being, my financial well-being, my child's well-being, really. It's all dependent on finding proper care and going back to work. Families can't work if they don't have childcare. What does the Premier suggest they do?"
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we know the importance of affordable childcare. That's why we're working so hard to open up the spaces for families, Mr. Speaker. We know what it means to families. We know what it means to our economy. We're focused on opening up those spaces. We're working just as hard as we can with the operators, and we'll get spots opened as soon as we can, Mr. Speaker. It's a priority for us, and it's a priority for Nova Scotians. That's why we're working so hard on this file.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 14 spaces. We've heard from parents who are concerned that the government's failure to deliver spaces is resulting in huge fees, the exact opposite of the intent of the bilateral agreement. Reese Clements put her child on a wait list at the Halifax Centre when she was 8 months pregnant and was asked to pay both a non-refundable deposit and a full month's fee in advance, without the promised reduction that would have been in effect, just to get on the wait list. The upfront cost of getting on a wait list was $1,400 and came with no guarantee of a spot, and I'll table that. Why is the government content to let families continue to pay the price of broken childcare promises?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure those Nova Scotians that are seeking childcare, we understand. We're working hard on that. We're working with the federal government. That the investments that are being made and those working in the sector, those are important, Mr. Speaker. The spots that we can open, maybe it is only 14, Mr. Speaker. Also important that it's we're moving forward, Mr. Speaker. We'll do what we can. Nova Scotians know that we're working hard on this file. We'll continue to work on that file as hard as we can.
The Honourable Member for King South.
It's been clear for some time, as reported by our farmers, our scientists, and other Nova Scotians living near our dike infrastructure, that urgent investments are needed to strengthen and stabilize our dikes to protect thousands of acres of prime agricultural land. Hurricane Fiona reminded us how precarious our protections are in the face of extreme weather events. If that storm had been just a few hundred kilometers west from where it landed, it could have created an economic disaster for prime our agricultural land, or our link to the rest of Canada through the Shenectady Isthmus. With this urgency in mind, can the minister inform the House why his department's capital budget was underspent by 30%, a $3.7 million underspend that could have been directed at our dikes?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the member. We certainly understand the importance of dikes to our farmland, and it's a topic that is always on our minds, and working with my colleague, the Minister of Public Works, and our federal counterparts, and we'll continue to work on that with them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that answer adequately addresses the urgency of the situation, nor do future budget projections for this department. This upcoming year, the capital budget for the Department of Agriculture is showing a cut of 30%. To date, we've seen absolutely zero progress on protecting the vital economic link of the Shenectady Isthmus. In fact, there is no evidence in this budget that work is even planned in the next 5 years. An incredible, risky gamble this government is taking. Can the minister assure Nova Scotians that we will see immediate action this summer in implementing a long-term plan to strengthen and protect the Shenectady Isthmus, and advise Nova Scotians on the timing of these investments?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. We certainly understand how important the Shenectady Isthmus is to our province and, quite frankly, to the rest of Canada. $50 million worth of trade goes through this isthmus every day. Recently, when I was at Ministers' Council meeting, Minister Carr, Minister of Transportation in New Brunswick, and I had the opportunity to talk to federal ministers. We are working on this on a weekly basis. We have a team that has come together from the province, the feds, and the province, and we are working to make sure that this project goes ahead. This is not a simple project. This is not slap a Band-Aid on it, we make it better. This is going to take a lot of work and a lot of collaboration, and I'm very confident in that collaboration.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has failed to recognize the impact the cost of living crisis has on everyday Nova Scotians. Their wallets are being hit where it most hurts, like at the grocery store, and this government has done little to protect them from this harsh cost of living crisis. Mr. Speaker, it's incumbent on the government to shield lower and middle income Nova Scotians from high food prices, so I'll ask the Premier, will his government commit today to cost of living relief for the people of our province?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw the federal budget come down, Mr. Speaker, and we saw some measures for affordability. including an increased amount for GST coming for people in, I believe it's in the month of July. So, Mr. Speaker, we were pleased to see that because we know affordability is not just the responsibility of Nova Scotia's provincial government, it's also the responsibility of the federal government. And when we compare, Mr. Speaker, what we did in our budget in terms of targeted supports, if you look at seniors, seniors are actually getting about twice as more with the Seniors Care Grant than the amount being provided in the GST rebate. And for parents with 2 children at lowest income levels, they're actually getting more than the amount offered through the federal government GST rebate.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The words of the Deputy Premier are ringing hollow in the walls of this chamber and in the ears of Nova Scotians. I want to draw attention to the budget highlights released by this government. In it, the housing, homelessness and affordability section does not contain the word food. Not once, zero, zip, nada, and I'll table that. This government has not acted on making food more affordable for Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words, but here there aren't even words to follow up with it. Will the Deputy Premier be honest with Nova Scotians about the fact the laser focus of the government has meant food insecurity increases?
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we have made significant investments in food security in this province, and I will also say, you know, what rings hollow to me is the silence of Nova Scotia Liberal MPs when people in this province are telling the federal government no to the carbon tax that's coming, Mr. Speaker, this summer, a 14-cent per litre tax on gasoline, making everything that people buy more expensive. And, Mr. Speaker, they're not stopping there. By 2030, that's going to be 37 cents per litre, Mr. Speaker. That is going to affect the cost of everything, including food. And, Mr. Speaker, what rings hollow for me is that silence of Nova Scotia Liberal MPs.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin on a new question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm getting whiplash over here, I have to say, because 1 minute he loves the feds, yes, and 1 minute they hate the feds. It's kind of hard to keep it straight, Mr. Speaker. The minister could at least bring reasonable and common sense solutions to address food insecurity. Solutions like a food recovery program can be used as a simple common sense solution to help alleviate food insecurity in this province. A food recovery program would partner with Nova Scotia farmers to buy their secondary products that can't be sold to grocery stores, but are just as healthy and provide these products to our most in need. My question to the minister is, why are simple common sense solutions like a food recovery program not being used to address food affordability in this province during this affordability crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're always looking at ways to help Nova Scotians and our farmers as well. I would point to $9.9 million in funding that was recently announced, $5 million to address season extension and climate change, $4 million for advancement of value-added food processing, $2 million of that for large-scale food advancer and abattoir efficiency program, and $2 million for smaller scale, and as well $900,000 to increase local foods in our Nova Scotian institutions. Mr. Speaker, we are always looking. We're always looking for ways to help Nova Scotians and help our farmers. And the food recovery program landed on my desk 1 hour ago. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just hoping that it will be acted on with greater alacrity than, say, the NDA issue has been, because that's been a jurisdictional scan that's gone on for how long? A year? Mr. Speaker, people are struggling to buy groceries, especially our most vulnerable. The least this government could do is step up to help them with a food recovery program. It's a great idea. It just landed on the minister's desk. He says he should take it. It wouldn't only help people afford food, but it would also help our local producers by buying products that don't meet the buyer's criteria. This is a simple win-win, Mr. Speaker. Help producers and make food more affordable. Will the minister commit to implementing programs like a food recovery program immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Minister of Agriculture, I can't control the price of food in grocery stores, but what I can do is help connect more Nova Scotians to healthy local food. And our goal is to have 20% of local food of money spent on food by Nova Scotian to be locally grown and produced. Mr. Speaker, we started a Nova Scotia food and beverage strategy. We had great uptake in that in terms of responses, and we'll use that going forward to help get more local food to Nova Scotians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Another doctor is winding up their clinic in Halifax. Jason Haslam received a letter last week informing him and his partner that they no longer have a family doctor as of May 31st. They have spent numerous stints on the family doctor list, but he says, my real concern is for my fellow patients. There could well be patients recently diagnosed with cancer, for example, who may also be waiting on another long list for specialist treatment, or elderly patients like my own mother, who not only need regular checkups, but also a family doctor to advocate for them with specialists, insurance, and so on. I live in real fear of what happens if she loses her doctor too. Jason and the people he's concerned about need a family health team. When will the government stop the exodus of family doctors from the Central Zone?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So certainly there's been a number of things undertaken in order to support physicians in Central Zone and throughout the province. Most recently, there was a letter that was sent to physicians explaining that if they were winding up their practice or felt that they needed practice support, they could reach out to this 1-800 number, and that the local medical services team through NSH and Department of Health would reach out to support them to ensure that they had the practice supports that they required.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Jason also said, ironically, in the same building as our now former doctor, a private for-profit clinic has opened. I guess our current premier thinks only those who can afford to pay are allowed the luxury of health. It's infuriating that others who may not be so lucky can simply be sentenced to the list for the crime of not having enough money. I can table that letter. Does the minister think it's fair that private clinics where people have to pay to access primary care are popping up at the same time as people are losing their family doctors?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly our government has shown a strong commitment, a $6.5 billion commitments to make sure that our publicly funded healthcare system has the resources that it needs. We are working very hard in primary care. Attachment does not mean access. We are looking at a variety of modalities in which patients can access care as they wait for attachment. And I would encourage people, if they do need access, to get on the Need of Family Practice Registry. That allows them a variety of different ways to support their health care. And we are looking at ways at increasing the primary care providers in the province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. In its 2022 report, Feed Nova Scotia stated that, quote, 80% of households on social assistance in Nova Scotia are food insecure. But what we learned last week, Mr. Speaker, is that the government either didn't know this or didn't care. From February 22 to February of this year, food prices increased nearly 11%, chicken 11%, dairy products and eggs 10%, fresh vegetables 13.4%. Mr. Speaker, increasing income assistance payments would have made an immediate and obvious impact on the ability of Nova Scotians to pay for food. So I would like to ask the Minister of Community Services, why was that not done in this budget? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that important question. This government has definitely made investments in food security to ensure that 160 food banks across this province, as well as schools. A number of individuals have reached out to me. We have never denied anyone in giving assistance to help your schools, to help your local food banks. We will continue making investments and making sure that during these challenging times for family, that no one goes hungry. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During March break, I had the chance to go and visit Feed Nova Scotia's warehouse in Dartmouth, had a chance to do a tour there. And I asked them what would be the biggest impact on having less people come through your doors looking for food. And they told me a poverty reduction strategy. And Mr. Speaker, The easiest way to reduce poverty for low-income Nova Scotians is to increase income assistance rates. That's not my argument. That's the argument of Feed Nova Scotia, which I heard just 2 weeks ago. On November of last year, the member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville asked, quote, why did this government choose not to increase income assistance this last budget? And here we go again, Mr. Speaker, deja vu. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Community Services once again, why were income assistance rates not increased in this budget for the most vulnerable Nova Scotians?
Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, have had a chance to go to Feed Nova Scotia and see the great work that they do. Certainly, they are of a great service provider for us in Nova Scotia. What I will remind the member across the aisle that there's been significant investments made in this budget. Everyone knows that this was a health care budget, and when we have good health care in Nova Scotia, everyone benefits, even our most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Community Services has the floor.
Thank you. Even our most vulnerable. And I can start listing the investments that we made. We can start with the child tax credit. Twice we made investments. No, $600 a year, right? So.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all of us should know that a healthy population stems from food security, from health. So all of these, so instead of chasing tails and trying to fix an already broken system, being preventative and looking at some of these issues is all towards the betterment of health care as well. Mr. Speaker, we've continued to ask, and along these lines, we've continued to ask the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development to commit to the implementation of a full universal lunch program for students in Nova Scotia. There should be no circumstances in which a child goes hungry. Now we've seen that the government believes money is no object on an issue like health care. So I'd like to ask the Minister, will she commit to the handling of food security of our children with the same intensity?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And I will say at the outset that the member opposite and I are in complete agreement that no child should go hungry in school, and I can assure the member opposite that no child does go hungry in school. Nova Scotia, we understand the importance of having access to fresh, healthy, nutritious food in schools, and we have excellent programming in place for that. We have a nationally appreciated and recognized breakfast program. We also are piloting lunch programs. We've introduced salad programs in collaboration with Department of Agriculture. We have worked this year to increase access to fresh fruits in schools as well, and we are continuing our work to expand access to food in schools, but I can assure the member opposite, right now, any child who needs food in schools gets food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the teachers that are actually putting food in students' mouths to make sure that they don't go hungry. I also would ask for a commitment today. I would ask for a commitment today from the minister to not just rely on the handouts from the federal government or from programs from the federal government or pilot programs or any piecemeal. This is something that addresses the #1 issue that has been a priority of this government, which is health care, and is a way to guarantee that our kids do not go hungry and guarantee that it's not left to the devices of parents or community or teachers in order to do this. Can we have a commitment from the minister within this session to have a full school lunch program implemented?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. We were so heartened to see that in the federal minister's mandates letters that school food was referenced. I personally was very disappointed not to see any introduction in the budget on the federal level for food in schools, but I have already written to my federal colleague to talk about and to encourage her and to continue.
Order, please. The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already written to my colleague at the federal level to continue our discussions about the federal support for a universal school food program. But I can assure the members opposite as well that we are continuing to expand access to food in schools. I will leave on the request that the members opposite call on their federal counterparts at the Liberal federal government to support food in schools as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we begin, I just want to say something because I've been keeping an eye on the clock, and somebody has given me direction as to when I should get people up. I'm following the clock as best I can, and that's the way it's going to continue. The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard the government boast about the increasing population in Nova Scotia, but now we're witnessing what transpires if government isn't ready to handle that influx of people. From 2021 to 2022, Nova Scotia's population grew by less than 3%. In the same time span, the demand for food banks rose by 23%, and I will table that. In being ill-prepared to support the new Nova Scotians, the government is actively driving them to the food banks. My question to the minister, does the minister want them to go to the food bank? Should we be forwarding people more to the, depending on the food bank to support people? The Minister of Community, sir.
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this important question. Our department has always been very clear. We're going to be strategic in how we prepare for population growth. Already today, Mr. Speaker, my department had said that we have grown to the size of Bridgewater and Sydney already this year. But, Mr. Speaker, we also have invested in settlement organizations, and I am incredibly proud that this government is continuing to do so, to make sure that when newcomers do come to Nova Scotia, they have the resources they need to be successful. I know that the Minister of Community Services is also passionate to make sure that all Nova Scotians have access to the supports that they need, and we're going to continue to do that for anyone in this province.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, whoever has come to Halifax or Nova Scotia in the last couple of years have no housing, are troubled with housing. There's most of them, we see a lot of them at the food banks. There is no doctor for them. Let's bring some more people without preparing infrastructure and services. This is what's happening. I would love the minister to tell me how many of the 137,000 people on that list are without a doctor who are recent comers to Nova Scotia. Please.
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the important question. As I mentioned, we are strategic with our population growth. We've been very clear that people are part of the solution, Mr. Speaker. We are making sure that we are attracting doctors to this province so that people coming can work in our healthcare system. We also know that we are modernizing the apprenticeship agency so that we can bring Nova Scotians back home to work and build the infrastructure that we need. Mr. Speaker, I am so incredibly proud of my department because all eyes are on immigration for the first time ever, and we are now planning for that future growth, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the department is capable and competent, and we are going to make sure that any person who comes to this province has what they need to be successful.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. As the Minister knows, there are a great many patients in our province's hospitals, often referred to as alternate level of care patients, who are waiting for long-term placement. And often these are older people. Many of them have been in hospital for a matter of months. But what people are often less aware of is that group of patients, unlike other patients in our hospitals, pay a considerable daily fee for their hospital stay. In fact, pay the full nursing home rate, often in an average of about $1,000 a month. In other words, they're paying nursing home rates, but they're not receiving full nursing home services.
Question, please.
Does the minister think this is a policy that can be defended?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly those folks who are in hospital waiting for nursing home placement are considered to be an alternate level of care. And there's been a long-standing policy in this province where at that time those patients are charged the fee that they would be charged when they go into long-term care, because essentially that is the care that they are receiving. So there is no, there's no undertaking at this period of time for us to review that policy.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chiboucto.
The contention I'm trying to make is that it is not the level of care they're receiving. And I'm thinking particularly about an area like recreation. For example, our hospital patients in Nova Scotia, unlike nursing home residents, don't even have access to TV unless they pay for it by renting a TV weekly at about $100 a week from the hospital, and they often don't have that money because they're paying out so much in the nursing home fee. And our provincial government is taking in nearly $5 million a year from people who are in this situation. Does the minister think it's fair that the government is taking in $5 million a year from fees from people in hospital waiting for long-term care who don't even get so much of the services of long-term care as being able to watch TV?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly in the alternative level of care units that are in the hospital, I know that hospital staff do have some supports in terms of recreation. I think what the member really speaks to is the necessity of us to have transition to care units across this province so that we can create environments where folks are cared for with the correct skill mix, and we do have a variety of different individuals to look after them. So this is a pre-existing policy. We certainly recognize that the hospital is not the best place for people who are waiting for long-term care to be, and we want to make sure that these transition to care community facilities will support our seniors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. The previously mentioned report from Feed Nova Scotia that I tabled during my previous question tells us that half of adults, 50% of adults who are food insecure, are being forced to choose between eating or filling their prescriptions. For a government that claims to be so focused on health care, they're missing an essential piece of the puzzle, which is that food and health are linked. And to ignore one at the expense of the other is to miss the point entirely. So I would ask the minister, when will this government take action to ensure that our most vulnerable Nova Scotians who are bearing the biggest brunt of the burden during this crisis actually get some help? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. This government is making sincere, thoughtful, and caring investments in all Nova Scotians, and that is including our most vulnerable. I would like just to mention to the member that through many incentives that we are providing for those that are vulnerable, they need all kinds of different resources. They need food, they need help with their heating, they may need clinical support, skills to get back into the workforce. This government has made investments in all of those to ensure that we're reaching everyone and helping when they need help. And we will continue making sure that we're there to help them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the minister that vulnerable Nova Scotians need a wide range of supports and resources to manage, but the most important resource they need is money to pay for their life and to live in a reasonable, dignified, and comfortable manner. So I realize now we've been through 2 years, we're halfway through this government, we have seen absolutely no action on the important issue of income assistance rates. So I would ask the minister, for the thousands and thousands of Nova Scotians who rely on this to get through every single day, will this government offer some support at some point before the next election? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Well, what we do know, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal carbon tax isn't going to help. But what we do know...
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Minister for Community Services has the floor.
But what we do know is that Nova Scotians know that this government is caring. It is in the budget. If you look close enough, you will see that there's targeted incentives. We have rent supplements, homeowner repair programs, $45 million. Disability support programs, $23 million. Youth and complex needs, $13 million. Support homeless and supportive housing, $8.2 million. We know that all Nova Scotians want to live a dignified life, and I will make sure I can do everything possible to help them, and this government will be behind me on that.
Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, post-secondary students are struggling because of the lack of action by this government. Just last week, the president of the Cape Breton University Students' Union told media on campus food bank cannot keep up with the demand, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, half of the students requesting help at that food bank are turned away every day. I'll ask the Minister of Advanced Education, when will this government take steps to increase the capacity of on-campus food banks? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member Opposite, for that really important topic. There's no doubt students are at the forefront of everything that we do at advanced education. We look at student affordability. We look at student housing. We look at access to food, access to food banks. What we're looking at, Mr. Speaker, and we have upcoming soon, is our student housing strategy, which encompasses all of those things in order to look at student affordability, to ensure that every Nova Scotia student that wants an education, or international student that comes to our province for an education, has access to that education. And with our student housing strategy, we are looking at short, medium, and long-term solutions in order to make every student.
Honourable Member for Northside Westbound.
Mr. Speaker, looking at studying environmental scans, national scans, provincial scans, don't put food in the bellies of students, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many issues facing students. Housing is one of them. This government has a great opportunity to fund the CBU development at Ashby, which would put a lot of students out of their cars and into homes. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is when can the CBU and other university college food banks expect immediate help from this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member Opposite, for that follow-up question. $14.2 billion. There's lots of money there for everybody. Cape Breton University has been the recipient of a lot of international students. We've invested $5 million into the Tartan Downs project to ensure that students are going to have a place in that mixed-use housing project. We've also heard from Cape Breton University that has certainly stepped up. They have a building that they're converting to student housing units. That'll open up housing units to the market as well. In addition to that, there is private...
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Long-Term Care. So one of the most frustrating aspects of acute care medicine is the fact that there's very rarely enough beds for the acutely ill patients that are finding themselves in our emergency departments. It's causing a cascading effect of overcrowding in our emergency departments and offloading delays by our paramedics. It's very frustrating for our healthcare workers knowing that there are empty beds often, at least in our area, in the residential care facilities and in our long-term care facilities. In fact, recently I wrote to the minister and got a response, thank you, that there were 46 actual empty beds in Cumberland County alone. Can the minister share with us what she is doing with continuing care to try to get people moved from the acute care hospitals into these empty beds?
Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. One of the things that is a little hard for some people to understand is matching of needs between what needs to happen for someone to be appropriate for residential care, which means that they have to be able to, if there was a fire alarm pulled, they have to be able to get up, walk out the door, down the stairs, and outside. That's a very different level of care, and matching the needs of those Nova Scotians is different than what the level of frailty is to get into long-term care. And so what I can assure the member is that we are aware of every single bed in the province. All of our beds are open. We have 0 closed beds in the province of Nova Scotia. So some of the residential care beds that are closed, we are actively working with all of those providers to ensure that they are
Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister. And certainly the day that I wrote the minister, there were several empty long-term care beds as well as residential care beds, and I can certainly share the proof of that if the minister would like. Next door in neighboring New Brunswick, they actually don't pay for empty beds. If the bed is empty more than 5 days, the government doesn't pay. And I'm wondering if the minister can tell us today if she is willing to take those same actions here in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We've had an opportunity to discuss this many times. And Mr. Speaker, our nursing homes are not paid if their beds are not open for those beds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a different day, but the story remains the same. The government letting down the people of Nova Scotia and leaving the most vulnerable behind. In their response to the budget, Feed Nova Scotia highlighted that it doesn't once mention food security or certainly doesn't meaningfully address the underlying factors of food insecurity, such as income poverty, high cost of living, and unaffordable housing. It isn't just us who's saying this, Mr. Speaker. It's the people of the province who are noticing that they are being ignored by this government. Mr. Speaker, seeing that things are so blatantly obvious as to how to fix food insecurity, why has the government ignored it?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we know that putting more money in the hands of low-income families is the most immediate way to help reduce the challenges and experiences of poverty. That is why this government has added an additional $2.5 million in funding to the Nova Scotia Child Tax Benefit. This is why we continue to make investments in our food banks. Again, I will say, if you know a food bank or a nonprofit organization or a school or a person, exactly, please come to me. I will make sure that no one goes hungry. In fact, last year...
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is smashing records of those that came before it. Feed Nova Scotia stated in their response that in February, they recorded the highest 1,278 daily average visits to food banks, a new record by any wide margin. This makes it all more remarkable that the government has ignored this issue. Food insecurity impacts the economy, healthcare system, and our schools. Mr. Speaker, will the government acknowledge that the sole focus on healthcare is coming at the expense of other pressing matters like food insecurity?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Absolutely not. When we have good health care, and we didn't shy away from telling everyone that this was going to be a health care budget. And when we have everyone being looked after in health care, that looks after all Nova Scotians. I want to reiterate here, if you know someone that needs food, call me. You all have my number. I'm serious. There has not been one organization that has come to DCS looking for help that has been denied. And I want to make it clear to Nova Scotians, they will not be denied. If you need help to provide food at a nonprofit organization or Feed Nova Scotia, we will be there for you.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, where's the dignity in having to beg for food? How can people be confident when the minister says, just call me if you're going hungry? You know, where is the systemic approach that we've been asking for from this minister and this government? We've been calling for an increased income assistance so that people have the predictability and confidence to go out there and buy the food that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, when will this government step up and address food insecurity in a meaningful way?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has made investments. I'm sorry that the opposition didn't make investments in food security. In food security, no. We have introduced different packages in our 18 months. Whether it be HARP, whether it be the increase in seniors care grant, whether it's been the child tax benefit, whether it's been millions of dollars to feed Nova Scotia, we will keep making those investments. We know Nova Scotians are finding it hard. We realize that lots of these challenges are forces out of our control, but we remain to be there. Again, we have to work collectively together to protect our vulnerable. I ask you to come to me if you need help.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville. The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the minister does want to tackle these issues, and I genuinely believe that it's important to her. But this whack-a-mole game of funding targeted places in different places makes it hard to chase, and it doesn't give Nova Scotians the confidence that they require in their household budgets. We need something targeted, like an increase to income assistance that is tied to the rising cost of inflation. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop pointing fingers at the feds and look in the mirror and make these changes that need to be made?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I don't think we're pointing fingers at the federal government. I think Nova Scotians are pointing fingers at the federal government for the carbon tax. And shame on you guys.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Community Services has the floor. The Honourable Minister of Community Services. Order, please. The Honourable Member of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, it's been clear, it's been visible that the provincial budget and provincial investments made by this government have done a heck of a lot more than what the federal government has done to help vulnerable Nova Scotians. And we will continue to be here for vulnerable
Order,
Nova
please.
Scotians.
The time for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Deputy House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call public bills for second reading.
Public bills for second reading.
I'd like to call Bill 278, the Non-Disclosure Prohibition Act.
Bill 278, the Non-Disclosure, I'll find it in a minute, Agreement Prohibition Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, a business coach named Debbie Lawrence put this on her business social media page. A quote by Regina King: "Uncomfortable conversations are where solutions live. Uncomfortable conversations are where solutions live." Uncomfortable conversations typically mean they're also very important and the stakes are high. And this in turn triggers heightened emotions, so the feeling that there's a lot on the line becomes real. It's also exactly why we need to have the conversation, because without that, there's less possibility for a solution to be discovered, and I will table that, Mr. Speaker. The conversations around the use of non-disclosure agreements, and especially involving sexual assault, are uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable for me, and they're uncomfortable for others. However, Mr. Speaker, without these conversations, the harm that comes from silencing victims will continue, and that is simply wrong. The intention of this bill that I presented to you yesterday and that I'm debating today is to emphasize that change should start right here with us in the Nova Scotia legislature, within our political organizations, with our volunteers and with our paid staff, with each one of us. What is a non-disclosure agreement? It is an NDA is an agreement in contract law that certain information will remain confidential. As such, an NDA binds a person who has signed it and prevents them from discussing any information included in the contract with any non-authorized party. Silencing people with an NDA is a form of oppression. There is a movement happening, many of you are likely aware, where victims of sexual assault are breaking their silence and are standing united, shoulder to shoulder, saying you cannot buy silence. You should not be able to buy silence, meaning no one should be able to buy their way out of being accountable to criminal activity, namely sexual assault, sexual violence, and sexual misconduct. Many victims have been empowered through these movements, Mr. Speaker, to find their own voices. They are vocalizing that bullies, perpetrators, and persons involved in actions that harm others should not have power over them. There's a Me Too movement, a social movement against sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and rape culture, in which people publicize their experiences of sexual abuse or sexual harassment. It was first started by Tarana Burke in 2006. Oh, sorry.
Order, please. I just wonder, to make it all legal, if I'd ask the member to move second reading of the bill so we can, and that's my fault, not yours. So I'll ask the member to move second reading and then she can continue on. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading of this bill.
Thank you.
And I can continue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's also another movement called Time's Up movement. It was born when women said enough is enough. Enough to sexual favors in exchange for work. Enough to being paid less than we deserve. Enough to feeling unsafe and disempowered where we work. Time's Up insists upon a world where work is safe, fair, and dignified for women of all kinds. Founded by more than 300 women in entertainment, there is a legal defense fund to help survivors of sexual harassment and retaliation, especially low-income women and people of color. They have over 700 attorneys in the network taking on cases, and Ashley Judd is quoted, "The changes we are witnessing are being driven up by a mighty chorus that is finally saying, time's up." Then we have the Can't Buy My Silence movement. The goal of this campaign is to stop the misuse of non-disclosure agreements so that they are only used for their purpose for which they were created, the protection of IP and trade secrets. They are determined to outlaw NDAs when used to buy the silence of victims in order to protect sexual predators, bullies, racists, and abusers. The co-founders are Zelda Perkins and Julie McFarlane. And Mixed Speaker, I'd like to just share with you a little bit about Julie. She is a Canadian law professor, a member of the Order of Canada. She spoke out after a colleague terminated following an investigation for harassment and other misconduct was protected by an NDA that had been negotiated before his departure from the University of Windsor, and that he was able to move to another law school who knew nothing about his history. Zelda, she was the first woman to break an NDA in 2017 and has been campaigning for change ever since. She brought systemic abuse of NDAs to the attention of the British government and the international press, giving evidence at a parliamentary inquiry, which have uncovered an epidemic of misuse and pushing England and Wales solicitors regulatory to take disciplinary action against the lawyer who created her NDA for Harvey Weinstein. Her NDA with Harvey Weinstein was with Harvey Weinstein, and most of us know what happened since. Personally, I know of perpetrators that continue to harm people through sexual assault, that have continued to harm more victims after signing NDAs with women that tried to expose them. And it infuriates me knowing that there are people in the area that I live that are continuing to victimize and harm many times young women, people with low self-esteem, meek and mild personalities, and they're taking advantage of them. And our legal system, the laws that we have responsibility for here in this legislature, are allowing that, Mixed Speaker, allowing that to continue. Because of the shame that comes from the abuse and the protection of these perpetrators, sometimes from people you would never suspect, they continue to cause more harm and hurt more people. Legislatures and political parties are no stranger to this, and that is why Equal Voice were inspired to present a paper, which I tabled yesterday and will again today with this speech, called Combating Sexual Harassment in Canada's Legislative Assemblies. Equal Voice distributed an anonymous survey to elected officials, political staff, and nonpartisan employees. They received 257 responses. Based on the responses, they have a number of key findings and associated recommendations. And I'm going to highlight some of those recommendations today here for us to think about, Mr. Speaker. And before I do that, I want to make mention of a former employee that I've spoken about here in the House, that I had the pleasure of working with for a number of months. And Kate actually reviewed this document for Equal Voice and provided feedback. And I still have the document which she made her comments on, Mr. Speaker. So I want to share today some of the comments that she highlighted in this Equal Voice. So for me, it gives more power because it's giving her a voice here in this legislature. Some of the things that Kate highlighted were certain risks can increase the likelihood of sexual harassment in Canada's legislative assemblies, including inadequate gender and other forms of representation. The limited representation of women in Canada's legislative assemblies can mean women have restricted influence over the modernization of anti-harassment policies, although there are exceptions to this where sometimes female leaders do introduce NDAs. Precarious working conditions. Political staffers often have very little job security. They feel vulnerable to chief of staffs and to the election cycle. Excessive alcohol consumption was highlighted. These realities are concerning because alcohol can be a contributing factor to sexual violence, which can include harassment. This is one thing that Kate highlighted. A survivor victim is never at fault for this behavior, and Kate wrote, in theory, not practice. There is a hierarchical culture in politics linked to harassment. For example, the 2015 External Review into Sexual Misconduct and Sexual Harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces, known as the Deschamps Report, notes that, quote, the focus on obedience and conformity within the chain of command and the overall social and organizational hierarchy within the Canadian Armed Forces may therefore lead some junior, more likely female, members to feel that they have little choice but to go along with the sexual advances of more senior, in parentheses, more likely male, members, end quote. And Kate put 5 asterisks beside that quote. I'm going to read it again. The focus on obedience and conformity within the chain of command and the overall social and organizational hierarchy may lead some junior members to feel that they have little choice but to go along with the sexual advances of more senior members. That is a sobering comment. But many people that are victims have been put in that situation, and that's how they feel. Many research participants felt that addressing an experience of sexual harassment in the Legislative Assembly would have ramifications on their career or mental health. One respondent, and Kate highlighted this, I didn't want to risk my job or take on the added stress and emotional weight of having to prove that it happened. Policies can also provide a level of legitimacy to workplaces' efforts to combine sexual harassment, even though they may not actually effectively prevent, mitigate, or address behaviors they target. They can allow, quote, public officials to proclaim a positive feminist outcome, end quote, when in reality very little has been done to help deal with the problem of violence against women in politics. Mr. Speaker, this bill is personal. My employee was coerced into signing an NDA with the Progressive Conservative Caucus. I introduced this bill yesterday to honor her. And her parents were here for that very reason, because they want to see her honored mixed speaker. And I will table a copy of this NDA. And I'm going to highlight one of the things that this NDA says. It's between Kate Saxon and the Progressive Conservative Caucus. It says, it's very hard to read here, but it says, if she were to break this, it would be harmful to her, both personally and legally. Kate was not given a chance to receive the support that she deserved as a victim and that she needed. When she spoke to me of this, she used the words, quote, under the veil of darkness, end quote. She was coerced to sign an NDA. She was not given the opportunity to have a lawyer by her side. Her parents drove her. And I think the one thing that would help them as a family to heal is if the Progressive Conservative Caucus would publicly apologize to them for the way their daughter was treated. She went home after that for 3 years, did not work, and then came to work for me as an independent. And I saw her confidence grow, mixed speaker. I saw the light in her start to shine again. The light that was taken away from her when an NDA took away her voice and silenced her as a victim, and it's not right, mixed speaker. It's time for change. And I want to note that the leader and the chief of staff were both female, mixed speaker. After Kate passed away, I found this copy of the NDA between her and the PC caucus in my office. And I want to make note for the caucus that's listening. The NDA was between her and the caucus. Now, I was a member of that caucus when that happened. I had no idea that I was implicated in an NDA. No idea. And it's something that every MLA should question. What is your leader implicating you in, unbeknownst to yourself? Is your leader signing documents and implicating the entire caucus? We know that political parties are not alone in using NDAs. Our very own Human Rights Commission are using NDAs right now. But it's time to stop. It's time to stop. And I'm asking you all here today to start right here in our very own legislature and do what is right. The real power does not lie within a position or a title. The real power, mixed speaker, lies within the truth, and today it is time to shine a light on the truth, expose what non-disclosure agreements do, and that is nothing but silence victims of sexual assault. Thank you, mixed speaker.
Just to clarify, I think that actually we'll go with NDP, PC, Liberal. So there's been a request for a 2-minute quick recess. Is it agreed? Okay. Okay, well. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, mixed speaker. Thank you. Thank you, mixed speaker. I don't think it's any secret that political parties continue to be dominated by men. All we have to do is look around this room. We know we've never had a woman premier. We've never had a woman full speaker. And part of the, and let me just be clear, I love men. I really do. But their experience is different than ours. And part of the effect of having men in major leadership positions, as this report, which I believe my colleague tabled again today, it does note that one of the reasons we continue to have this issue of sexual harassment, sexual assault, NDAs, etc., is it does benefit the power structure. It benefits men. It does not benefit women and gender diverse persons, who are primarily but not always, the victims, survivors of this kind of behavior. And so this report notes a number of different aspects that my colleague has referred to: inadequate gender and other forms of representation, excessive alcohol consumption, precarious working conditions. You have a 10-month contract. You need to be available almost 24/7. It's a hierarchical culture. We have leaders, and we have whips, and chairs. And within caucuses, there's a pecking order. Most often dominated by men. And there's increasing consensus from legal experts that there is no place for the use of NDAs in a just society. And this is our little microcosm of our society here. We're here to represent our society. And we're probably not as diverse as our society is. But we have been making some steps toward it. We definitely see more women in the House than when I was first elected. I was first elected the same year as the member for Chebucto. And I think we're the only survivors from that election, although there were a couple of members on the government side who were there and then not there that election, then came back later. But I think we're the only survivors from that particular election. The leader from our party followed the year after. So we're a microcosm of our society out there. And what happens in here is reflective of what's happening out there. If we are, in fact, concerned about a just society, and that we are looking after those who are vulnerable, and let's be clear, when you're young, you're vulnerable. You haven't dealt with, thank God, you haven't dealt with some of the things you're going to have to deal with in your life. You haven't faced some of the things. You know, first time I went out with a group of colleagues and one of them hit on me, it never occurred to me that they would do that. I'm not talking about here, just to be clear. But I remember being just so shocked that someone would think that was an appropriate thing to do, given, you know, that I was married. I couldn't imagine why anybody would think that was appropriate. But, so, you know, as a woman, you learn to do things. You learn not to go out, be the lone woman in a group. You learn to leave before there's too much alcohol consumed. You don't walk down a dark street. There's a whole lot of things we internalize as we're going along. And we shouldn't have to internalize it. We should just say to men, don't do this, right? But that's not what happens. We learn to protect ourselves. And when something happens, and a survivor is further victimized by being told, requested, asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, they are twice victimized. Sometimes 3 and 4 times. Because it could be somebody that they trust who's asking them to sign an NDA. It could be somebody, they could be denied the right to legal counsel during that. They may lose their job afterwards. They can be victimized over and over and over again as a result of that. And that's probably why the Canadian Bar Association voted overwhelmingly to reject their use as a profession. Now, the U.S. has passed the Speak Out law back in December as part of many initiatives on a federal level to promote equality and stop gender-based violence and discrimination. The law is really straightforward. It allows you to speak out about harassment and sexual coercion, notwithstanding any NDAs signed with a former employer. New Jersey has a law like this. They brought it in 2022. New Jersey, think of it, folks. Like, if New Jersey can do this, good God, we could do this. As the Equal Voice report on sexual harassment points out, sexual harassment, and which my colleague has already tabled, sexual harassment is a real and persistent problem in Canada's provincial and territorial legislatures. In the last year, there have been media reports of sexual harassment in multiple legislative assemblies. These reports and others show that sexual harassment impacts a wide range of individuals working in provincial and territorial legislatures, namely elected officials, political staff, and nonpartisan employees. It is also well known that sexual harassment regularly goes underreported in workplace, end quote, end quote. In Nova Scotia, we have the Nova Scotia House of Assembly policy on the prevention and resolution of harassment in the workplace. However, this policy does not prevent the use of NDAs in a political party. This bill would prevent those who experience assault or harassment from predominantly powerful men who utilize NDAs to prevent women from speaking out. Now, both opposition parties, although I never want to speak for my colleagues, but and our independent member are on the same page. We need to prohibit NDAs from being used in cases of sexual harassment in this province. At the very least, it should be in political parties. We could lead the way here. If the government needs to do a jurisdictional scan that lasts for a year, we could at least just do it here in the House. And then they could do their jurisdictional scan that will take, 5 minutes. Google it. Well, not wow. The Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care said wow, but really, honestly, it doesn't take that long.
Order. Please don't refer to the presence of a member or not in the House. Here, I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So when a member interjects, and I want to point out that the member has said something that is referring to them being in the House. I've heard of a rule about a member not being in the House, but the fact that a member has said something in response to what I said is not a rule that I'm aware of, unless we are now making up new rules here in this House. If I had said that the member wasn't here to respond, that's a rule. This is a new rule.
There are ways that people can reflect what's happening in the House. I'm sorry that you weren't aware, but it is true that you are not allowed to refer to the presence or absence of a particular member. And I think I have heard speakers throughout my time in the House be able to sort of allude to what's going on in the House in a way that doesn't point out the specific activity of an individual that would denote that they're there at one point or another. Would you like to continue speaking to the bill?
So a member opposite decided to say wow.
Okay.
Say that?
So do you, I guess I would, there's, like, the clock is on. So would you like to continue speaking to the bill, or do you want to talk about this particular rule?
I'm speaking about the bill and the government's response to what we are saying on this side. So I don't want to be difficult for the speaker, because I understand that it's a difficult job, but if we have people interjecting across the way, are we to pretend that it doesn't happen? I mean, I've been here since 2009, and I know you can't say that somebody isn't here, but to say that someone interjected and said a thing, is that...
Definitely a precedent.
Order. I think in that case, if there's substantial disruption in the House, then yes, it is up to the person in the chair to call order. There are ways in which you can get your point across that align with the rules. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So while I do not want to speak for my colleagues, I think it's probably fair to acknowledge that the opposition parties and our independent member on the same page, we need to prohibit NDAs from being used in cases of sexual harassment in this province, and at the very least in political parties. The minister has said that this is not a priority for this government, and this Conservative government uses the excuse of a jurisdictional scan without timelines or commitments, which is what I was speaking to. It doesn't take that long to do a jurisdictional scan. It could have been done by, this is not the first time this issue's been raised. We have discussed this before in this House. And if a government is actually moved to do something about an issue, they can do it really quickly. They can have staff on the phone to every jurisdiction in this country and have an answer back by the end of the day. But the fact that they are using the excuse of a jurisdictional scan, which could have been completed within a day of this first being raised a year ago, tells us that it's not a priority. Other jurisdictions have done this in the UK and Ireland, our neighbours in PEI, where the bill came from the opposition and received support from their Conservative counterparts. So what I will say is, we have heard a very powerful example of what happens when a young staffer is in a situation, is asked to sign an NDA, and we know what the fallout was from that. This young person lost their job. They spent 3 years in the darkness, no job, no nothing. I would think we would want to ensure that the young people that we work with on a daily basis, the young women, the young men, the young gender fluid persons who we work with on a daily basis, I would think we would want to protect them. I would think we would want to make sure that they are treated fairly, that they are not constrained from speaking out about their abuse. And to me, it's kind of a no-brainer. But then again, a lot of things come before us that I think are no-brainers and nothing happens with them. So with that, I will just urge my colleagues on the other side to examine their consciences, ask what they would like for their children. How would they like their children treated in the workplace, and act accordingly. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. As with many of the things we discuss in this chamber, today things have taken a turn for the real. And, you know, we've heard a lot of abstraction these days, I would say, in question period and in debates in the chamber, statistics and numbers. And I think actually today is really helpful to remind us that we are talking about human beings.
and we are talking about their trauma, and we are talking about how we can make that easier. And I think we can't lose sight of that. So when we talk about doing our due diligence, jurisdictional scans, all things that have come up, what we're actually talking about is delaying acting to stop the trauma that is being inflicted upon women in particular all the time. And so I want that to form the context for my comments today. But just to kind of zoom back out for a moment, I think it's worth noting, having been in this chamber for some time, that our Premier built his brand on transparency, quite literally. I have sat somewhere around this seat for probably longer than I would have liked to. And while I have been here, I had the opportunity to watch the Premier as an opposition member, and then as an opposition leader, and then as a candidate, talk about the need for transparency, talk about order-making powers for the Information and Privacy Commissioner. He sued the government. He sued the government over a $1 million management contract. The same person who has spent $1.4 billion in appropriations that have no oversight. But I digress. We were talking about, what is the opposite of transparency? Opacity. This was the word that we came up with. It's kind of a mouthful. Thank you, very astute thesaurus over here. But what's another word for opacity? Secrecy. Secrecy is the opposite of transparency. And I think what we have seen, and I'm leading up here, since this government has taken office, is a shocking, given the context, commitment to secrecy. We've seen task forces that operate with no transparency, with nobody knows what happens or when it happens or who's there or what decisions get made. We've seen independent and public boards fired. We have seen partisans hired. We have seen arm's-length bodies that make transparent decisions systematically eliminated from the workings of government. And so, what we are hearing from the government around the use of NDAs is not surprising. It is part of a pattern. And the pattern that this government has established is that it is easier, it is more expedient to operate in the dark. And unfortunately, well, I should say, they're not wrong. It is easier. Of course it's easier. It's much easier to do things when you're not subject to criticism all the time, when you're not tied up with, pesky people and their opinions and other orders of government and what they might think about something. It's much easier, and it's easier to go faster. Of course it's easier to go faster, but it's not democratic. And I think that what we're talking about today in the chamber really brings us back to what we mean, why we talk about transparency. Because transparency, as my colleague has often said, is a bit of a technocratic term. We discuss this, and lots of people in the public might tune out transparency, blah, 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 blah. Am I getting what I need? But today, this topic reminds us of why transparency is important, because terrible things can happen in the dark. Terrible things can happen. And those terrible things could be a bad development deal, they could be a waste of government money, or they could be the ruination of someone's life. And therefore, we tend to, in parliamentary democracy, adopt as a tenet that transparency is better than secrecy. We've sort of agreed on that generally, and yet we are not seeing that from this government. And today and yesterday, as we talk about the inaction on legislating the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, we see the outer limit of how bad that is. And again, I want to remind people that non-disclosure agreements were developed for trade secrets. They are now routinely used to cover up incidents of sometimes criminal wrongdoing, including sexual assault, sexual harassment, abuse. They are used all the time. And so by definition, every day that this government chooses not to legislate, chooses to be behind the times, more people are being abused. More people are being violated. And more people are being doubly traumatized by then being unable to speak about it. And for that, the government should be truly ashamed. My colleagues have gone through at length the jurisdictions that have legislated this. Our legislation, I know we are talking about my colleagues' legislation, and I will get to that, but we introduced legislation in April of 2022. And our legislation is model legislation. It was developed by Dr. Julie McFarland from the Can't Buy My Silence campaign, who was referenced earlier, who herself left her distinguished law professor position in disgust when she was going to be forced to sign something. This is model legislation. It's been in force in PEI for quite some time. There are 17 states, even New Jersey, as my colleague said, Ireland, and almost every time where there has been action on this, it has come as a result of public outcry when abuse is discovered. So in Prince Edward Island, there were terrible things happening at the University of Prince Edward Island, and they were protected by non-disclosure agreements, and people knew about them. And when that hit the wires, so to speak, there was public appetite to do something about it because they could see. It was transparent. It was in the light of day. They could see how egregious the behavior was. In Ireland, it was about the homes for children who had been taken away for their mothers when unwed mothers went, and they were all forced to sign non-disclosure agreements, and terrible things happened. And when the Irish public discovered that, they were so disgusted that they said to their parliament, somebody should do something about this. We thought Hockey Canada was going to be it here. Yeah. We thought Hockey Canada would be it. When it was discovered that the money that the government gives to Hockey Canada was being used to pay settlements for the wrongdoing of coaches to vulnerable players over years and years that protected those coaches and that ruined the lives of so many of those players, we thought that would be it. Not yet. And so when the juniors came here, we thought, this is our moment. Surely the government will act. But they haven't. My colleague introduced a bill today that deals with this specifically when it comes to political parties. We do things in this House in roughly the same way we did them about 200 years ago. But 200 years ago, there were no women here. 200 years ago, women couldn't elect the people who sat here. But surely 200 years ago, women experienced the same abuse, the same secrecy, the same silencing that they experience today. But now we can change that. Times have changed. It's been 200 years. We are more than able to do something about it. And so, to conclude, I want to put a very fine point on what is happening here. This government has the opportunity to quite literally do the right thing. It is simply not true that the delay is a jurisdictional scan. We filed a Freedom of Information request that showed that non-disclosure agreement legislation is not in the government's legislative plan for 2023 to 2025. It is not there. The Justice Minister has said it's not a priority. The documents that we discovered show that it's not a priority, and we have yet to hear a single compelling argument about why. A lot of or the truth. The truth may or may not be compelling, but we haven't heard anything. There have been some serious accusations leveled in the chamber today. I don't have a comment on those other than to say, with or without these allegations, the only appropriate course of action for this government is to pass legislation immediately banning the misuse of non-disclosure agreements. Anything else is something that surely every member of the government will have to live with and explain for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you in this room instead of across the road. I asked to speak on this bill because I know this bill personally. I'm not going to go into details. But in some cases, and I know how some people seem to feel that it protects the abuser, but in some cases, it does protect the victim, and I think we lose sight on this. As a woman in politics, I take this very seriously. I'm here to help all my constituents, and this is including women and men who have faced harassment or abuse. This is why I want to make sure we complete the research and get it right. I understand the role of opposition is to push us to act faster. And I respect that. Our job is to do the research and get it right. And I hope members across the floor respect that as well. Taking our time, excuse me, taking our time does not mean we don't care. It's actually opposite. We do care, and again, we want to make sure it's right, and doing it right is paramount. This is why I'm sorry, I find this one a little hard, so I'm just going to take a drink. This is why the Department of Justice is reviewing the experience with non-disclosure agreements across Canada and all North America. And you'll have to excuse me, I wrote this today because I committed to speaking on this morning. I heard members opposite state that PEI has been doing this for years, and in all reality, currently PEI is the only jurisdiction in Canada and has enacted legislation limiting the use of non-disclosure agreements broadly. PEI's act came into effect May 2022. So it has been going on forever in PEI. I just want to make that statement. Not you. Sorry, I'm not allowed saying that. I take that back, Mr. Speaker. And I'd hope my colleagues across the floor, so this is in regards to my earlier statement, that we are reviewing across Canada and North America. I hope my colleagues across the floor would support a thorough research of this multifaceted issue. We owe it to the victims to not be rushed. And I know you can find, I don't think this is appropriate to be hissing and booing from over in the corner, just saying. And I know you can find a lot of information on the internet, I know you can. But it does not replace the responsibility and the importance of government being thorough with our research. We actually owe it to victims to be thorough. We actually owe it to victims to take our time and look at what is actually going on with this. Because I noticed here today that a lot of blame is being put on the NDAs and not on the actual crime. And I also notice here that it's also put on women, but it's also men that sometimes feel that pain, that tragic event. You know, a little history. I thought I'd throw this in for anyone watching. NDAs were originally designed for commercial purposes. The member opposite was correct, mostly for protection of trade secrets. We don't really know what else they are used for because of their very nature. For example, they're often used as a settlement tool for civil matters. And I know that this is specific, sorry. Get it out there, girl. Sorry. I know this is specific, but the reality is, you know, there's like about 5 basic things to an NDA, which is participants to the agreement, definition of confidentiality, information, exclusion of confidentiality, time period, appropriate use of information. There's a lot of different things used in an NDA. We have heard from opposition, and we have heard from people who say they are being used inappropriately in harassment cases. And we are listening. We truly are listening. This is a government that cares. But I, just as one member standing here, feel the need to get this right. And again, I apologize for being emotional.
Let's stand alone.
But I do understand the need for these. And I do understand the complexities of these. And I do understand how they can be used. So to just throw one bill at us and expect us to make a decision within a few days and dredging whatever is dredged into it is a little unfair to Nova Scotia. It's a little unfair to everybody sitting in this room who's not actually sitting and looking at all the variables. Look at that. Thank you, my friend. And thank you, David. But I'm going to try to suck it up and get my composure. You know, because we need to state some facts here. And I feel the need to state this. You are not forced to sign a disclosure agreement. Can you be bullied? Can you be harassed? Yes. But anyone going through this situation, sorry, I got a couple members over here crying. I think women, men need to realize how strong they truly are. And it's terrible, it's tragic to go through any of those things. It really is. But you are not forced. Matter of fact, mixed speaker, the fact that you're still standing there after something like that happens shows how strong you truly are. I'm sorry, I'm mushy. I also want to say a few other things. There is a big difference between correcting wrongs from the past and removing the confidentiality option. In some cases, this NDA protects victims. And you can hiss all you want to, but I know it does. We all know truly voluntary NDAs can be critical to victims. Receiving compensation and closure to a horrible, horrible experience in some cases. And in some cases, NDAs provide autonomy and protection after a very traumatic assault. A non-disclosure agreement is designed to create a confidential relationship where two parties agree to share certain information. It's not intended to harass or bully. Not saying that it doesn't, but I am saying the basis of NDA. I have to say over here, sorry, I'm getting back into action here. We agree that non-disclosure agreements should not be used as a means to silence victims. We agree with that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And again, this is why, and I have full faith in our Minister of Justice and this government and the Premier and everybody standing around here today, including the members opposite. I have full faith that the Department of Justice is doing a thorough job reviewing this. And you know, another statement, and I have to give a little props to a minister who introduced the bill. There was, and you probably find out, there was never anything about ATVs when I was first elected, or off-road vehicles. But here we introduced that today, so you can foy pop all you want. But the reality is this government is constantly doing things to try to make the province better for the people that live here. The priority, our priority in the justice system is to support survivors of sexual harassment and discrimination with sensitivity and respect. Man nor woman, doesn't matter who you are, you deserve that respect. You deserve that sensitivity. We are looking at what other provinces are doing. We have expanded the review to include other jurisdictions, the United States, and internationally. Also, I might add, the department continues to watch what is happening with PEI legislation, the only jurisdiction and company that has enacted legislation. Sorry, I'm a little shaky. Again, I just want to state, I understand opposition's job. I understand that it's to push us and make us act on what they feel is a priority. And I get that. I respect it. But our job is to do it once and to do it right. And sometimes that takes longer than, how long have we been elected? 16, 18 months? We don't want any unintended consequences, because this is multifaceted. This is a big deal for our province, for our women, for our men, for our children, for all genders. This is a big deal. As an MLA and as 5 years as a councillor and as a lifetime in a community, I have seen situations where I had to step up to the plate. And I get it. I do. But we want to do it right, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure it's done right, not in 2 or 3 days or 2 or 3 weeks during supply and demand. And while we're in supply and demand, because let's face it, the budget is big. So I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, my time's pretty much up.
Order. The time allocated has elapsed. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
How much time? How much time? You have to recognize me. Thanks. Thanks. I'm just going to speak really briefly on this, and I wasn't actually planning on getting up to speak to this bill, but I just, I'm hearing the conversation in the chamber and the debate, and I have to thank the member from Chester St. Margaret's. It's a hard conversation. It's uncomfortable. And when we come in here, we come in with all of our own history and our own stories. And as caregivers to our constituents, we come in with their stories. And it's highly charged. And it's one of the things I hate about the way that we do government is that we use terms like opposition and critics, and it makes it seem like every motivation has an ulterior motive. It sets us up for an us versus them, when in 10 years, I promise you, I know that all 55 people in this chamber ran for a good intention, do their best to support their constituents, are good people. You don't, there is no perks to this job. You have to be a special kind of person to want to come in and help. You want to care about the people that you represent. But I do take issue with just a few things that were talked about. And one of the things was the timeline on this. We're talking about one bill that was introduced, but this is an issue that was actually introduced by the NDP a year ago. It's been something that the Minister of Justice has wanted to look at, and I trust that he will. But there is time sensitivity. And with that, I move second reading.
Elizabeth's up. Elizabeth's up.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North. No. The time allocated for consideration of this bill has elapsed, and so the debate is adjourned. I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the official opposition.
I call Bill 268, the Primary Care Incentive Program Extension Act.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Mixed Chair, and I appreciate you recognizing me. And I'm going to take the next 15 minutes and talk about this very important bill. Healthcare is, first of all, I think there's some confusion around healthcare from the government side. We did hear today in question period that they think if they invest in healthcare, then the other outcomes will come, like food poverty, housing, education, which flies in the face of the experts and study after study after study. It's the other way around. It's if you invest in food and you invest in housing and if you invest in people, you will have better outcomes. And I was hoping to get to that yesterday. I know during estimates we had a conversation about this. And I was hoping to get to this yesterday, but obviously I wasn't permitted to by the minister, who only allowed me one question in an hour session. So I'm going to stand here today and talk about the social determinants of health, because I don't think this government fully understands it. When you don't give people the capacity and the money, especially the lowest income people, to buy healthy food, they're going to have worse outcomes. And I think it's shameful that the government doesn't understand that. I think it's shameful that nobody on that side is advocating for lowest income individuals, our working class and our middle class individuals. And the response from the government has been, well, just go to a food bank. I would argue that people on that side of the aisle probably haven't been to a food bank in their entire life. So they don't know what it's like to have to go to a food bank and ask for food, which you can only get once a week. I'm doing it. And I think I have to go back now but we did get a promise. So we did get a promise from the minister today that if anyone is hungry in Nova Scotia, to give them her phone number and she will supply them with the funding for food. Any individual in Nova Scotia, that's what was said, and we can play that back. So, to the hundreds, if not, the thousands of people that are on income assistance, be prepared to get a flyer, a mail out with the minister's phone number and email address so they can personally contact that minister and get the support they need for food, because no Nova Scotian will go hungry under her watch, which is what was said. And the reason why I bring that up is because when individuals don't have access to healthy food, when they don't have access to housing, when they don't have access to these life-saving and life-altering resources, they end up with worse health outcomes. We know that. That's a fact. There's no denying it. Anyone denies it, it's like denying climate change. It's just a fact. And what did this government do to respond to the ever-growing crisis in healthcare? They removed the doctor incentive in HRM.
That makes sense.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of them are a rural caucus. They have very few members in HRM. And in fact, I think it was all Nova Scotia, and I can't print from all Nova Scotia because they don't allow you to print from there. So maybe I'll send you the link. But the reporter from all Nova Scotia did a fantastic breakdown of resources from this progressive conservative government and found, in most cases, over 80% of their spend was going into rural and PC communities, even though 50% of the population is here in HRM. They have made it abundantly clear that HRM is not a priority for them, that it's a bother to them. The only time that HRM is even considered is when they have to come to the legislature, even rural parts of HRM. No other capital, no other major urban core in Canada is without a doctor incentive. That is a fact. That's a fact. We have to compete with Toronto, we have to compete with Vancouver, we have to Calgary and Alberta and all these different urban cores, and we were competing with them. And the first thing this government did in healthcare is penalize HRM for not voting for them. That's what they did. That's what they did. Because they removed the doctor incentive. Fact after fact after fact for the last 2 years have been placed in front of the Minister of Health in estimates when she wants to answer questions and throughout question period. And yet they deny the truth. They deny the facts. And Mixed Chair, I'm going to read you some of those facts. I represent Spryfield, Herring Cove, Sambro Loop. The member from Armdale represents Armdale. These members would be screaming from the high heavens if their numbers looked like this. Before they got into power, the need a family doctor waitlist for the Armdale, Spryfield, Herring Cove area was, anyone want to take a guess? 768 people. 768 people. In their 18 months, it has grown to 3,433, a 400% increase, not including the 2 doctors we just lost, which is going to leave another 3,000 people without a family doctor in our community. Let's talk about Dartmouth, because I know they have some Dartmouth MLAs. Before this election, Dartmouth was sitting at 3,511. After they removed this incentive, it is sitting at 14,118 members with people they represent without a family doctor. And not a single member outside the NDP from Dartmouth has stood up to say we have a problem. And the Liberals, of course. Let's talk about West Hants. Let's talk about West Hants. 17,006 is what it was before the incentive was removed. Can you guess what it is now? Well, that we know of. 2,642, a 1,000-person increase. How about in the minister's backyard? The minister of, oh, I lost my train of thought. One of the ministers. I don't know. We'll continue. What I'm trying to say, Mixed Speaker, is these numbers have exploded. This is a government that has passed 2 historic healthcare budgets. They have spent tens of billions of dollars. When we ask them in question period, they won't give us answers. We ask them in estimates, they filibust us or won't give us answers. They're going to stand up on their feet. Somebody's on that side is going to stand up on their feet and defend these numbers. They'll probably blame a Liberal carbon tax because that seems to be the go-to for everything. They're going to blame, 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 blame. And since I can't get answers from this government, Mixed Chair, I'm going to leave you with some questions to ponder. This government has said they'll spend whatever it takes. Right now, they're spending 45 cents of every dollar, every tax dollar on health care, and things have gotten worse. Worse. They haven't come up with a single idea of their own. They tout the building of healthcare facilities in Cape Breton, which they voted against. The minister in charge of healthcare infrastructure voted against that in opposition. Voted against it. And then put on his hard hat, grabbed his little hammer or whatever and smiled. Voted against it. Those members voted against the expansion of the QE2. Do you know what? They actually grilled us, I think, for over a week on the Bears Lake outpatient, how it was a disaster and it was in the wrong spot, shouldn't be built. What's that? A Whopper dropper? A Whopper dropper. I don't even know what that means, but that's what they called it, a Whopper dropper. The Minister for Healthcare Infrastructure voted against it. The Minister for Health was not here at the time, but the Premier at the time, the Minister of the Opposition, or the Leader of the Opposition voted against it, and you can find article after article on them destroying that bill. But they're there to cut the ribbons now, and when you ask them about health care, they say, look what we did out in Bears Lake. Look what we did over here in Cape Breton. The only major thing they've done is buy an unfinished hotel at the most expensive door price in Nova Scotia history. So they're willing to spend the money. The Minister of Health, the Premier, and the Minister for Healthcare Infrastructure will not stand up and tell Nova Scotians how much it's going to cost them. In fact, at one point, when I brought the question to the Minister on this floor, one of the ministers, the Minister in charge of Infrastructure, yelled over that he doesn't have to tell people. That he doesn't have to tell them. He doesn't have to tell Nova Scotians what the cost is. His words. So they have all kinds of money. They're throwing it around. We've given them very easy and factual programs that work, right? That worked for a long time. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. Why? Well, because rural Nova Scotia was at a disadvantage. Okay, well, why don't you do incentives for both? Why don't you do, if rural Nova Scotia is at a disadvantage, give them a higher incentive. But do not take this incentive away, because the numbers show 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800% increase in people without a family doctor. And the information we're getting from that side of the house on closures like the one in the south end of Halifax runs contrary to what the doctor said. The doctor came out and said, that's not what happened. When the Minister of Health gave an explanation on all the help they were given, that's not what happened. Who are we to believe? A partisan politician or a doctor? I know for a fact, for the last year, they've reached out, the Spryfield Clinic has reached out to the Department of Health for help. And guess what happened? 2 doctors retired, 4,000 people without patients. One of the doctors left is married to the doctor that's retiring. How long do you think that individual leaves? And what they say is, we'll do more for you if you do more for us. If you make us look good and you take more patients off the family wait list, the family doctor wait list, we'll give you more. And the doctors are saying, and if people don't believe me, talk to your doctor. The doctors are saying, we are stretched thin. There's nothing left to do. We don't have the energy. We don't have the time. There's nothing more to give. We're doing everything we can. We're begging you for help. Bring people to the province. Give us the resources we need. Implement that incentive. But it's like they're dangling it in front of them. Help us meet our political goals, and we'll give you the help you need so you can deliver health care to Nova Scotians. And that is exactly what's happening here. This is an easy win. It's an easy win. And I have to say, anyone that has even a piece of HRM in their riding, it is shameful that they have not stood up publicly and spoken for this. I heard those members speak passionately in opposition, yet they're quiet in government.
I recognize. Oh. Could I ask the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic to formally move second reading of the bill? I recognize the honourable member for
Do I get to start
Atlantic.
all over again?
No.
I'd like to move second reading of bill number 268. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mix Speaker, and thank you to the Liberals for bringing this bill forward. It's clear that the taking away, the removal of the incentive for central zone physicians has had a serious impact on the availability of doctors and primary care providers in the central zone. You know, the numbers speak for themselves, Mick Speaker. 14,000 people in Dartmouth alone, the Dartmouth region or the Dartmouth part of the central zone, where at one point it was much, much lower than that. So we are also puzzled, we in the NDP, as to why this was canceled, and you know, especially as we've seen and heard that things are going to get worse, that more doctors are set to retire. We've been talking about doctors planning to retire in Dartmouth since we were elected. It was one of the very first things that came across mine and my colleague from Dartmouth South's desks. There's a whole bunch of doctors that want to retire. So instead of hearing that and planning for that, and I'm not just blaming this government, by the way, because we were elected when the Liberals were in power, and they didn't really plan for it either, let's face it. But, you know, instead of planning for that and figuring out what we're going to do to keep people attached to primary care, it just sort of like, it wasn't really addressed. I mean, there were some recruitment issues or some recruitment efforts, and some doctors were recruited for a while. I'm not really sure. I expect that, actually, yeah, I know that they would have been recruited under when the Liberal government was in power, and so therefore probably got the incentive. But there hasn't been many doctors recruited since, as far as I can tell, as far as I know. The primary care crisis in this province is worsening, and it's extremely concerning. There are currently 61,284 people in the central zone that are not attached to primary care. And again, I will say that I understand that the minister understands this. There's a difference between attachment and access, but we're looking for attachment, Mr. Speaker, for all of the good reasons that attachment makes sense. People need to have a primary care provider that follows them and their families. So we've seen multiple clinics in the last short while shutter with no support from the government to keep going. We know what we need to do to fix this whole thing, and that's collaborative care. But there is not enough in the budget, and this government, there's not enough in this budget for implementing a radical system of primary care, primary health teams, family health teams, I should say, and it doesn't appear that the government has a full plan about that. So there is some money for primary care. We know that. We're welcoming that, but we still have yet to see how exactly this issue is going to get attacked. And of course, the knock-on effects of on all parts of the health system are truly alarming. There are ways to address the issue that the government is not pursuing. We know that the conventional private practice model does not make the best use of limited healthcare resources, and many healthcare professionals have expressed a desire to work in different, more collaborative models. We've heard this from the minister. We've heard this from the professionals themselves, and we've heard that the minister has heard them. The conventional model means that doctors are doing work that other professionals are skilled in performing. We know that collaborative care delivers huge results. Research shows that community health centers offer significantly more comprehensive services than other primary care models, like fee-for-service practices and clinical care-only teams. We know that clients of community health centers report a higher satisfaction across accessibility, prevention and health promotion, client and family centeredness, and chronic disease management compared to clients of other models of primary care. We know that community health centers provide superior chronic disease management. We know that clinicians in community health centers find it easier to promote high-quality care through longer consultations and interprofessional collaboration. All of this sounds really good. Community health centers foster environments in which community members and staff feel empowered to participate in decision-making. Collaborative care provides a triple bottom-line solution: improved individual health care, improved community and population health, and more cost-effective health care and social service systems. Collaborative healthcare, family health teams equals better health and, wait for it, wellness. Mixed Speaker. We saw the benefits of this model of care in the NDP developed collaborative emergency departments that this government is shuttering and that the Liberals did not invest in. A 2014 evaluation of CECs found that at all CEC sites, patients had better access to primary care services. When the CEC model was implemented, there was a dramatic decrease in unplanned closures of local emergency departments, and patients are far more likely to have access to the right provider at the right time in the right place than they did before the CEC was introduced. Sounds like a good model to me. Too bad it wasn't continued. It was continued in other places, Mixed Speaker. Across the country, the model was copied, but not in Nova Scotia, unfortunately. Despite the mountains of evidence that these models work, we know that there are still not enough allied health care professionals working in collaborative care in Nova Scotia. There are not more than a few social workers, licensed practical nurses, and dietitians working in primary care, for instance. And as far as I know, there are no collaborative care collaborative primary care clinics that employ paramedics, physician assistants, midwives, occupational therapists, or psychologists anywhere in the province. There's incredible potential here to make sure that we are making the best and the highest use of healthcare professionals. Multiple other jurisdictions have much more advanced abilities to support this style of healthcare delivery, such as PEI, Ontario, BC, and New Brunswick. There are a range of funding models that can be used to encourage team-based care. For example, Ontario has over a dozen different alternative payment arrangements designed to encourage collaborative care delivery. The government has taken tiny steps in the right direction, but we need to take huge leaps. One example of something that the government could do right now is fund the Nova Scotia Association of Community Health Centres to operate at their maximum capacity and to treat them as full partners in primary health care delivery. And this is why our caucus has introduced the Collaborative Care Act that would require the government to speedily appoint a task force to consult with physicians, nurses, midwives, occupational therapists, paramedics, pharmacists, physician assistants, physiotherapists, psychologists, counselors, respiratory therapists, social workers, speech-language pathologists, dentists, dental hygienists, community health centers, community health organizations, health education programs, patient advocacy groups, First Nations communities, African Nova Scotian communities, Acadian communities, and other bodies as needed. And the task force should report to the minister on current payment models, staffing roles and ratios, scopes of practice, models from other jurisdictions, health equity in areas of greatest need, and other things. So that will always look different from different, in different communities. From community to community, collaborative care and family collaborative care practices will look different. Because, by their very nature, they are responsive to what communities need and what communities look like. As government works with communities to tailor what's needed, we need to have a start to this, and we need to move quickly. Our healthcare system depends on it. This bill that's been introduced by the Liberals would be a good step in ensuring that we have some access, that we have access to some of the information we need to solve this issue, i.e., a way to attract doctors to the Central Zone. But we also need this government to get moving on tackling the root of the issues. Oh, I'm sorry. Mixed Speaker, I'm a little confused by my notes. Our bill, the one that I was just talking to, would be a good step in ensuring that we have some access to the information. The Liberal bill that we're talking about would help the cause because it would help incentivize or entice family care physicians, family practice physicians, to come back to the Central Zone. We have lots of ideas, Mixed Speaker. Healthcare workers want to be a part of the solution, and there's lots we can do to support them to work better together. So I will leave my comments there, Mixed Speaker, and again, thank the Liberals for introducing this bill, encourage the government to reinstate the incentive program for doctors in the Central Zone, and echo my colleague's thoughts when he said we don't need to get rid of a rural incentive bonus, but perhaps we have a rural incentive bonus is at one level, but we also have an incentive to bring doctors back to the Central Zone. It's not Oh, maybe it is rocket science. I don't know. But I mean, I know it's complicated. I know health systems are complicated. But that to me seems like it makes sense. So with those several words, I will leave it there. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make a few short remarks here on this bill. Mostly prepared remarks, but I have some others I'd like to make towards the end here. But anyways, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. Recruiting doctors is a big priority for this government. We've already made several changes that demonstrate our commitment to making health care better for Nova Scotians and for health care workers. For instance, we established the Office of Healthcare Professionals Recruitment to focus on the sector as a whole. It was time for a change, and I'll go back to the sector as a whole shortly, but we realized it's time for a change in how we approach recruitment overall, and we are already starting to see the success. Just last week, we announced a bonus and incentives for nurses and other healthcare workers, including paramedics, telehealth staff, and continuing care staff. Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current primary care physician incentive program reflects the current needs of our healthcare system and allows us to target physicians who can help us to meet those needs. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell the House that the changes that we've made to our incentive offering actually made more doctors eligible for incentives than before. They are more generous, which makes us more competitive. They are also more straightforward. And these programs reduce the administrative burden on staff and on doctors, which is really important since we want them seeing patients, not trying to cut through red tape. Mr. Speaker, financial incentives alone will not do it, but financial incentives along with other things that Nova Scotia has to offer, like a great quality of life, interesting work and career growth, and opportunities for spouses and families. These things together make us an attractive destination for doctors. It is an extremely competitive market out there, and Nova Scotia is a relatively small jurisdiction. And having incentives is one tool in our toolbox, and we can sometimes get us in front of people who haven't even been considering Nova Scotia before. Once we're in the door, we know we have a compelling story to tell about living and working in Nova Scotia. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of things that I guess I'll start by talking about how I fully understand. I fully understand the concern and the angst, I guess, for any community in Nova Scotia that is faced with the challenge of trying to recruit doctors. It's a difficult job. I've spent in my community, in my little small rural community, we have a place called the West Colchester Medical Clinic. And that clinic, until just recently, we were fortunate enough, I think 2 or 3 or 4 months ago, that Nova Scotia Health actually took charge and responsibility for that clinic. But that clinic, the building was built by the community. The West Colchester Medical Society fundraised, and they operated that community. The doctors paid rent, and they billed Nova Scotia Health or whoever it was at the time. This was 25 to 30 years ago that began. But unfortunately, one doctor that had worked there for 25 years, and another doctor that was working there as, I don't know if you'd call him a locum or not, because I think he was, he was back and forth. I think he did, if I remember right, 2.5 days a week in that clinic in rural Nova Scotia, in Bass River, that the community ran. In 2019, they both retired together at the same time, and here we were in a pickle. No doctors, no nurse practitioners, and before I go any further, I want to give the Deputy Premier of the former government kudos on this, because if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't even have ended we wouldn't even have had a nurse practitioner fill in, and we've been quite successful at that since. However, I know very well the challenges of trying to recruit doctors to rural Nova Scotia. Doctors typically, and so, you know, I guess there's maybe, and a little caution here, I guess, how I frame this, but, you know, young doctors are certainly a target, and as we try to recruit them, it became very obvious that they're not comfortable coming to a small rural community initially. They want to be in a larger kind of collaborative care setting where they have other more experienced doctors to lean on. You know, and I can understand that. So it's very hard to recruit them. There was some interest by some, I say, senior doctors that were kind of ready to maybe maybe take a little bit, maybe kind of slow down a little bit. You know, they were sort of more interested, and maybe, you know, we still weren't successful there, but there was some interest from them. And another challenge, of course, is that in the rural parts of Nova Scotia, and I'm saying this because the member from Halifax Atlantic, when he presented this bill and framed it, he continued to talk about Halifax and HRM. And the last thing I want to do, and mind you, I'm pretty passionate about rural, but in this doctor discussion, the last thing I want to do is pit rural against urban in this, okay? It's, anyway, but he kept referring to that. So certainly large centers like Halifax or Sydney or wherever, where they have larger regional hospitals, are very attractive to, once again, young doctors. You know, some of the things we were told was, they want to be closer. They don't want to be that far away from these regional hospitals. You know, they want to have, again, more people to lean on. They also, a lot of young people, young doctors, we were told, don't want to just practice primary health care, okay? They want to have an opportunity sometimes to do some emergency medicine. Maybe they want to have an opportunity to do, I don't know, whatever, you know. I'm not a doctor, I don't know what all those things are, but anyway, you know, they wanted some variety in their work. So, you know, as I said, I understand the challenges of folks in any community, that need doctors, and we all know, you know, it's a challenge, it's a defining issue, I think, of our day. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter if you're in Alberta or if you're in Nova Scotia, where you're at, there's a demand for doctors. So we're no different than anybody else. But and I have no idea the rationale of the decision, you know, with this incentive business. I just want people to understand how challenging it is to get a doctor to come to rural Nova Scotia, or a nurse to come to rural Nova Scotia. We all know that. It's no secret. We have invested as a government in 25 seats for rural doctors in Cape Breton, and everybody was happy with that. So there must be some recognition that rural has a challenge there, right? So you know, we've invested in that. We've invested, I think, in St. FX on some research for rural health care. So, you know, there's some real challenges there. So I just, it's important that I feel, I understand what it's about, but we faced those challenges for years, okay? And so suddenly, you know, there's others are kind of feeling the same that we felt for years, and suddenly they want a change. Now, I want to shift gears a little bit, because I need to. The member from Halifax Atlantic, when he stood there, he made a lot of what I consider to be kind of, I don't know, you know, I really don't know, some comments, some claims that I think might be, you know, a little bit off, but I don't know that for sure. Certainly, I'd like to see those tabled. In particular, the information about I think it was Armdale, I can't remember, but he said there was 2,000 when we came to power without a doctor, and now there's 14,000 without a doctor. I'd like to see that tabled, because as I understand it, and I might be wrong about this, but as I understand it, they're not broke down by communities. I can't tell how many people in Bass River don't have a doctor. I can tell how many in the northern region don't have a doctor, but maybe he has different information than I do. So I'd like to have that tabled. Am I allowed to ask that? Is that a requirement because I'm going to make a comment here in a minute that I'm more than prepared to table the information on. So can I ask to have that tabled?
The requirement for tabling is for really citing documents word for word. It's my understanding that referencing a document doesn't necessarily need to be tabled.
Well, here's
I will consult with the clerk for a moment, though, just to get the proper answer. I'll advise the member and the rest of the House that you can request the document to be tabled for sure, but unless the member is citing it word for word, it's not necessarily a requirement.
Well, all I know is
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
All I know is that I just recalled that I'm not allowed to use a prop, but I do remember him waving some papers around like this as if he had those documents in front of him. You remember that? So we must have those documents. Thank you. So here's what you can take to the bank. In Colchester North, right now, there are 21,000, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. In the northern region, right now, there are 21,882 people without, hold it, I don't want to say anything wrong because I'm going to table this, okay?
You can't table text messages, Tom.
Hey, you want my phone?
Nothing to see here, guys.
Currently, the northern zone has 24,492 people without a doctor. Back in 2021, there was 21,882, okay? So we're not being favored. We don't have a big advantage. Now, the one thing that I want to say here in closing, and I hope I have enough time, during that time, when we were trying to recruit doctors to West Colchester Medical Clinic, we couldn't get a doctor. There was a doctor in Halifax that was willing to come and bring her colleagues to West Colchester to help in that clinic, and the government of the day and the Minister of Health of the day refused to give them whatever that is, that accreditation number or that billing number that would allow them to bill in our region, okay? So let's not talk about how we were being, we're somehow favoring ourselves when the government of that day deliberately would not allow a doctor from Halifax to come to rural Nova Scotia to help us out. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
You got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the other members who have spoken before me. I just wanted to raise a few points on this bill here, which I think is really important. And I wanted to start with some numbers as well. And to the members, the previous member's point, I will table those, certainly. So just wanted to talk about Bedford-Sackville as a region that's tracked. So this would probably include my riding, the member for Bedford Basin, the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, and probably the Minister of Justice as well. August 2021, obviously the month of the last election, there were 3,837 people in Bedford-Sackville without a family doctor. August 2021, 3,800. March 2023, this month, 17,931. That is an increase of 467% in just 18 months. So a little over 14,000 people have been added to the list in Bedford-Sackville alone in the last 18 months. And obviously, the area is growing very, very quickly. Every day there's new building going up. And as the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs will know, very well. 3 of the 9 special planning areas that the province has put forward are in my riding as well. Another 9,000 units, another 20,000 people, let's say, over the next decade or so. And so unless something changes quickly, that number of unattached people in the Bedford-Sackville area, I imagine, will be over 20,000 very, very soon, with no signs of slowing down. And just to give the sense that the issue is not just that the area is growing quickly. It's not just that, you know, there's more people moving in and therefore they don't have a doctor when they move here. Over 50% of the people on that wait list are on the wait list, not because they've moved here recently, but because they have a doctor who's retiring or a practice that's closed down. So the issue is not simply that the area is growing quickly, thank you, but that doctors are either stopping practice for one reason or another, or they are retiring. And I want to touch on a couple of points that the member for Colchester North mentioned. He talked about the fact that the current incentive program, and I may have his exact words wrong, I apologize, but the essence was that the incentives that are in place now reflect the current needs of our healthcare system. And with respect, I just can't agree with that, because we see, as we've all pointed out many, many times, a massive increase in the need of family practice wait list in the Central Zone specifically since this government took power, more than doubling. So to suggest that the current system is working, I just don't think is borne out by the facts in any way, shape, or form. And there's a very clear, you know, first-year psychology class I remember at Dow, they said, don't confuse correlation and causation. Sometimes those are 2 different things. That's a good thing for politicians to remember, by the way. But I think in this case, this is actually a good example of causation, right? There's an obvious cause and effect. So cause, March 2022, we see an incentive program disappear quietly, as these things tend to do when it's not necessarily good news, disappears into the night. A year later, we see a huge spike in the number of people without a family doctor in the Central Zone. So to me, that's a pretty clear cause and effect link. And so unless there is some change to this program, which we are putting forward in this bill, which I think is common sense and an obvious need, and as the member for Halifax Atlantic said, there are members of the government side who are within the Central Zone, and I'm sure are dealing with the same issues that I'm dealing with in my office, which is a huge number of people without a family doctor, waking up with a sore throat or a runny nose or a cold, or their kid has a fever. And what are their options? Their options are to go to a walk-in clinic, which they often can't walk into, which they need to line up at 7 o'clock in the morning for an hour before the doors open. They might sit in line for 5 hours with a crying, sick kid. That is not fun. I've done that. That is not fun. And then you may be seen, you may not be. What's the other option? Go to an ER. Go to an ER. Maybe you go to Cobequid. Maybe you go to the QE. Maybe you're over in Dartmouth at the Dartmouth General. No matter where you go, you're probably waiting a few hours. Again, whether or not you get care is uncertain. And the number of people without a family doctor is really the root cause of so many other issues in our system. So if we can figure out how to address that in a meaningful way, I think a lot of the other issues we're dealing with will not fix themselves, but certainly it's a great first step. And so this government, as they've talked about endlessly since the budget was tabled, and even before that, is willing to spend huge amounts of money on health care. $6.5 billion the Minister of Health was talking about today. $300+ million at the very tail end of this fiscal year for incentive bonuses for nurses and others. $300+ million. Now, I don't know exactly how much it cost to have this family doctor incentive program in the Central Zone, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't $300 million. So if you're willing to spend $300 million on an incentive, and the member for Colchester North talked about the importance of incentives, and we agree. So if the member for Colchester North thinks incentives are such a great idea, why did we get rid of this one incentive that was obviously working to help? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So this is a very simple, common sense change. This is not something that requires study or jurisdictional scans or endless work, because we just had this program in place a year ago. It wouldn't be difficult at all to put it back in place. And the cost versus benefit, I think, is obvious. So I do want to end on a hopeful note, I would say. Last night, during estimates, I was asking the Minister of Health and Wellness about this issue, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, and I don't have the exact words, but she did suggest that, you know, things can change. They're always monitoring. Maybe she was just being nice to me. It's possible. It was late. She'd been there for a while. But I took some hope from that, and I think that this is a really obvious area where there can be and should be some change, and I think it would make a huge difference, not just in my area, but in half the constituencies of this province. And this city is growing very, very quickly. And if we don't get a hold of this issue sooner rather than later, we're going to see tens of thousands more Nova Scotians without a family doctor, and all of the trickle-down effects that that has on their social, physical, and mental well-being. And so I would encourage the government to take this issue forward and please reinstate this incentive for the Central Zone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak on this Opposition Day bill. I forget which member actually just said it, but there was an assertion that I'm sure there are a lot of things that can be done to help recruit physicians to Nova Scotia. One of them is Bill 256, allowing allied health professionals to work to their full scope of practice. Having allied health professionals across the province who can support the physicians of our province makes us more attractive. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as one of the Metro MLAs, I'm certainly well familiar, especially as a health professional, the challenges that we face recruiting across the province. One of the things that also helps to recruit a physician is having one patient, one record. This government's going to make that happen. Something else that brings physicians to this province is the coolest robotic arm for operations. And Mr. Speaker, I got to use that as a physiotherapist. It took all those years of playing video games and put it to really good use, because I got to operate on a hip using that robotic arm. And you cannot scrape away healthy bone using this device. That excites physicians to come to this province. What also excites physicians coming to this province is when we have enough beds for everyone in acute care, in our rehabilitation centers, and in long-term care, and in residential care. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I graduated a long time ago, as everybody knows. The same rehabilitation facility, I'm not that old, the same rehabilitation facility that was there when I graduated in 1984 is still the same rehabilitation facility in Halifax. This government is going to bring in the transitional care units to help people who are in acute care waiting for long-term care to be in a place that's more appropriate for them. And it was actually raised during question period, Mr. Speaker, where someone commented, rightly so, that people in acute care who are waiting for long-term care are not getting the full scope of services that they need to improve their mobility, to improve their quality of life. And I agree wholeheartedly with that member. That is why we are moving quickly to provide more acute care to long-term care access beds in the province of Nova Scotia. You know what also helps to recruit family doctors, Mr. Speaker, is a new emergency department at the Dartmouth General Hospital. I'm from Dartmouth. That facility has been in dire need of a new emergency department. I have 4 boys. I can tell you how many times I've been there. I think we should have had our own bed, you know, with a plaque on it for the Adams-Lavoie family, because we spent a lot of time in that emergency department. That new emergency department is going to be spectacular. It is one of the biggest investments in Dartmouth You know, it's also going to bring more physicians to the province of Nova Scotia is 34 new nursing homes. And I know that opposition know where they're going. So if you're going to put colored pins in them, in Metro, get out some red pins. That's all I'll say, Mr. Speaker. Get out some red pins, because a lot of those are going into Liberal constituencies, because that's where they're needed. And that's where they're going. You're welcome. You know what else brings people to Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, and physicians in particular? Is when they hear out west and around the world that this province has the highest staffing ratio in long-term care in the country, with the exception of the Yukon. That is a very big deal, Mr. Speaker. Because I worked, as you know, during the pandemic at Ocean View Continuing Care Centre. And I know what the contingencies were when there were days we were working at 60, 70, and 80%. It's not a great feeling to chronically feel that you're understaffed. But the winds have changed. And as I'm touring around this province, the Minister of Health is doing her listening tour, I'm doing my listening tour. And what I'm hearing from the physicians, as well as the staff in those facilities, that there is hope. That when you are working in fully staffed facilities, when there are enough long-term care beds, when those beds are open, which they are right now, that attracts physicians to the province of Nova Scotia. When you hear of the inequities in a sector, especially predominantly dominated by women, like continuing care assistants, like all of the staff who work in long-term care and acute care and home care, predominantly female, and we raise the CCA wages by 23%. That's almost $9,000. So when opposition say we haven't done anything to improve food security, Mr. Speaker, 23% pay raise sure as heck goes a long way to helping with that. But Mr. Speaker, what we are talking about in terms of physician recruitment is bonuses are one method, and we are constantly reviewing physician incentives. I know the Minister of Health meets regularly every week to discuss that. And I know it impacts long-term care because we need physicians and clinical nurse practitioners to provide that essential service in long-term care. But we also need our allied health professionals working to their full scope of practice. That brings physicians to the province of Nova Scotia. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that other legislation before this House that is going to give all allied health professionals the opportunity to step forward and elevate what they are able to offer as supports to physicians is also going to bring physicians to want to come to Nova Scotia. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are talking about is a multifaceted, multi-targeted approach to physician recruitment. And we don't talk about it very much in this legislature, but if you look at the physician levels in all of the provinces, it's not like Nova Scotia stands out here as an outlier. There are physician shortages across the country. And we are privileged to have seen such dramatic growth in the population, both through immigration as well as our children, not mine, moving home, but children, our children, we wanted them to move home. We are privileged to have a challenge of having such a significant increase in the population. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that the military are having similar challenges in recruiting physicians. So all of the targeted strategies, including an unprecedented $350 million, give or take a dollar or two, bonus incentive retention for allied health professionals, means that any physician who's coming to the province of Nova Scotia is going to be working with a staff that just received a significant thank you, and it demonstrated our commitment to needing all health professionals, all of the support staff, the IT people, everyone who works in home care, long-term care, continuing care, public health, all across the board, Mr. Speaker. So there are also other things that we have done directly to impact bringing in physicians to the province of Nova Scotia. There is a designated path residency for 10 international medical graduates studying outside of Canada, with priority given to those with a connection to Nova Scotia. Expanding to virtual care to all Nova Scotians on the Need of Family Practice Registry is another support system to physicians to want to come to Nova Scotia, because they know if they go away on vacation, there is someone else who can help provide supports for their constituents. Our government also introduced a new funding model pilot for family doctors to encourage a more team-based care. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, when I was in opposition and the whole concept of clinical nurse practitioners and collaborative health centers came about, I was super excited, because as a health professional who has worked exclusively with those with chronic illness, a team-based approach is the most cost-effective as well as the most clinically effective way to improve health care. But I didn't see that move towards having as other members have mentioned, the physiotherapist, the social worker, the dietitian, all of those support staff were not brought into collaborative health centers. And if you actually look at the sheet that lists all the collaborative health centers from years ago and how many allied health staff they had, it's a very small number. We're changing that, Mr. Speaker. We know that physicians are inundated with report forms to fill out, disability tax credits. I had a constituent come in yesterday, Mr. Speaker, whose son wants to get into the military, but he doesn't have a family doctor, so he can't get a medical evaluation in order to meet the requirement to get into the military. So we need every available option on the table to support the physicians when they come to Nova Scotia. And of course, having every allied health professional in the province super excited to work to their full scope of practice in ways they could never have imagined when I graduated 40 years ago is also going to bring physicians to this province. So, Mr. Speaker, with just the minute and a half that I have left, I just want to remind all of the members of this legislature that every allied health professional, every support staff person in this province has worked their hearts out, especially over the last several years. But one of the things that we learned with COVID-19 is we had to be more adaptable. And we had to move quickly. And we needed to bring about changes in how every one of us practices. And that is the target and focus of this government, to make sure that every allied health professional body is consulted. And I want to remind members, in case for those of us on this side of the House where we have 6 of our members who are health professionals, we are self-regulating professions. We are highly regarded in our communities. There is not a single health professional I've ever worked with in all of my years who doesn't put patient rights and patient safety at the heart of every decision that they make, Mr. Speaker. And finally, everything that was in our budget that was designed to improve access to health care and to bring our physicians back to Nova Scotia and to welcome physicians from around the province. There's an entire budget book designed to do physician recruitment, and we're going to continue to use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that every Nova Scotian has access to the health care that they deserve. Thank you.
Order, please. Order, please. The time for debate on Bill 268 has expired. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government Opposition House Leader.
That's a nice little Freudian slip. That concludes opposition business for the day. I'll turn it over to the House Leader for the government. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I move into government business, I move pursuant to Rule 5C that the hour of adjournment tonight not be 10 p.m. but 11 p.m. so we can finish our estimates.
The motion is that the adjournment for tonight be moved from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Will all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The motion is carried. Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's that time again, time for my annual speech about municipal funding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss various funding issues facing municipalities. I have spoken many times on this topic because it is an important issue that deserves attention. As a former councillor and now the NDP spokesperson for the Department of Municipal Affairs, I have often witnessed municipal units fighting over scraps of money due to lack of funding. Municipal units often compete over these small pots because the large pot of money, the Municipal Capacity Grant, also known as the Municipal Grants Act, and better known as equalization, has stayed the same for years, while its name has changed a few times. Mr. Speaker, I was excited, I was elated, I was happy, I was all those things that you could think of, and appreciative, Mr. Speaker. I was also very much appreciative to see more money provided to municipal units last year. This is something that I have fought for years, and to see them receive just a little bit extra was very exciting, Mr. Speaker. Last year, but that was last year, Mr. Speaker, because this year I've been informed that that top-up has not occurred. The federal equalization transfers to the province significantly increased, Mr. Speaker, yet the provincial transfers to municipal units, like the CBRM, have now remained capped again at $30 million for the entire province. And the CBRM, the second largest city, receiving $15 million. Mr. Speaker, this has created a situation where municipal staff spend a lot of their time chasing various funding streams, writing grants and proposals when there is other important work for municipal units and for those workers to be done. Mr. Speaker, municipalities are required to balance their budgets. Due to a lack of revenue, municipalities often need more revenue to avoid budget shortfalls. This lack of funding limits municipal units' choices to improve their communities. Municipal units do not want to raise property tax rates, because rates are too high and comparable to the services that are provided. The lack of funding means municipalities cannot properly improve infrastructure, roads, water, sewer. I know, very riveting things, but also very fundamental, very important to our everyday lives. As I'm sure my colleagues across the way would know, that roads, the water, sewer, garbage, all of that is very fundamental to every resident's everyday lives. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the lack of funding makes it so many municipalities have to do some cutting. It has created an inability for municipal governments to create more sidewalks, especially in our rural areas. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in I know in our municipality, they cannot even create new sidewalks because they first have to bring up their old sidewalks up now to code, and they can't even afford to do that, Mr. Speaker. And so it creates, again, another inability for municipal units to afford to expand water to the rural areas. Now I'm sure some of my colleagues who know the well systems very well, for lack of a better term, you have some great water from wells, but as more people move into those rural areas and create subdivisions, it puts a pressure on those wells, Mr. Speaker, and water that was once great is now basically, you can't even, for some areas, including in my own, they can't even wash their clothes in that water, Mr. Speaker. And so these areas are calling and crying out for more water for more services, water services, municipal water services, Mr. Speaker. Great union jobs, by the way. And Mr. Speaker, and so, but municipalities can't afford to do that because the cost is so great. The lack of revenue means that municipal units cannot provide more accessible recreation indoor and outdoor facilities, Mr. Speaker. And as we move towards a world and communities that are more accessible, municipal units also have to upgrade all of their recreational infrastructure. And many cannot do that, Mr. Speaker. They do not have the revenue. This lack of revenue makes it difficult for smaller or more economically challenged areas to retain their younger population and recruit newcomers to the areas because they simply do not have the infrastructure, the facilities, and the supports that people are looking for. And it makes it hard to compete with other areas. Mr. Speaker, residents are entitled to comparable services at comparable tax rates. Some residents in municipal units would agree that services residents receive are not comparable to the tax rates they pay. Over the years, there have been disagreements on what that appropriate level of funding should be. But people can agree that municipal units are not receiving enough equalization funding that would enable municipal units to provide comparable services at comparable tax rates. Municipalities need financial help. The NSFM, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, has asked for this financial help. They've been calling on the province to increase the equalization payments to municipal units by $20 million over 3 years. I do not see this reflected in the budget. Our party has, our caucus has put forward, I know I have put forward twice now, a bill that would see $50 million for the CBRM, $50 million over 3 years for the CBRM until we could look at a new funding model, Mr. Speaker, yet we don't see that reflected. Despite the government's continuing to change the name of equalization, there still needs to be increases in the funding. Mr. Speaker, the government can change the name of a program. It does not change the fact that that another budget has come before the legislature and municipal funding remains frozen while mandatory transfers from the municipal units to the province are rising based on CPI. The issue of compulsory payments needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. The provincial government is receiving funding from municipal units for education, housing, corrections, and other services which are not municipal units' responsibilities. These are provincial responsibilities, but municipal governments are paying for it, and taxpayers are paying for it twice. These payments are one of the top 3 budget expenses for many municipal units. Provincial costs were calculated by population. The municipal costs are based on CPI. It is not fair that municipal units are paying provincial responsibilities. And second, reason why this is not, is how the provincial government calculates their portion based on population while calculating the portion of municipal units based on CPI. How is that even, how can that even happen, Mr. Speaker? How can you calculate provincial, oh, we're just going to go based on population, but municipal units, guess what? We're going to go based on CPI. It just doesn't wash, Mr. Speaker. Not to me, anyways. So, Mr. Speaker, the Nova Scotians for Equalization and Fairness Group has requested accountability and transparency for government's federal equalization funding of 23.1% generated out of the municipal units to provide comparable services at comparable tax rates. What this group is looking for, Mr. Speaker, is the ability to know and to see where the equalization money of the federal government is being allocated. This task is manageable when we can simply put it in a budget or put it online. Mr. Speaker, municipal units are also getting shortchanged in the funding department through the cannabis tax money. And I know I brought this up many times before, but I'm bringing it up again. Before cannabis became legal, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, the provinces and the federal government agreed, instead of a 50-50 split between the federal government and the provinces, the feds would take 25%, giving the provinces 75%, with the agreement that 25% of the province's 75% would go to municipal units. Instead of allocating the 25% to the municipal units and working with the municipal units to devise a formula, this government, like the previous government, is making municipalities show their receipts and prove their costs, rather than creating a formula. Mr. Speaker, that was not the federal government's agreement with the province when it agreed to reduce its revenue share from 50% to 25%. This has created an unnecessary administrative burden on municipalities and police departments. This government needs to work with the municipal units and NSFM to create a better way of distributing the cannabis tax revenue to municipalities that reflect the spirit of the agreement made with the federal government. Mr. Speaker, I have a few other things I want to talk about, but one I'm going to talk about is this. In 2016, the Auditor General made several recommendations to the Liberal government regarding critical infrastructure resiliency. I understand that the department accepted all the recommendations, and I'm hoping, again, to see the department's response to the report. Our caucus has been working hard on climate mitigation and adaptation policies. In the recent legislative sitting prior, I had reintroduced a bill called Local Action and Climate Change, which would require the government to create a fund and other support to municipalities for climate adaptation. In the election, this government promised that if elected, they would meet the municipalities' adaptation needs. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm still looking for that. And from the storm on November 22nd, 2021 to Hurricane Fiona, it is more apparent than ever that the cost of inaction is still higher, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to an update on how the department works to help our province become more resilient and secure in the face of the climate change emergency. And Mr. Speaker, that includes our municipal units. We need to provide more funding to municipal units for them to be able to deal with the climate emergency that they are facing. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry there, I just realized my purse wasn't with me. So going into supply today, I just had a few things I'd like to comment about. I was sort of getting underway the other day during member statements, but we got a little interrupted there. So I thought I would talk a little bit about some of the things that I had noticed about the budget. So what I was saying the other day was that I don't understand what people who are on income assistance are supposed to do. Everyone I talk to is feeling the pinch of rising costs. And whether it's rent or electricity or food or pretty much anything, I mean, I don't know of anything that's actually going down. Everyone is feeling the pinch. When you go to the grocery store and you get 3 bags of groceries and it's $150, I don't know how people who are on income assistance are supposed to live. And I don't want to be entirely negative here, because there are some good things in the budget here for people who are on income assistance, or people who are living on lower incomes, people who have children. The Nova Scotia Child Benefit, that's a significant increase for those families. But the majority of people who are on income assistance do not have children. They are single people. They are the poorest of the poor. I don't know how they make ends meet. We know the cost of rent is going to rise in this province in the coming years. I don't know how these people are supposed to be able to make ends meet. Many of the people who are on income assistance are disabled. Roughly 50% of those who are on income assistance do have a disability that makes it difficult for them to work or hold a job, a full-time job. And so for them, income assistance is a lifeline. And I've been asking myself, did the government not increase income assistance because they thought that the federal government's disability payment would be coming online? Well, we now know after yesterday that while there is more money to develop that particular payment, I think it was $23 million, that will not pay for that payment to go across this country. We know Nova Scotia has the highest number of people, highest percentage of people with disabilities. And so I think about those people. We've been talking a lot over the last couple of days about the social determinants of health. Being able to buy enough food, enough of the right kind of food, enough of the food that you need to nourish yourself is important for good health. But it's like we've said to people with disabilities, people who also happen to be on income assistance, well, you're going to have to choose. You can have rent or you can have food, but you can't have both. And there is nothing in here to help with that. If you are a single person on income assistance, there is nothing in this budget that's going to help you. And I take the Minister of Community Services at her word when she says, call me if there's people who don't have enough to eat. But I'm concerned she's not going to get any sleep because her phone will be ringing all the time. The truth of the matter is there are Nova Scotians who go hungry in this province. And the situation, because of the cost of living at this time, is more acute. Now, this government didn't cause that, but that is the situation in which they are. There is a cost of living crisis. And for people who do not have the ability to earn more money, who are on fixed income, so it can be seniors as well, this is felt most acutely. The HARP program is now, in the coming year, will be 50% of what it was this year. The Minister of Finance indicated that in an answer to a question to me. And maybe it was naive of me, but the year that we did a $100 increase to income assistance, I actually thought we had turned a corner. I thought, this is people are going to realize this is what you have to do. Yep, you can't just, tinker around the edges. We're going to have to make some big changes here for income assistance. And I was speaking to the then Premier, now member for Timberley Prospect, about it today. And it's one of our great regrets that we didn't index income assistance at the time. Honestly, we thought we were coming back and that's what we were going to do the next year, but that didn't happen. So I guess it's a lesson to all of us not to let opportunity to do the right thing to pass us by. We should always seize that opportunity and make sure we don't let it pass us by. In recent days, we've heard the Minister of Community Services talking about the number of people who are coming off income assistance because of the programs they've initiated. I have news. That's been happening for years. The number of people on income assistance has been steadily declining for years. Probably because it's really difficult to live on it. But that's nothing new, and it is not a reason to underpay our most vulnerable citizens who, quite frankly, need this money to live. There are Nova Scotians who live on less than $12,000 a year. Now, perhaps the government decided, well, we're just going to wait and see what the feds do, because the federal government has been working on a disability payment for those who qualify for the disability tax credit, which would raise their incomes to about $24,000. So it would piggyback on top of whatever social assistance was available in the province. But with yesterday's budget, we know that's still in development. That's not going to happen. And so my concern is we have people who are in the most vulnerable state, often because of their health, through no fault of their own, they're unable to work. And they're vulnerable. And we have said to them with this budget, when I say we, I guess I should say the government has said to them with this budget, you can wait again. You can wait till next year. I have sympathy for the Minister of Community Services. I know what it's like to be the minister. It's a difficult gig. There's no two ways about it. And people don't always recognize it. They know health is difficult. They don't always know that community services is different, Mr. Speaker, but it is, because the needs are many and the dollars are often limited. But at the end of the day, if we are not supporting our most vulnerable citizens, we are guaranteeing that they will get less health, and that will happen to them quicker. Instead of more health care faster, it'll be less health. They'll be less healthy faster, because they're not getting the food they need to eat. They may be living in dangerous conditions because they can't afford rent in a safe area. I actually do appreciate the single-mindedness of the government on the healthcare front. I hope that we feel its effects in the central region. One of these days, I hope that we actually see the doctor numbers need a practice wait list going in a different way soon. I would note that, no, I'll probably wait until we get into estimates and I'll just ask a question about that. But a budget is about priorities, and this government has decided that healthcare is their priority, and I commend them for that. But no government can do just one thing. You have to be able to do multiple things. And I joked the other day, and talked about about walking and chewing gum. But the truth of the matter is governments have to do more than one thing. You have to look after the economy so that you can pay for the programs. And if you're not looking after the economy, you can't pay for the programs. And if you don't increase income assistance, the most vulnerable Nova Scotians get sicker. And I do worry about those folks. The implications for a child growing up in a family without enough income can be great. And that's why I'm grateful for the increase in the child benefit. But I worry about the people who don't get the child benefit. I worry about the people who were just scraping by before COVID hit. And now, with this cost of living crisis, their heads aren't above water. I don't know how they're making ends meet. You can't go to the food bank all the time. And I worry about people not being able to get off of income assistance because they're sick. If they want to get off, if they want to have a job, they can't get off because they're not well. So I thought after last year when there was no increase, I was sure there would be an increase this year, and more, shame on me. I shouldn't have been so hopeful. So I guess I'm making my plea for now and my plea for next year, that the government not do that again, that the government and I get it. A $20 increase is a huge cost to the department. A $20 per month increase is a huge cost to the department. There's no two ways about it. It is a significant amount of money to do that. $100 a month increase was 5 times that, obviously. But I think I thought it was the beginning of something good, and it hasn't been. And so, I worry about that. I worry about the people who live in situations where there is no hope, where the money's gone the day after their check comes. And I worry about what happens when rent goes up. Here in Metro, we have the bus pass. I worry about people who live in areas of the province where they don't have that, where gas costs are high. And in some places, if you're in a rural area, you can't get about if you don't have a car. So the transportation costs are higher. We'll be looking for clarity on what exactly the new rent supplements mean. Who are they for? Who's going to get them? And who is not going to get them? Because there are people who need them, who are in that gap between core housing need and acute housing need, who are not going to be able to get rent supplements, and who need them. If you're spending 48% of your income on rent, you won't get one. If you're spending 50%, you will. There's sort of there's nothing in between that area. So I do worry about that. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about housing in Dartmouth North as we go into supply debates on this budget. I want to talk a little bit about the current situation in Dartmouth North and what we see or don't see in the budget for this kind of the scenarios that I'm about to offer and to describe. So when I was elected, when I first knocked on doors in the 2017 election, the thing that I heard most about in many parts of my community was the people's concern about the rising rents. At that time, Dartmouth North, as I've said before, was a place where you could get a cheap place to live. And at that time in 2017, rents were beginning to rise. There was this indication that things were getting a little out of hand. Meanwhile, income assistance rates were frozen, minimum wage was extremely low, there was unemployment, quite a lot of unemployment at the time. It was a tough go for many people. And so when I was elected, I went to our then leader, the member for Halifax-Chebucto, and I suggested that we introduce some legislation on rent control, which he thought was a good idea. So we did. And that piece of legislation sat on the order paper for several years. We introduced it, reintroduced it. The government at the time was not interested in looking at rent control at all, even though we were sounding the alarms in the NDP caucus about rents rising and that kind of thing. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, things began to change in a very identifiable, remarkable way, I would say. I remember sitting in my office in the summer of 2019 and reflecting to Sandy and Rebecca, who work with me, everyone who comes in this office now has an issue with housing. And they said, yeah, it's true. And I mean, it wasn't totally true. There were a few other things that we were doing in our office in terms of casework, but by and large, we were beginning to see and hear stories of people getting evicted for funny reasons and not knowing that, you know, they could carry on an eviction process through residential tenancies to protect their rights. People were applying more for housing, for public housing, and being told that the wait lists were years long. People's rents were going up in a way that was just unsustainable, and they literally were unable to pay for, the rent increases. And rent evictions began to become popular, as it were. So then when the pandemic hit, we heard the then Premier say the now famous words, "Stay the blazes home," Mr. Speaker, and people couldn't stay the blazes home if they didn't have a home to live in. So we lobbied hard for putting in a ban on evictions and some kind of rent cap, and that did happen. And for a while, it was sort of just to manage the pandemic, but then, of course, the pandemic hasn't really ended yet, has it? So, you know, some things were sort of turning around a little bit to protect people. Meanwhile, the situation was getting worse. So now we come to 23, and we see that the rent cap is being extended, though no longer will it be a set in legislation rent cap, but it will be a set in Executive Council rent cap. The minister has said he suspects the rent cap will be 5%, but we know, Mr. Speaker, that anything that's set in Executive Council is subject to change at any time with no debate, no scrutiny, and no need to answer questions. So it's a bit concerning. So here we are now, rents are skyrocketing. In Dartmouth North, we have, the lowest vacancy rate in the province. The average vacancy rate for Nova Scotia is 1%, which is unhealthy. We know that a healthy vacancy rate is around 3%. In Nova Scotia, our vacancy rate is 1%. In Dartmouth North, it's around 0.6%. So it's lower. It's the lowest in the province. There is nowhere to rent an apartment in Dartmouth North. If people need to leave an apartment, for a reason like, the condition of the apartment, say it's an unsafe building, say their neighbor is harassing them and they just don't feel safe anymore, say they had their job hours cut and they no longer can afford something. If they try to find another apartment in Dartmouth North, it will be virtually impossible, because every time an apartment comes up for rent, the rents are doubling and in some cases tripling. At 71 Primrose, Mr. Speaker, there is a number of tenants, I think there's 16 units in that building, maybe a few more, who have all been told their units need to be renovated. And I have been in some of the units, and they do not need to be renovated. And I'm not a contractor, Mr. Speaker, but I know a brand new backsplash and brand new cupboards and brand new flooring when I see it. Many of the units literally have those things. They do not need improvements, and if they did, they would not be the kinds of improvements that require someone to move out. But the tenants in this building have been told, no, they need to leave, and if they want to come back, they certainly can, but their rents will go up almost $1,000. $1,000. And the minister in charge of the Residential Tenancies Act will say that this type of practice or this type of thing that's happening happens few and far, not very often. The occasional time this happens. The other thing that's happening in Dartmouth North, there's a gal that lives in my neighborhood. She was told by her landlord she had a fixed-term lease. He would not be renewing her fixed-term lease, which was like, I think she was paying upwards of $900 for her apartment, but he would not be renewing it because he had a family member that was going to move into the unit. And a few weeks later, after she moved out of the apartment, she saw the unit on the internet listed at $2,200. So that landlord used the fixed-term lease loophole to get her out of that apartment and to charge more than double the amount that he was getting for that apartment. Now, I understand inflation. I understand that people are facing inflation, expenses are going up. I understand that heat, if you pay for your tenant's heat, it's going up. I understand that, roofs cost more. I understand all of those things, Mr. Speaker, but I don't understand how this government can sit back and allow such an abuse of the Residential Tenancies Act. So that brings me to this budget and what's in this budget for housing. So I hope I've painted a bit of a picture about the situation that's happening. People are getting rent evicted. People are getting kicked out because of fixed-term lease loophole. People's rents are rising. There is no place to go in public housing, and there is no place to go in the market housing. And this budget has no money for new affordable housing. Now, the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs will say there is money for, and that the government has put millions of dollars into housing, and that is true. Millions of dollars into housing is true, but it's not millions of dollars into affordable housing. And this government refuses to adopt a definition of affordable when it comes to those development deals, when buildings are going up, at least in HRM, apartment buildings and many, many units are being built as we speak. There are like 3 or 4 in in the tiny bit of Dartmouth North that I live in myself. And none of those units are guaranteed to have affordable units in them, or none of those builds are guaranteed to have affordable units in them. The minister says, okay, so what we'll do instead is we'll provide rent subsidies. We've got 1,000 more rent subsidies coming, except that you have to be paying more than 50% of your income to now qualify for a rent subsidy. And the minister explains that, the reasoning for that change, well, because there's so much pressure on the program. Well, no kidding there's pressure on the program, Mr. Speaker. Rents are skyrocketing. Landlords are misusing the Residential Tenancies Act to misuse fixed-term leases. Rent evictions are happening all over the place, and there's nowhere to live. So of course there's pressure on the rent subsidy program. My office has been signing people up or helping people who apply to the rent subsidy program for at least 6 or 7 months, because it literally is the only way to stop people in my community from becoming homeless and adding to the tent communities that are already up and around Dartmouth North and other places in HRM. We are hearing stories. I heard a story on The Current this morning, Mr. Speaker, about a woman in Bridgewater who has been living in a tent with her daughter, and they have to stop doing homework when it gets dark out because there's no more light to do homework. Think about that for a minute, folks. Think about that. Imagine raising a child who goes to public school in a tent. There's another story that The Current played the other day about a woman, I think in Lunenburg, somewhere like that, who's renovating a school bus to live in, which would be kind of cool. But right now, the cost of renovations is making it impossible for her to finish that job. This is the province that we are making decisions about and for. This is the province where this government says there's so much pressure on the rent subsidy program that we have to change the qualifications to cut out people who are in what the CMHC defines as core housing need. We recognize people are in housing need, but we're not going to help them until they're in deep housing need. That is reprehensible. It's a terrible move, Mr. Speaker. And so what happens to folks who are in this situation? They pay more and more of their income, the little income they have, on their rent, which means they buy less groceries, which means they go to the food banks, which this government is happy to support. No one goes to school hungry in this province. We heard that today, Mr. Speaker. So people are using food banks, people are using the insufficient food programs there are in schools. People are just going hungry. People are splitting their medication prescriptions in half, spreading their medications over longer, so they're becoming more unhealthy. And therefore, we're putting all kinds of burdens on people in general and also our systems that we are trying to improve, like our healthcare system and our education system. When kids go to school hungry, they don't learn as well. When people can't take the required medication that they've been prescribed, they get sicker and they're more of a burden on the healthcare system. If we want to fix healthcare more faster, then we need to properly invest in affordable housing. We need to make sure that everyone who needs one can access a rent subsidy. We need to make sure we're actually building new affordable housing that is rent geared to income. That means doesn't cost more than 30% of one's income. And we have to make sure that people can buy nutritious food. These are not difficult concepts, Mr. Speaker. This is what we need to do to make sure that our population is healthy and that our healthcare system can flourish and can become a system of wellness. Imagine being the Minister of the Department of Wellness. Well, we could have one if we could do all of these other things that contribute to wellness in this province. So, Mr. Speaker, I will end my time by saying I am wholly disappointed that there is no real investment in affordable housing in this budget, that the rent subsidy program has been cut to shreds, and that this government thinks it's okay that people go to food banks for their food instead of being able to afford their own purchasing of food in grocery stores or in a market. It's shameful, it's reprehensible, and we need to change it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The motion is carried. We will now resolve into Committee of the Whole House on Supply. We'll take a short break in order for the participants to get set up. So, short recess.
Call to order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolutions E11 and E29?
Yeah. Calling estimates E11 and E29. And I recognize member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'm going to go back to, I know the minister's going to be really excited to hear this, midwives. Yesterday, we had a little exchange, the minister may recall, about midwifery services in the province. One midwife in the province who does not want to be named had been tuning into the exchanges, and they shared this response. Number one, services aren't stabilized or can't be stabilized because they're not supported. There are 3 open positions in the province, all parental leaves. No, we cannot get a midwife from Ontario to move across the country to work for 12 months without any guarantee of a job at the end of that time. We have repeatedly asked for these positions to be made permanent, and then they would be filled. So that makes sense to me. It's kind of what I was suggesting last night, but it's good to hear it from someone who's actually working in the profession. When we have vacancies in the current midwife program, it's difficult to fill them because they're not permanent jobs. They're parental leaves. So if you're going to ask midwives who often get trained, well, always get trained outside of Nova Scotia because we don't have a training facility here, a training program here, it's really tough to ask people to pick up their life, their children, everything. You know, the odd person will want an adventure of coming to Nova Scotia for a year, but when those positions aren't permanent, it's really tricky. So it's a chicken and egg thing. Make them permanent, but that means you're de facto adding to the program. But the professionals say that those positions will be filled. So the other thing that this midwife says is one person gets injured or has a baby, and there is no one to cover that leave of absence, and then the program is labeled unstable. But if it's supported properly, it can be stabilized. So I guess I'll just start with that and ask the minister if she has a response to those things.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. And I thank the member for the question. So to your point, the member opposite's point, you're right. When there are temporary positions, we are not in a position to create a brand new permanent full-time position. For every time someone goes away on a temporary leave, it's unfortunately not feasible to do that. So, currently there is no plan to expand that program, and we can continue to work with our partners in NSH, where there are some existing programs outside of IWK, but currently we are not planning to expand the program.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, well, I mean, you know what? That is a refreshingly honest answer. So I guess what I'd like to ask the minister is why? What are the barriers to expanding midwifery in Nova Scotia? I can't see that it's financial because the government is willing to spend money on all kinds of other things for primary health care. Is there opposition from other allied health professionals? What is the barrier to expanding midwifery?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Just a couple of points to make. One, the education feasibility study is underway to understand, what the program could look like here in terms of education, and to implement. To add more or expand really would be a complete change in model of care, right? We would have to look at how and where we integrate folks, and to be honest, right now we're not looking at that model. There are other things in front of us, and I'm not saying it's not going to happen. We're undertaking transformation of the system, but right now we are looking at primary care, surgical access, things like that. So, I don't think there's a barrier. It's just a simple. We can't do everything at once, and so certainly the education feasibility study will inform some of our decisions, and we want to maximize the midwives that we have and understand where they could work in our system, and we need to make sure that we have a sustainable workforce if we are going to change a model of care.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, again, I don't know that we're going to get anywhere with this, but I just will once again say that I believe that midwifery care is primary care. So think about all of the primary care physicians who follow pregnancies who would then be freed up to follow to see other patients. Think about the amount of money we spend at the IWK for people like me and lots of my contemporaries who didn't have family doctors when they were pregnant, who wanted to follow pregnancies or did follow pregnancies, and so were referred automatically to OBGYNs at the perinatal center. I had 2 very healthy pregnancies, thank goodness, followed by very expensive doctors. And for no other reason except my family provider was, aging, planning to retire and didn't want to get up in the middle of the night anymore, which, God love her, totally respected. There's a huge amount of cost savings to be had by implementing a robust midwifery program. The other thing is C-sections. We know the minister has literally just referred to surgical wait times. C-sections are the most common surgery in Cape Breton. There's the huge percentage of low-risk pregnancies end in C-sections. We know there's buckets of data around midwifery care, and it's negative correlation to C-sections or to surgeries. We could be saving all kinds of operating room time, and not to mention, the pain of having to care for a newborn baby with a abdominal wound or whatever, major surgery. What's that? Oh yeah, I'm sure it is fun. It sounds really fun. Anyway, it just seems to me that if we're looking at how to alleviate pressures on the healthcare system, and we have lots of money to spend, which we do, because we've seen it in this budget, midwifery care makes a ton of sense. And it doesn't make sense to not pursue it. Yeah. The midwives that we've heard from that watched the minister's responses yesterday were upset. And I'm wondering if the minister can respond to that sentiment that, midwives feel like they're not being used or not being valued as much as they feel they should be.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So again, we've been working very much in the last 19 months in a test and try environment and looking for, innovations from folks who are working in the field and frontline healthcare workers. So, if there's an innovative approach or an idea that the midwives want to bring forward, they should do that with their managers. And I appreciate the care. I had midwifery care when I was in Scotland. There is a massive transformation project ahead of us, and I'm not saying no, I'm just saying not now.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, I'm going to move on. We've heard from some RNs that are frustrated by barriers to the nurse practitioner program, especially that seats are saved for MPs who are going to practice in rural areas. What is being done to expand the number of NPs that we can train in Nova Scotia?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I'll get back to you about that question. I know that through the Provincial Nursing Network, there is some funding available to support people in hard to recruit areas. And we recently made permanent 20 temporary seats for the nurse practitioner program. But I'll find out a bit about enrollment rates and things like that. I think there's more to say about it. And so we'll just check in terms of what the enrollment is and you know, what the demand is for the program, if there's any vacant seats.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you very much. Excuse me. The Heart and Stroke Foundation has advocated for a centralized registry of AEDs to be made available so that when someone is in cardiac arrest, they can be directed to the closest AED by calling 911. And of course, this would save lives because we know that the time, you know, the time before CPR is a major factor. Is the government working on this AED registry, and why not, if not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you very much. So we do have a registry in the province. There's a map online, and there's been in the past number of months, $300,000 spent on new AEDs, and certainly through the EHS program, Medical Director Andrew Travers does a lot of work on this registry and supporting this program through his work as the Medical Director of EHS.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, it seems like, so I don't think it's true that I can call 911 and be directed to the closest AED if someone is in cardiac arrest. I just want to confirm that. But maybe this is something new that I didn't know about, but in any case, I'd love clarification on that. And if that is the case, is there any plans for it to be expanded?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So according to our sources, That the AED, if the AED is registered, then you will be directed by 911 if you are near. And then the registry is online as well.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, I think the thing is that I think, because I've introduced legislation about this, and I think actually what we're talking about is making registration mandatory or something. So we'll leave that for now. I might have some follow-up questions later. Okay, is there funding in this budget to expand the use of physiotherapists in the public system? For example, are they able to provide care in an ER? How much money is available for physiotherapists to be expanded in the public system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I thank the member for the question. So there's a couple of items. So there is those mobility teams, maybe not entirely all just physios, but also physio assistants and rehab folks who would be responsible to support people in maintaining or maybe even improving their mobility while in hospital. So not allowing any, trying to prevent deconditioning. So there's $2 million for that. And interprofessional, the expansion of interprofessional teams to support 7-day-a-week coverage in hospital. There's an additional $6 million being used to support those interprofessional teams, which would be, rehab services as an example over the weekends, which typically doesn't happen in all spaces.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Right, okay, that's helpful, but I guess, specifically physios in ERs, so when we did law amendments on Bill 256 the other day, the guy from the physio college was asked this question about expansion of scope, and that was one of the things he said that, physios would be very effective at, is like being in ERs to diagnose fractures or whatever, and in certain cases treat things, fractures or sprains or injury kind of things. And then the other thing that we've heard from physios is that they would love to expand into long-term care facilities. I know that our honourable minister worked in long-term care, but that there's other, I'm quite sure that there's some space where physios aren't able to work in long-term care. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, I'm just getting lots of health experts over on the other side of the room tonight, folks. Okay, I'll just ask with the ERs then. Is there any because what I think you've just described, what the minister's just described, is mobility teams for folks who are already admitted into the hospital. I'm wondering if there's any ideas for the ER to lessen pressure on other ER healthcare professionals.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I can't commit that there will be designated physio positions in this budget, but what it does do is, so currently in a number of facilities across the province that do have physio coverage over the weekend, they would be responsible for doing some inpatient work, but also responding to needs in the emergency room. So we will be, that role will be expanding through that $6 million investment, so there will be more access. I think we would probably, if we were going to look at physios designated, to hospitals, emergency rooms, we would probably want to do a test and try. We would need to kind of understand, what their responsibilities would be, who they would see, what the amount of flow. It may not be appropriate for every hospital because we want to use folks to the highest scope, but we also want to make sure that when they're at work that they're being utilized as well on a regular basis. So I think, there's a possibility for test and try, but certainly that $6 million is an expansion of the services that some hospitals would not have physio coverage over the weekend. So that will be an improvement. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you for that. So a similar question is for physician assistants. So we've been talking about physician assistants for a long time. What is the budget line to add physician assistants to ERs? Excuse me, how many will be added across the province? And also, is there money to add physician assistants in other parts of care, like primary care, for instance?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So in terms of physio assistants working in the Emerge, there's $5 million allocated to that expansion. And so ideally that would, pending recruitment, our ability to recruit, we would be looking, around the end of the second quarter. But again, it will depend on availability of resources. And then also there's an additional $1.7 million being invested in physician assistants in primary care.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great. And the physician assistants in primary care, do you have, are they placed? Are there physician assistants who are on the ground working in primary care now in the province, or what is the plan for that?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So no, those currently are not in place. This is something that we want to implement. Again, looking at where the sites who are ready to accept them, and so I think we have to continue to recruit to those positions, and it is something that's it would be a new kind of a sprint initiative, something that we're trying to roll out this upcoming budget year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, my time is almost up for this hour, so I'll just start and recognize that I'll pick this up when we start again. But also, part of the recent funding announcements lately have been, as was the medical school in Cape Breton. While many see this as a good move, there's been concern expressed by local doctors who find the proposed school would rely too much on doctors in clinical instruction, doctors who are already overworked and in short supply. How will the government ensure that the medical school project does not siphon valuable resources from our healthcare system? Was it a consideration when the funding was figured out?
Order. The time allotted for the NDP has expired, and I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, and I'm really glad I've got a few questions for you here tonight. I'm going to start with the one in regards to nurse practitioners in different practices. Can you tell me, since you started, since you took over this as a minister, how many nurse practitioners have been given to family practices? And what is the
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. We've had a net gain in the past year of 47 new nurse practitioners. So there's a total of 247 in the province. And I just have the breakdown of where they work. So 78 of those 247 work in physicians' offices or family practices. Another 45 work in community health centres. And there would be some assigned to long-term care as well.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get the number for the ones in family practice where there's doctors. And if you could also add, in those family practices, how many doctors are in these? Well, there is a reason why I'm asking, because my own family doctor, there were 3 doctors, and now we're down to 1, and he will be retiring soon as well. He's in his 60s. They've been begging for a nurse practitioner, and they were told, because you're not 5, you don't get one. Is that accurate? And what is the rules? Who gets a nurse practitioner? Which practices are allowed to have them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we'll get that information if you want to ask the next question, and then we can come back to that, because we have to ask, right? So, yeah.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. I thank the Minister. I also looking to see about collaborative practice and what is collaborative and how do you define collaborative and how many new collaborative practices since you've taken office. Have we opened any new collaborative practices, and how do you define them? Is it just one nurse? Do we need physiotherapy? Is there a rule of what is a collaborative practice?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there are 95 collaborative care practices across this province. There's no new. This budget has about roughly $15 million, where we'll be introducing 11 new collaborative practices this budget year, and we will be stabilizing another 21 with that investment. To your point about there is no set model for a collaborative practice. So you work with the team that's in front of you. You work with the group that you have. Physicians, nurse practitioners, family practice nurses generally are the core, but there may be other allied healthcare professionals. We heard a physician say the other day they'd love to have a pharmacist. We heard another one say they'd love to have a physio. So we do really look at the assets in the community, and we want to work with practices to understand what the skill set is. Perhaps a social worker, as an example, would be, but there may be a mental health clinician. So I think we're very open to looking at the collaborative practice model. Of course, we need primary care providers, generally augmented with a family practice nurse, and then the allied healthcare professionals around that team really are kind of based on availability and community and what that team feels that they would like to recruit to the team.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank the Minister for this. So I'm trying to understand, we are paying the salary, or the government is paying salaries for physiotherapists, for a pharmacist, for any of those, or are these? To me, a nurse is normally what you are giving, or nurse practitioner, to most family practices. When you have, you said they ask for a pharmacist, they ask for this, is the government paying the salaries of those professionals?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the collaborative practice would be paid, the allied healthcare professionals and physicians would be paid by the government, but they would be, and the staff, maybe not the physician, but the other staff would be NSH employees in the primary care program.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So again, there must be some parameters to which practice deserves what. How do you just sit down with every request, or do you have some kind of standards that says you need so many doctors, you need so many patients before we give you? There must be some standards. What are these standards, if you don't mind?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
All right, so I guess what I would say is per physician, there's an expectation if they're an APP as an example, and we would want them to have a panel size. So we would have an expectation that an FTE, full-time equivalent physician or nurse practitioner would have a panel size, first of all. And then as we add resources, we do expect that the care assignment would be shared over all of the different allied healthcare professionals. So we would expect that if we were going to add resources to a practice, that we would expect that there would be more access and attachment for the patients. So it would really depend on how many practitioners that you had. If you have 3 physicians, 2 nurse practitioners, it really is around the complement. And we do try to work with practices. You know, I visit a lot of these collaborative clinics. They're never the same. They are never the same. We work with the assets. There may be 3 or 4 physicians in a small community, and we add a nurse practitioner. They may have a physio. So we really do work with them, but we do look at minimum panel sizes for our primary care providers like physicians and nurse practitioners in order to look, and then we will scale that based on the allied healthcare professionals that work with them.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So from what I understand, depending on who you like and whatever family practice, well, some people may get more than others. There is no specific standards that we follow in order to make it fair for all practices. So there may be family doctors who have been asking for it for years, and they needed the collaborative or the support, and they've received very little. Is that normal? Is that the case?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness. So
I can't speak to that specific practice. There's a hotline that's available now, and he would have, or she would have, or that physician would have received that letter from NSH, Dr. Nicole Boutlier, and that physician should call the hotline if there's more supports that they would like. We don't give money to practices to hire their own staff, right? So if they have a business model as a private business and they want to hire their own nurse, or they want to hire their own whatever, nurse practitioner, that's their business. But if they want to work with NSH, because I have also talked to physicians who only want the money for their practice, they don't actually want the position. So I don't really know what the situation is of that physician, but I have heard from practices like around overhead, right? They want to have their own independent business, but they don't actually want to work with NSH. So it really does depend on the business model of the clinicians in terms of how they want to run their practice. So if that physician is having issues, he should call the hotline, and then someone will get back to him.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the minister for that. No, I'm not saying that one. I'm talking in general. I'm not talking just about that one. I'm trying to figure out who is getting the help, and if they're getting it when they need it, and what is the standard, so that we know that, you know, if there's a practice with 5 doctors is the minimum, then this is what is happening. This is one case that I talked about. But sorry, if I may, I can continue, I guess. What I'm hearing is there is a few doctors, honestly, that are just desperate. They're saying, we've been bombarded, and you're almost, they're feeling that you're punishing them. One of them just said to me, well, they're giving money to pharmacists, $8,000, 0 to us. Another doctor said to me as well, you know, we're working so hard, and now with all this expansion of access points, which is virtual care, pharmacist, walk-in clinic, emergency, which is absolutely wonderful. However, if you have a family doctor and you access any of those, guess what? All your information is being faxed to the family doctor. The family doctor has to hire a staff member just to enter the data, but the family doctor also has to read all that information, that all the decision that whether he agrees or not, and now he's liable for it, and they get zero for all that work. The amount of work that has been loaded to the family doctor right now because of these extra access points where their own patients are accessing them, and now they're responsible to hire staff and to read all this information and to be liable for the information. They have to call. If they disagree with something, then it's more work for them to make sure that this. So what are we doing to protect or to help the doctors? They're feeling overwhelmed with what is happening with all these access points.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So one of the things that we've implemented is an optimization team for just that reason. So these are industrial engineers that go into practices free of charge to work with family physicians to look at their practices, which is the work that happened with Dal Family Medicine. So went into Dal Family Medicine, the practice, was, very, very busy. They felt overwhelmed. This group of industrial engineers, and I think some, very experienced administrative assistants went in and worked with them and looked at what the practice need and how they could most benefit their work environment as well as support their patients. And as a result of that work, that was this team that's free, they were able to take 3,500 more patients by adding and tweaking. One, they're tweaking their processes and adding. I'm not sure, I can't remember what the exact clinical set was, clinical and then a supportive administrative person. So this is the thing, if that optimization team is available to all practices to support them in order to look, we want ideally same day, next day access. Like when we met a physician who had same day, next day access, fee for service. He talked about how worrisome that is, but it allowed him, by changing his practice from booked for 6 to 8 weeks to same day, next day, it absolutely revolutionized his practice. That might not be for everybody, but it worked well for him. And it allowed some of those things so patients weren't accessing care in other ways, right? So if their patients are attached, we want to optimize practices so that they have really easy access to those primary care providers. So that optimization team is available to those physicians to support them.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I'm actually didn't get the answer. Is there any support for those family doctors now that we've allowed patients to go? Are you doing anything to help family doctors? That is the question. Optimizing, you don't need to optimize when the faxes are coming and somebody has to put the data and somebody has to read them. That is extra work. And he hasn't been paid for that visit. Zero. That is just, doesn't need an engineer to figure out that this is extra work on the doctor. Are you doing anything to help those doctors who are already overwhelmed?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we're in negotiations now with physicians and getting feedback from them around practice supports that would help. But to my earlier point, that is the work of the optimization team. We look at what is coming into the practices. We need to understand what the practice needs in order to be maximized. So if there is excessive workload, maybe it isn't the doctor that has to look at that. Maybe it could be a family practice nurse as an example, right? So that's what the optimization team does. It looks at the practice. It looks at the inflow. It looks at what's happening, the wait list, to help identify what resources a practice would need in order to be more functional. So that's the work of the optimization team, and that's the work that was done at Dal Family Medicine.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So every practice can have this optimizing team for free, and how soon can that happen?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the entry point would be through the hotline, and they'll get a call back within 24 hours, and they can make arrangements to understand what it is, the services that
recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I think there is a lot of what we're offering right now, which is amazing, the access points, but we are not thinking of what is that doing to the family doctor. Truly, they are at their wits' end with the amount of work that we have increased because of these access points that we're offering without, and putting the responsibility on the family doctor to be liable. So to me, that is a huge issue for the liability that they're absorbing from everybody, from all these access points. I think that's a point that we really need to think about, and two different practices have said that to me. So please, I hope you listen to that, because it's causing a lot of harm in the offices and a lot of extra work for the doctor who is not being paid for it. My next question will be, so I have one of the nurses actually who wrote about the thank you bonus, and she's a constituent, and tried to get the information because she wanted to sign in, and she was told that the deadline was Monday, that she already missed the deadline to sign into this $10,000 bonus. Actually, I had the case, and I was going to bring it to you just to see if you can look into it. And then apparently the deadline was Monday. Is that accurate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the deadline for the incentives is March 31st. So that's Friday, this coming Friday.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I'll get the exact detail, but she was told Monday, and she was already too late. So I'll get you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I have it with me, and I was going to give it to you, honestly. Okay, the next one is. Okay, last but not least, you know that you met, oh, sorry. Last but not least, you met my constituent who was at the community consult that you had in Halifax, and she asked that specific question, and I have it on my Facebook, is the 24-hour outpatient, sorry, the 24-hour urgent care at Bayers Lake Outpatient Center, right? So I understand that we're having a family practice at the outpatient center, and the CEO, Karen Ophel, said it sounds like a great idea because she knows, and you know, the incredible increase in population in the Halifax West area and beyond. And here we are, the government is handing you on a platter a brand new facility, the old government who announced this in 2017, and you haven't added anything, despite that the increase in population is probably 3 times as much as when they started planning for this. And the people need access, and to me, this urgent care, this facility can offer urgent care. What is the difference between urgent care and family practice? The only thing that we're asking for is 24 hours, staffing it, longer hours to serve the people. There are literally in Clayton Park, if you come, and I would love for you to drive one day and to see 30 people at most of the walk-in clinics in the morning, in the winter. We have never had that many people with that family doctors and the need. But just imagine this urgent care, if it has 24 hours, it could relieve so many of those patients that are showing up at Halifax Infirmary and waiting 13 and 14 hours. We definitely need this, and it's there. The facility is there. It's brand new. All we need is to staff it for longer hours. So I hope I have almost 2,000 signatures. So the CEO asked to hear from the people. People have responded. almost 2,000 signatures. The last thing I checked was 1985. I needed another 60 signatures to make the 2,000. But she asked if people advocate for it, it will most likely get done. People have advocated. Are we going to get something in that area to help us with the increased number of people without family doctors?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So, you know, the Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Centre will have a variety of services, as you said, primary care, there'll be clinics there, procedure rooms, some chronic disease management, as an example, which is, you know, very, very important. It is primary care, right? When you have chronic disease management at a clinic that follows you, it's very important. You know, diagnostic imaging and a number of things. There will be care there. I think we need to staff it initially to the purpose that that it was built for, because we know that staffing is very, very tight. So I think the first part is to staff it to the scope that it was developed, and if there's opportunity to expand, we'll review that. But the priority would be to staff it to the scope of which it was intended, and then we'll continue to reassess from there.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
But this government said they're going to fix healthcare, and in our area, people are seeing the opposite. This is your opportunity to show them that you care about the people in the Halifax West area and what is happening there. It is truly a sad thing what is going on. And I think what we feel is the people in Halifax have been ignored. You remove the incentive, which 4 times the number of people without doctors. I literally never heard of that in my first 4 years as an MLA, that somebody didn't have a doctor. There was so many, and we were blessed. We had a lot of doctors. We've got an exodus right now because of the load, because of the removal of the incentive, and we have an opportunity to help these people and these doctors. So I don't know what else, you know, when the people have spoken and they're desperate and nobody's listening to them. That was a promise by the CEO of the Health Authority that this will happen if people advocated. I've made sure people's voices are heard. I hope you will hear it, and you have time. I hear that it may be opened, and what is the opening date for that facility? The latest, if you don't mind.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So it is on schedule as it was intended, so substantial completion this summer with a open date of February 2024.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So we have 6 or 7 months to find the staff and to staff it 24 hours. You have the facility, you have the capability, and you've said there is no issue with money. Please put it in this area. People need it, and you will be glad to lessen the number of people showing up at the HI. This is how we can help to solve some of our issues. So I beg you, and I will not stop to nag, and on behalf of my constituent, it's desperately needed in that area. And the whole idea of the outpatient center was to put the center where people live. We increased. I remember when I was first elected that we're going to take all the services from the Dixon and VG because they're such old buildings, and we're going to move them where people live. Expanding the HI for the people in the South End and Halifax, downtown Halifax, expanding the Dartmouth for people to access closer to them, and Bayers Lake is for the Halifax West area. That was the whole point. So give them what they need and increase the 24-hour service, please. I don't know how else I can beg on their behalf. Thank you.
Kelly? Oh, yes. Are you? Recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Just a couple of really quick ones here, just sort of follow up on the conversation. Whoops, I guess I have to stand up. That we had yesterday, and I just we were talking about the doctor waitlist registry, which in February 2023, so that's the most recent numbers, show that 6,461 people in February added their names to the list. But 2,469 took their names off the list. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood what the minister was saying about needing to do some work on the list so that people could come off the list, because it did seem to me that people are coming off the list. So if you could clarify how they come off the list and what it is that we're trying to do with the list.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the investments that we have in the list will actually assist us. So in order to come off the list, you have to take yourself off, like you need to notify. There's no automatic way that you would come off the list. So this new functionality will help us do that, really understand who's coming on and off the list in a different way. So right now it's all manual. You know, if you don't take yourself off the list, I don't know that you're off the list, or we don't know that you're off the list. So the functionality helps people, you know, maneuver the list and, you know, see what's happening, update their health status, but also when they are attached, there's a way for us to automatically remove them.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Well, I have to say I'm pretty impressed that 2,469 people in 1 month actually, you know, when they got their doctor took themselves off the list. I actually think that's pretty impressive that people would actually, you know, bother to do that. But similarly, coming on, you have to also call, correct? Yeah. Yeah, okay. And so when we were talking about the list yesterday, you referenced perhaps grouping people, categorizing people, etc. I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit more about, you know, sort of who's going to be higher priority, that kind of thing.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So, you know, we are looking at people who have more complex care needs. So there are people who need ongoing treatment, and we would be looking at those folks to come, you know, it's, I don't want to say triage, but essentially that's what it is. Like, it's not a C-test score that we would use or what have you, but really looking at those folks who maybe don't have any ongoing health care issues at a lower acuity, and then looking like folks, you know, more urgently who may be expecting or, you know, have complex care needs, and yeah, just trying to be a little bit more interactive. And the other piece would be too that you know, as new places open or we add additional resources, we would take directly off the list, so that instead of, you know, Facebooks and, you know, I'm taking patients, we would be very deliberate in terms of taking people off of the list.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So, and further to our conversation yesterday about the Cobequid Health Centre, adding, I believe the minister talked about 24-hour service. So I just want to make sure that I heard everything correct. 24-hour service, adding inpatient beds that would actually be like hospital beds, not just an emergency, but in fact where people could be there. And I just want to make sure that I understood that correctly, because I wouldn't want to misrepresent anything that's going to happen. And if there is a date or when we think this is going to happen. Thank you.
Hi. Recognized Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So yes, it will go to 24-hour care, emergency room, and there will be inpatient beds. The service planning details are being worked out just as we speak. That's one of the initiatives that they're undertaking. So there'll be more about timelines, soon, but I don't have them right now. But certainly, we're not. We want to go, right? We want to go as fast as we can. Yeah.
Good, yeah. Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Thank you to the Minister and everyone for being here tonight. My first question would be, as the Minister knows, the Annapolis Collaborative Health Centre in Annapolis Royal has switched to an urgent treatment centre. I think it's identified in the Nova Scotia Health Services Plan. My question is, what sites in that plan were identified as a UTC model throughout the province?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So there are currently urgent treatment centres at Annapolis Royal, Baddeck, which is temporary, Tatamagouche, and Parsborough, and there is exploration looking at the model that's underway now around other sites across the province. Oh, and there's one in North Sydney. Yep.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the Minister. Could the Minister, explain what the criteria is for identifying those sites as UTC models? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So the urgent treatment model is explored in areas where there is inconsistent openings, I guess is what I would say, in the emergency departments. And so it's also informed, if we look at the CTAS data, that in terms of why and when people are coming for what are they coming to their hospitals for care. And usually you can see the time of day where you're the busiest. And so the urgent treatment centers is generally done when there is a a need within the community with the providers, available providers, to have a different model. And certainly in those urgent treatment centres, that's really been the catalyst. It's been the availability. And because the availability was, when we were trying to staff 24 hours, it was leading to unpredictable hours. This urgent treatment centre model has proven itself to be a model in which people can go for unexpected illnesses or issues that arise and get the care that they require. But it's a predictable, sustainable model, for particularly for the clinicians, and it also provides predictability in the community. And so we work with the clinicians as we do. We don't, we want to make sure that they're on board and that they want to staff it. And so there's a variety of reasons that communities may move to that model, but generally it is fully based on the predictability, providing urgent treatment so that people can go, and know that they can access care there on a regular basis.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So I'm certainly aware of the current sites or sites that have already been identified as either temporary in BDEC or permanent sites for UTC models. What I'm interested in is, and given what the minister just said, you're using CTAS data. I imagine, I know the scale 1 to 5, but assuming you have that data and you're making those decisions to put those potential UTCs on the list, could the minister give me a list of those potential sites being looked at?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the service teams are working on that. It's not something that I can offer just now. There's some work happening in terms of, what each, not necessarily zone, but almost cluster, in each kind of community cluster, what's needed. So that work is underway. And then, there's also sometimes when things come up, we need to move to that model temporarily in order to support access for patients in the community. So there will be some that will be long-standing, but there are times that we need to revert to that model because of the availability of healthcare workers, be it physicians or be it nurses in the community. So you may see that there are some that convert for a period of time, and then with the hope that we are able to restore the emergency room.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. And to the minister, where is the decision made between assigning a potential or current urgent treatment center as temporary, as in BDEC, and when is it assigned as a permanent decision? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we keep the decision making as local as we can. That's what I would say. It's really important that communities can identify the assets and the needs that they have. And so, there's one in Lillian Fraser. That's another one I forgot to tell you. Oh, we did Tatamagouche. So the most recent one in Tatamagouche, as an example, there was community consultation, talked about the model, talked about the concerns in the community, worked with the providers there, and we were able to come up with that model. So it does really sit in community with VP Operations, Nova Scotia Health, to make sure that we are meeting the needs as best as we can. So it isn't a top-down. We try to have a grassroots approach to it to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the community to the best of our ability with the resources that are available.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister through you, Madam Chair. Appreciating that it's a grassroots decision-making coming to the minister, can you say today if Middleton or Soldiers has been identified as a urgent treatment center or potential site?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not aware today that either of those facilities have been identified as an urgent treatment center model. No.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. So I guess to the minister, there is a potential that it could have been or can be identified as a UTC site, yet the minister and her office may not be aware of it today. Is that correct?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I can say specific to soldiers, there is an attempt for restoration of services, so it will return to 4 days a week. Fifth day will be with mobile clinic support, but there is no, I don't see anywhere that they're going to move that to an urgent treatment center.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I appreciate the minister confirming that. So to what the minister just spoke about, working towards, I would argue we're not working towards 4 days a week. We're trying to work towards 7 days a week and 7 nights a week. But anything less would be not what the public's looking for. Is there a strategic plan to increase the opening hours of soldiers? So far with leadership at the Western Zone, I'm not getting any detail on what specifics are being worked on to increase that capacity. If the minister could elaborate on that. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, thank you. So it really does revolve around provider availability. So there are, the recruitment efforts continue. Certainly, through the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment and now having 9 physician recruiters at Nova Scotia Health, it is very important. We continue to look at what are the things that would bring physicians here and the pool of physicians that we can. I am very encouraged by the fact that the College of Physicians and Surgeons has recently, allowed U.S. trained physicians to consider, Nova Scotia as an option in regards to their licensing. I think that will be very helpful for us. So we are looking at incentives. We're looking at recruitment. Certainly the money that was awarded to communities in your area to support their recruitment efforts, in order to look at how best to sell the community, I would say, and we need to work with municipalities and community-based groups to do that. So there's a number of recruitment efforts. And also, trying to get a good match. And Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment have a number of missions that have been, quite valuable in relation to finding contacts. So there is a number. I mean, we want those spaces open again as well. So there is a great effort in terms of recruitment in order to support bringing physicians to our communities.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So I'm certainly aware of, in a general sense, the community groups that are active in recruitment. I wrote support letters for our recruitment teams in the community, so I'm certainly aware of that work. What I'm trying to get to is there a document or is there a specific plan to work on increasing capacity? As a business owner for many years, we always had marketing plans and operating plans, and I see the bigger document, the 28-page document, but I don't see a lot of reference locally to increasing capacity at soldiers through that document. So the minister could talk about specifics on a plan that will increase capacity at soldiers beyond the dwindling down to 4 days a week. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we we would look at recruitment efforts per zone, is what I would say. Looking at different community clusters, looking at attachment, highest need, those types of things, and recruiting there. And then also the candidates that we have, recognizing when candidates come in where they may be best suited to work. And then also, in each of the zones, looking at residency programs so that we have opportunities. Clare is a great example of what a residency program can really do when it gets moving. So we need to look at some of those things, but we would do it as a zone. And we know that there are a number of vacancies in Western Zone across all disciplines, and so the team would be creating a recruitment plan based on that. And each profession would have a different approach in order to recruit and bring them to the community.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. I certainly understand the importance of recruitment and changing that, where that's going, numbers and capacity, but my concern is there hasn't been an improvement given the recruitment efforts we're doing. I know the shows that we've attended. I know the shows that the department has attended. I know the recruiter and the work she's doing. I know the community group doing recruitment. I know the retention work being done, but it doesn't seem to be leading to a spike in attachment or access, I would argue, and we can talk about that later. So I guess I'm wondering from the minister, is there any increased funding specifically for high unattached areas like Soldiers? We're one of the largest unattached areas in the province. As the minister knows, we've lost our emergent services in Annapolis Royal, and we're down to 4 days a week from 24/7 at Soldiers. So I'm trying to get into the detail of what specifically are we doing above and beyond what we've always done to improve what we're seeing on the ground. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member for the question. So there has been, maybe not specifically, I appreciate in your area, but there have been 20 family physicians recruited in the Western Zone from April 1st, 2022 to January 31st. And so we are looking at fit. The incentives are important. Trying to match folks. I am hopeful that this licensing issue will improve, particularly for U.S. trained doctors. But to your point, we're trying to grow our own workforce in addition to immigration, because there is not just a provincial shortage, but really a national shortage as well. So, it is competitive. And so those, we continue. That's why it's so important to work with the community groups, because they're in the best position to support, kind of that local, finding a place to stay, connecting people in community. So it is all levels of government really trying to support this recruitment effort. So, it is helpful. I was really pleased to see that there's that many physicians in Western Zone, because as it does start to narrow the spots where people are willing to go. So, if there's anything we can do to help, we're certainly open to that, but it is around recruitment efforts, finding a match, wherever possible, settling families. Like, we do have a niche program and really want to focus on, like when folks come to bring their families and have a rural settlement, immigration and settlement program, working with the Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration, because it is going to require a new approach, really intentional settlement, working, with municipalities. So, I do think the efforts are starting to pay off. And then, of course, growing our own workforce and having Nova Scotians have the opportunity to train and do return to service work in rural communities will be very essential as well. So it's not a quick fix, but certainly we know that there's a number of gaps across the province.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I'm thankful for residents of the South Shore and other parts of the Western Zone that are seeing an increase but we're not seeing it in my area, and that's my main concern for obvious reasons. So I guess my question would lie on, there's so much investment or talk, I guess, from the minister on recruitment. The 2 ER docs that we've had, 3 ER docs. So we've had 3 emergency doctors, physicians in Middleton, working in Middleton, and now they're gone. I can't get any response from leadership and the minister's staff in the Western Zone of what these physicians asked for, what was not delivered, but I do know that we're missing 3 physicians that were in Middleton, living either in Middleton or close to Middleton, and they've disappeared or working otherwise. So that's a real concern. I would like to know from the minister, you know, what those physicians asked for in support and why we weren't able to support them and why we weren't able to retain them. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank the member for the question. I think that's something that I'll have to look into a little bit more closely, and certainly can commit to sitting with you and talking about what those reasons are. I think it might perhaps be better as a private conversation, you know, especially if we know the 3 physicians and there may be some particular things that we could address individually. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I certainly appreciate that. I can respect that. I'll take it as a private conversation or a conversation in the House, but I hope that the minister and the senior leadership team tried everything they possibly could to retain those physicians. I know there was a pull for physicians, or there has been, to work in regional centers, but I also know the physicians that worked there for many years, you know, were highly respected, loved by the community, did as much as they possibly could, and it just seems like a better way and a more economic sense and more sense all around to retain those on the ground practicing than it is starting from scratch, recruiting all over again, which leads to my concern that there isn't a strategic plan to improve things at Soldiers. I don't see it, I'm not hearing it. And then there are, you know, several indicators, such as 3 physicians leaving the site with no explanation given to the MLA or the public as to why that is. So my other concern to the minister with Soldiers having limited hours is the pressure it puts on not only the public. We live in a remote setting, we live in a very large riding, but my concern is for the paramedics as well. I know paramedics that I know several of them, would wish to be able to bring ambulances and patients to Soldiers. Abruptly in January, they were told you are not permitted to bring ambulances to Soldiers. Could the minister explain why?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I'll get back to you. I think if we wait, you're going to lose the time. So we'll get back to you with that.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the minister for being conscious of our time and being efficient. Another issue around the same subject is, you know, one of the things I'm hearing anecdotally, not directly from leadership at Nova Scotia Health, is physicians across the province in community ERs are struggling to get patients in and out of beds or in and out of the facilities. My understanding is it makes it hard on recruiting new ER docs to these community hospitals when they can't guarantee to any new physician, you will be leaving at the time we said you're leaving. They're staying overnight, day after day, night after night. And that's leading to burnout, which is leading to physicians leaving. So I'm very aware of that. But I guess, what are we doing, or what is the minister doing in her department to address this? You know, without without ambulances and paramedics being able to come in and drop off CTAS 4 and 5. They're being, sent to Valley Regional. There's a backlog at times of dozens of paramedics, and we've seen that online and otherwise. So I guess what are we doing? What's the department doing? What's the minister doing to address that issue of community ER docs staying night after night after night, not being able to transfer patients out? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So, certainly as these urgent treatment centres have started up, we are looking at the model. We want to make sure that there's adequate resources there if they're to take people who require ambulance transfer in. One of the things that we are looking at currently is also how the urgent treatment centres could potentially support long-term care, as an example, so that residents in long-term care wouldn't have to go outside of their community. So those, the understanding of that model and how it can evolve are underway, is what I would say. I think there's a recognition that there's potential there, but we want to make sure that everybody is, to your point, that there's an adequate number of staff and that there's clear direction about who is able to come to urgent treatment, and then what would the priority populations be to make sure that there's not extended trips and transfers. So if we had someone quite unwell, as an example, in long-term care, it would be an ideal opportunity, and then we could grow from there. So there are early conversations happening about that now.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
And I don't know if that was a slip of the tongue, but the question was around the soldiers emerge and not accepting ambulances and not transferring patients back out, therefore leading to emerge physicians staying longer, overnight consecutive. Yeah, sorry. And the minister answered with urgent treatment centers, so I got a bit nervous. Yeah, sure. We've had a few constituents in my MLA office report that when they called the main switchboard number at Soldiers in the middle of the night with a health concern, they were told that the ER is closed, come back at 7:30 when it's open. And this is in the middle of a period when the emergency was scheduled to be closed for several consecutive days. Who responds to these calls at the hospital when it's not open? Why do they not have up-to-date information? This was a few constituents, and the person on the other end of the line had no idea that the emerge was not open.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
If the minister wants to answer that question, Madam Chair, I'm fine with that, and then I can ask my first question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I don't know why the person, I'm really not sure why the person wouldn't have that information. If they're looking for information around a health issue, though, overnight, and they're calling switchboard, it would be ideal if they were able to access maybe 811 as an example in order to support them. And I'm hoping that perhaps the digital front door will also give them a line of sight when that comes. But I really can't speak to the operations at that level why they wouldn't know.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When I left off, I was asking you about the medical school in Cape Breton, so I'll just redo my question. Part of the funding announcements was the Cape Breton Medical School, recent funding announcements. While many see this as a good move, there's been concern by local doctors who find the proposed school who worry that the proposed school would rely too much on doctors in clinical instruction, doctors who are already overworked and in short supply. So first question is, how will the government ensure that the medical school project does not siphon valuable resources from the healthcare system, and is that being considered in the funding for the school?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. I think it's really important that we discuss it. So Dr. Kevin Orrell, as you know, is working with CBU to support the development of this program, and he is doing a considerable amount of community engagement, and certainly he feels that there's a great deal of positivity around this around the school. Also, it informs, we hear that, and we want to make sure it informs our practice supports discussion as well in terms of how we support physicians in practice. But I do want to just share, and I will figure out how to table this, but Dr. Rex Dunn, I don't know if you saw it in the Cape Breton Post, who is a very esteemed physician, and he talks about, throughout this long op-ed, about his about his experience in Cape Breton. So, and he talks about being engaged around CBU medical schools. So he says, a part of it, I am now certain this will be a success. Still, there are years of hard work ahead. Finding enough physician mentors and teachers remains a concern. Another concern has been, a variety of, it will take 4 years to fill the roster at 120 students, then 2 more years of residency. It will be 8 years before we see the first licensed physician from this school. I believe this is adequate time to work through most obstacles. And the final observation is, in the opinion of our Cape Breton citizens, I've spoken to many from all walks of life, there is nothing but overwhelming support for the project. So I think with that amount of community engagement, the fact that, you have folks like Dr. Rex Dunn, we have folks like Kevin Orrell who have been in that community doing, physician engagement. Part of this op-ed talks about 20 physicians who gathered with a lot of excitement and questions. Making sure that those folks are at the table as the planning continues, I think will lead to the success of CBU, and they'll identify the things we need to do in terms of investment and practice supports in order to realize that medical school campus.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. How does the government plan to ensure the doctors trained here will stay to work in rural Nova Scotia? Are there going to be return to service sort of systems, other kinds of innovative systems? What's the plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you, and we talked a little bit about this last night as well. So the medical school, to offer those additional seats, we know that there are a number of folks from Nova Scotia who actually are turned down as a result of the admission requirements and the competitive nature of the program. So we're really confident that this opportunity, will appeal to Nova Scotians. So we do currently have, our CBU has 5 seats at Dalhousie Medical School. They do have a return to service agreement associated with those. We can't, make people stay. There will be stipulations about how, if you have return to service, how you would get out of it. But our current resident retention rate is 75%, which is pretty significant. And by creating an environment where they learn and train rurally, we feel will also be very beneficial in terms of our ability for them to know what they're going into in terms of that practice environment. So, it's art and science. There will be, things to be developed as we move along and understand what people want. But, a 75% retention rate, return to service, if people leave, there are always stipulations about how you exit that agreement.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So I understand that maybe you haven't, or the minister hasn't decided exactly how this will all work, but that's on the table, return to service agreements?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so return to service would be part of the conversations that are ongoing with CBU, Advanced Ed, Dalhousie, us, et cetera, in order to support. I mean, this is a huge investment, and we want to make sure that we have, everything we do is around access and attachment. So yes, we would be looking at that into the future of the program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Changing topics completely. The Canada Health Act says that the province has to cover medically necessary hospital services, including drugs, biologicals, and related preparations when administered in the hospital. But we're hearing from people and staff at the IWK that sometimes families are required to pay for biologics administered at the IWK. Why is that? Why are families being asked to pay for biologics administered?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. I will get back to you. I know this, but I don't trust myself to say it without checking. So we'll get back to you with the answer to that. Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. I'll put a little asterisk by that one and make sure that we come back to it, because I have a follow-up question, but I won't bother asking it until we get the answer. Is there a health human resources strategy underway? If so, what is the budget line? What will the scope be? And when will it be publicly available?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So under workforce planning and initiatives in this budget, there's been $22 million allocated. You'll find it in the administrative parts of IWK and Nova Scotia Health, but there is a document being prepared, and our recruitment efforts are being led by Dr. Annette Elliott-Rose, who is a PhD in workforce planning. So there is a number of initiatives underway, and the strategy is being developed as we speak.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
And do we know when it will be available? When we complete it and then, produce publicly?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So our target would be the end of the second quarter to have that available. Yes. Such clarity this year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North, and you'd like to get all those comments on the record, wouldn't you? So.
Okay, we've heard from former volunteers of the bone marrow transport program since the change from using volunteers to using couriers. The hardworking volunteers from that program would like to know, how much did the bone marrow transport program cost before the change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'll have to check what the amount is in terms of what it costs. Yeah, we've got feelers out.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, well, I'd also like to know when you're checking that, how much is the new contract with the courier? But hopefully you can answer this right now, but what is the reason for the change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So the following factors were considered in making the decision. So it was the recommendation in an August of 2022 position statement from Cell Therapy and Transplant Canada that commercial couriers should be used for stem cell transport for products coming from outside of Canada. 9 centres across Canada, including Nova Scotia, are using contracted courier services for stem cell, which was considered best practice. The safety of the volunteers, I'm reading from a letter because we responded to someone. The safety of all volunteers and staff within the program is primary concern as the travel delays, interruptions, and unrest in some regions. Contracted couriers are insured and have protocols in place to deal with these issues while keeping themselves and the cells being transported safely. Although volunteer couriers are not paid for their time and only reimbursed for expenses, there is significant additional cost of time for the CTTP coordinator to deliver annual full-day training sessions, prepare travel itineraries, and compile the binder of documentation to ensure the volunteer couriers have all required documentation for the retrieval and the collection of the centre and associated travel. So those are some of the things that informed the decision, where it was contracted to a courier. The average cost for volunteer for return travel to there was a specific case, sorry. So those are some of the things that were involved in the decision making.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, certainly. I didn't even know this program existed until we were contacted by volunteers who kind of were asked, were told that they wouldn't be. I mean, I understand that the change started during COVID because of the travel restrictions, which made sense. But then, we're basically told that, thank you but no thank you, except I don't know if they were actually thanked. So I'm not sure. So I'm wondering, has there been any sort of follow-up with folks who were doing that volunteering in terms of thanking them for their service or honoring them in any way?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member. So just in terms of the contract, it would be a demand, like a service like by demand. So we won't know until we have had the contract for X number of time beforehand. And I will follow up because certainly I learned of this through correspondence, and I believe that there was a reach out, but I'm not sure if it was to the individuals that contacted us or more broadly, so I'll check.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I'm just going to turn my questions to some gender-affirming care questions. I know that my colleague asked some last night, but I'm going to ask a few more. So in 2021, 42 gender-affirming care services were approved. To confirm, I just want to confirm what I think we heard last night. In 2022, 100 gender-affirming care services were approved. I want to confirm that that's correct, and I also want to ask what the total cost of those 100 services was.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so in 21-22, there were 65 individuals who received gender-affirming care outside of the province. Outside of the province, right? 21-22, there were 65. 22-23, 118, and the budget is allowing for up to 380 individuals to access care outside of the province in this upcoming budget year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so in 2022 there were 65. In 22-23 there were 118. There is now a budget to allow 350. 58? 380, sorry. So we see that there's 1.7 million in the budget. Is that an addition to an existing budget for gender-affirming care? Or is that like 1.7 total for gender-affirming care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
That is a total. So 22-23, the budget was 750,000, and 23-24, we're adding 1.7 million for a total of 2,450,000.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great, and is that ongoing money? Will that money stay in the budget now on a go forward?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great, so the estimate of 380 surgeries being done, according to experts in our community, seems too high based on the data currently available from StatsCan. So can the minister explain where this number has come from? Because it is, a big leap from what was done this year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So really, I think it's based on the history of referrals, and it is an estimate, and so it's up to. We may not reach that target, but it is there if we need it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great, thanks. Can the minister let us know if in 2021 or 2022, was anyone approved for services not normally covered? These are gender-affirming care services not normally covered by MSI, such as female vocalization surgery?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would have to check. I'll have to get back to you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, and then just a follow-up to that. Has the department ever used NDAs, speaking of NDAs, when services not normally covered under MSI are provided as the result of an appeal by somebody?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would have to check in the department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to ask a little bit about the emergency department crisis and the recommendations from the NSGEU. As the minister would be aware, the NSGEU provided a document entitled Recommendations from the Front Lines, which I will eventually table, but I'm going to do a lot of reading from right now, Mr. Chair. And there was recommendations on staff recruitment and retention, staffing, taking the pressure off the staff, safety, facility changes, and morale. I'm just going to ask a few questions about staffing, first of all. One of the recommendations, the first recommendation by the NSGU was to provide 2 clinical resource nurses beyond 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sorry. Provide 2 clinical resource nurses beyond the 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday time frame. Wondering if that recommendation has been looked at and if that might be changing and if it's reflected in the budget.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would have to check in terms of what site-specific things have happened with that letter. Like we can go through it. You probably have 10 questions on it, but it would probably be easier just to get an update. There has been amount of money that's been invested around like the flow lead and offload teams, adding physician assistants. There's been a package of things that we accelerated in January. We pulled out of the budget and are implementing. So I can tell you if it's specific to one site, what parts of those have been implemented, but we continue to work with the union certainly, and you know, the recent incentive programs as an example is you know, based on the feedback that we receive from the unions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay. Well, I'll just ask a couple more questions about it. So in terms of triage, any given day or night, there are a minimum of 20 patients in the waiting room with 2, sometimes 3 nurses. So that means that on average, this is coming from this is NSGEU, right? So my understanding is that's HI, right? Like that's Metro. No, it can also be Dartmouth General? Huh? That's what I thought, yeah. So that means on average, a nurse in triage on minimum has around 10 patients that come in with a complaint that have no reassessment and no real judge of severity or of illness or injury other than a minute-long triage note. These nurses are expected to keep them comfortable, healthy, or alive, and continue to take on more patients. So there needs to be a minimum, another nurse at least, and ensure that there are 3 nurses there at all times. So is that a guideline that's being sort of worked toward, or is that what am I trying to say? A metric that is generally accepted? Does the government accept that that makes sense? If that's not happening, what is being done to make sure that that does happen? This is.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So certainly the addition of the waiting room care provider would be a clinical staff member who would, So the addition of a waiting room care provider, different than an advocate. The care provider is actually a clinician who works in there to do just that, support people in the waiting room who are waiting to access treatment. We're just checking to see if that position has been filled, where they have been filled or when we anticipate it will be filled. But that would certainly be one of the things that it may be arose by another name, but it is an additional resource for busy waiting rooms. Yeah. Oh, the
I recognize
QE2, sorry, it has been implemented. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay. Has the department responded, or NSH responded, I guess, to the call for 24-hour, 7 days a week social work coverage on all, or on-call hours, after hours? So there are often 4 to 5 unhoused patients, for instance, sleeping in waiting rooms overnights, or coming in with trauma or arrest, that kind of thing. So the NSGEU is calling for 24-hour 7 social workers. Is that happening?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I know that there has been some work. I don't think those positions are necessarily designated just yet. There is $6 million in the upcoming budget, though, to look at those allied healthcare professionals around the clock. But I do know that there has been times that we've worked with our colleagues at Department of Community Services to identify spaces, as an example, for people who would present perhaps needing to be housed, that there is some work that's happening between our frontline social workers and some of our busier emergency rooms to support people that present to emerge with social, predominantly social issues, to support them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, what does the minister say to the following statement? That's the best way to ask this question. Cobequid needs to be made a 24-hour facility. Is that something that the minister agrees with? Is that something that is happening or being looked at?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you very much. Thanks to the member for the question. So the Cobequid Community Health Centre, we are looking at 24/7 and also inpatient beds. It's in the more faster in that document.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, is there any consideration being given to the idea that Cobequid should be able to admit directly to floors at the QE? My understanding is that there's like a backlog thing where Cobequid has to send people who need to be admitted to the emergency room at the HI, and then they're sitting there. They've already been, at the Cobequid waiting room. They get seen. They're told they need to go get admitted, but then there's this whole backlog waiting to get admitted. Is there anything being looked at so the Cobequid people can admit directly to the floors on the QE? With your special, awesome tablet system, could that help? Special, awesome.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank you. The C3 will certainly help us identify capacity, in terms of transferring patients. I think there would be some logistical issues that would need to be worked out in relation to admitting patients. So there'd be privileges and how you kind of work through all of those things. So I can't say for sure that is happening. Certainly there was opportunities for direct admissions years ago, but ERs have kind of become the entry point for emergency rooms across the province. So I would say that there, perhaps are opportunities to do that, and C3 will help us have line of sight on capacity in terms of transferring patients. And but I would say that there's nothing immediately underway, but if I am stood to correct it, I will let you know.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Can the minister, and I apologize if this question has been asked already, but I haven't asked it, so can the minister get us up to date on what is going on with nurse practitioners and their scope of practice? Is there any movement towards, and maybe I apologize if I'm off base here, but is there any movement for legislation to make nurse practitioners autonomous care providers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So currently they are autonomous practitioners. They do not need to work under the direction of a physician. Physician assistants do, but nurse practitioners do not. And in fact, our scope of practice is arguably the broadest in the country. So nurse practitioners are actually allowed to admit, discharge, do a number of different things. So our scope is very broad, which I think speaks to why we've had a net gain of 47 in the province. It is an appealing practice, but they are autonomous primary care providers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay. So these are a couple of questions about morale. Has there been any consideration for free staff parking, or at least discounted parking at hospitals? And I understand the parking lots are generally run by the hospital foundations, but I'm wondering if there's been any discussion about that. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think that would be a question really for NSH in terms of each facility and what the capacity is. I don't think there's been any broad sweeping things, but we'd certainly look at workplace wellness initiatives, you know, a variety of different things through the employer and the HHR department at Nova Scotia Health to understand if there's particular wishes that would improve morale in different areas. Not one thing is going to, you know, not one size fits all. Every hospital has its own culture, so I think those would be best answered by Health and Human Resources at Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you. And then another sort of thing around that is free coffee for not only staff but waiting rooms. Any thought to that? So that people who are waiting can be comfortable, and also the staff can have free coffee.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So, waiting room advocates have been engaged to support people's comfort in the emergency room. So, maybe people don't drink coffee. I don't know. I don't think coffee is the answer. I think what we need is people to respond to individuals, whether it be a warm blanket or whether it be water or whether it be, support if someone is sick, or it would probably be the support people that would be drinking coffee if they were in the emergency room versus the patients often. And so, there's just a number of things. So the patient advocates are there to provide comfort and support to the individuals. So of course we want to, it might be a popsicle as an example for little people who are waiting. So that is the role of that provider, is to, really be supportive and try and meet some of those comfort needs that people have while they're waiting in the emergency room.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
You know who's good at giving popsicles out? The emergency room at the IWK. My kid broke her arm, and as she was leaving, she was all done and out the door, and then she was like, "Can I have a popsicle?" And they gave her one. It was really nice. I'm going to pass my bit of time on to my colleague from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, to ask a few questions about Cape Breton while I regroup.
I recognize... Hold the applause till the end, please. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going to Cape Breton, I'm just wondering if the minister, so the death rates at the Cape Breton hospitals, specifically the regional, are amongst the highest in the country. Can the minister give an update on work to improve this issue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly through the accreditation process, there would be quality initiatives that would be happening across all different types of directorates, as an example. So one good example is Monday, March 20th, there was a highlight of some of the work that's happening at Cape Breton Regional. So it says Cape Breton seeing widespread improvement in mortality rate amongst heart failure patients. And so that's under the direction of cardiologist Dr. David McFarlane and Dr. Paul Morrison, and they're working with the nurse practitioners. So really looking at their death rates, helping the standard mortality ratio, and making sure that they are changing and adapting to best practices. So there has been a lot of work underway. That's an excellent example, and it's actually now gone beyond Cape Breton Regional Hospital and is expanding to some of the other sites to help primary care providers in this case and in others. And we are also looking at expanding some chronic disease programs like Inspired out of HRM and throughout more rural parts. So there is a lot of quality work that happens, and I just will give Nova Scotia Health shout outs and some on my feet. They went through accreditation process in November, and the organization was accredited with commendation, which is a very, very it's really a stupendous feat for anybody that's been involved in accreditation. So they would have looked at the quality initiatives, and that would have been part of the review that would have happened through that process.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for the answer. And I know the cath lab is going to be a game changer in Cape Breton with regards to fatalities. And I'm just wondering, in the budget, is there anything that's been allocated to that cath lab that is going to be coming, hopefully, very soon?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it has been included in the redevelopment project, but that investment would happen in out years. So there's really it's not real yet. So we would have to wait to do the investment, but it is part of the redevelopment plan. And certainly Paul McDonald will undoubtedly help us understand what the needs would be in that new part of the development.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering right now, how many family doctor vacancies are there in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So in Eastern Zone, there are 21 vacancies for family practice physicians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you very much. Just one second here. I'm just wondering, one of the questions I have is regarding the rate of infections that turn septic among patients at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. And this was from January 13th, where they had risen, where those issues have risen over the past 4 years, and the rate is now just doubled the national average. And I'm just wondering what is being done to decrease that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank the member for the question. Can you table the source that you have for that? It would just help me understand. That's a very broad question, so it would help me kind of better understand, and we can certainly check with the infection prevention and control folks, but I don't know if there's a narrower part to that, or but yeah, we can look into it around any initiatives or for infection prevention and control specific. Is it all of Cape Breton, or where is it that you're?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, on a clarification.
It was from this study done by the Canadian Institute for Health Information.
that said the rate of sepsis acquired at the Cape Breton Health Complex is 10.5 patients per 1,000 admissions, while the national rate is 4.8, and that's from the Canadian Health Institute information. It was from a CBC article, January 13th, 2023.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll reach back out to the zone for infection prevention and control.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Great, thank you. And on that, we were talking just before about the death, the mortality rate. With everything that you said is going to is being put in place, have we seen the death rate improve at the Cape Breton Regional?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. The mortality rate has been improving steadily, but I will get some stats for you. It's going to take a bit of time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I'm wondering if the minister can tell me how much of the new investment in primary care are earmarked for Cape Breton, and also what is the target for attaching patients in Cape Breton to primary care this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there is, it's difficult to break it into one geographic region, as I mentioned yesterday. So certainly there's a number of primary care initiatives. There's a significant investment that's happening. And in terms of attachment, I don't have a projected number.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the minister can tell me how many new primary care clinics are planned to open in Cape Breton this year, and where will they be?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there is service planning underway, and there'll be more to say, but I don't have anything to tell you this evening. But I can tell you that there is service planning underway for each of the zones, and those announcements will come in due process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
All right, well, I will take the minister at her word, and I hope next year I'm not sitting here where she tells me to wait again, because that's happened to me with a few ministers. I'm just wondering if the minister can tell me how many nursing vacancies are there in Cape Breton? I know yesterday I gave for an emergency room department that we were looking at about a 63, I think it was % vacancy at the emergency room, but I'm just wondering now for all of Cape Breton if we can get a vacancy rate.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll check. Do you want just industrial Cape Breton? Is that what you're looking for?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take all of Cape Breton, industrial Cape Breton, or Eastern Zone, which any ones you can give me, I'll take.
The member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, still has the floor. 3 minutes, 50
Okay.
some seconds remaining.
I'm just wondering if the minister could tell me as well, what is the average EHS response time in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the response time performance by zone is, so the percentage of ambulance that arrive on the scene and meet the response times as of January 2023 is actually 64%. But if you look at Action for Health, that's actually, which I was trying to do, but I can't get to it in time. So if you look at Action for Health, it will tell you what the response times are.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, minute 43.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'll take a look at that, or if the minister wants to table it, that'd be great as well. That's what I mean. You can table it. I'm just wondering, what is the other question I have is, what is the average ambulance offload time at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital?
Order. The time allotted for this hour of NDP questioning has elapsed. We will turn to the Liberal caucus, and I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the minister commit to building capacity at Soldiers Emergency to 24/7 like it was on September 2021?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we certainly have no intention at this time to change the model. It's really an effort in getting staff. So, you know, we aren't withholding anything. If we could have that facility open 24/7, we would. But unfortunately, with the resources we have, so we'll continue to work with the community and recruitment and zone leadership in order to support that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think on January 18th, there was an announcement by the Minister and the Department, actions to improve emergency care. The Minister certainly would know the list, but it mentions everything from assigning physician assistants and nurse practitioners to emergency departments, to patient advocates, etc. Could the Minister let me know how the actions to improve emergency care announced in January are being applied at Soldiers Memorial in Middleton? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So in terms of support, it would really be around, you know, really we need to restore the services that are there. Would also be looking at increasing virtual care options as an example. So, you know, and supporting primary care, obviously, for community-based needs. But really it will be around the restoration of services and recruitment to that facility. That's all.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. So is the Minister suggesting that these announcements are separate from the restoration process at Soldiers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think really, you know, in terms of the care that's provided, we would have advocates, but if the emergency room isn't open, as an example, there would, you know, those things wouldn't be there, the folks to support. So it is really around the restoration of services, you know, and getting it up and running, and then looking at what the needs are. So patient advocates, if it's open as a 24/7 emergency room would be one. We would look at whether or not there would be a requirement for care provider, those types of things. So I think really it is around restoring the services and then supporting the time where it ebbs and flows, you know, where the times ebbs and flows, working with that department to understand the needs in that department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
So I guess my concern hearing that is, you know, we need to restore services first before we consider anything on that new announcement. I understand not having a patient advocate in an emergency room that's closed, but however, you know, wouldn't recruiting a physician assistant help in building that capacity to open that emergency room? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the difficulty of a physician assistant, sorry, I have a tickle in my throat, is they need to work under the direction of a physician. So as we continue to restore, we'll be able to add. Nurse practitioners currently can provide primary care in an emergency room setting, but they can't staff an emergency room, as an example. So it's really essential that we restore those ED services, and, you know, for physicians as an example, and then look at what other resources may be applicable to that emergency room.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So I understand with physician assistants and patient navigators that won't be part of soldiers building that capacity at Emerge. How about the announcement for nurse practitioners? Are we able to recruit nurse practitioners to that site to help build that capacity? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I really can't commit to anything right now. I would have to speak to the zone leadership to understand what the plan is there and the FTEs and things. Like I don't have that level of detail, so I think it would be something that I'd have to speak with and then get back to the member about.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Could the minister get back to me by tomorrow? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
No. I'll get back to you soon, but there's no way I'd get back to you with all this tomorrow. I would love to, but it's, you know, it's a bit compressed right now, so. But I will be timely, I promise.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a bit of a shame because, you know, we've only got a compressed time to ask these questions, and it's always the hope that the people in front of us, including the minister and others, are able to answer those. So. My next question, I think the minister mentioned previously certain budget items on expansion of physician assistant care. And, you know, the minister is certainly welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. $5 million for expansion, $7 million for primary care or use of physician assistants in primary care. Is that correct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the investment in physician assistants, additional investment is $1.7 million in primary care and $5 million in emergency care in sites across the province. And those are, you know, understanding now the availability of the resource, all pending recruitment, of course, right? It's a new skill set to our province. So that is the work that's underway. And so we'll look at readiness to accept those, like there'll be some planning done around readiness to accept those positions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the minister, speaking of physician assistants and those amounts, her quote mentioned sites that are ready to accept. I'd just like some clarification on, you know, which sites are ready to accept physician assistants and which sites aren't. What is that criteria? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thanks. So the physician assistants will initially be rolled out in the regional hospital sites.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Could the minister provide a timeline of that rollout?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I think we're hoping to start as soon as the budget passes, and so it will be subject to recruitment, really. So as soon as we kind of move through the process, those recruitment efforts can start.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'm skipping around, but there's been several references to recruitment and how critical that is to move along with other plans. I certainly understand that. With our local recruiter who's working as hard as she possibly can, is there any discussion or any funding to support her role in Western Zone? As far as I know, we have one recruiter in charge of recruitment for, a large area from, and maybe the minister can correct me, but maybe from Windsor and Wolfville all the way to Yarmouth. Is there any look or consideration from the department and the minister to provide support, either funding or otherwise? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So in addition to the recruiter for the zone, there would also be a physician recruiter who would support, and I believe in the Western Zone it's Dr. Dow. But behind that, those folks don't work singularly on their own, so there is a network behind all of those recruiters. So certainly Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, as example, there would be resources available to those individuals, and also medical affairs. There's a lot of work that happens through medical affairs. So the recruiter has a part to play, but there is actually a team that works behind the recruiters in order to support I assume her or him, whoever that recruiter is, and they work in concert together in order to recruit and do all the things that they need to do to bring people to the community. And then they would also work as well with the community navigators if the municipalities, a number of municipalities now have community navigators as well.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the Minister. No, I certainly appreciate Dr. Dow. With all due respect, Dr. Dow, I believe, is on for 0.5 or half a day. So I would like to have Dr. Dow on 7 days a week, given the success she's had in recruitment. Above and beyond is what I was trying to get at. I think the current navigator does a good job working with that community group. Has an assistant role, is liaising with other departments, but it just doesn't seem like we're out competing maybe private recruitment companies or other recruiters. So I'll take that as maybe just a note for the minister to look into. I guess going back to stopgap measures, we've got, as you said, a transition, or we've talked about a transition from an emergency center in Annapolis to an urgent treatment center, from losing our emergency room in Middleton, going from 24/7 to 4 days a week. I mean, it's just been highly emotional and a lot of anxiety, as the minister, I hope, can appreciate. Are there any stopgap measures being considered for soldiers, such as a CEC model, so the collaborative emergency model that we used in Annapolis Royal, combining the expertise of RNs and advanced 4 paramedics? Is that model being looked at as a stopgap at Soldiers Memorial Hospital? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So part of the issue with the CEC model obviously is around the recruitment. So ACPs are necessary, and there is some recruitment challenges. Yeah.
Order. I would like to respectfully request the whispering to drop down by about an octave. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it does require, and it also, a CEC model requires stable physician coverage as well. So it isn't just predominantly a nurse and a ACP. It would also require stable physician services as well for, you know, a good portion of the day. So, you know, I think the model that we have now has some stability and some predictability. I know it's not ideal, but we certainly want to continue to build on the model that we have and, you know, kind of restore those services to the best of our ability. But you know, so I'm not sure that changing the model would be, you know, the best option at this point. I think we should really work towards the restoration of the services.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
That's the best thing I've heard all night. I agree with the minister that we shouldn't change the model and that we should work towards the restoration of soldiers in Middleton. So thank you. I guess on the same subject, what other pilot programs are being considered from around the province at soldiers? So given, is the minister suggesting that in the restoration process there is room to partner with a new pilot to build that capacity, or is the minister suggesting that the restoration process is, again, on its own without the use or working with other pilot programs? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So some of the pilots that have been down there are really around the use of the mobile clinics, and I know the member opposite has submitted a proposal for a pilot project. So I will check and see if that has, if the review of that has begun.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister for that. I'm certainly going down that path. So beyond, and that wasn't my pilot, just to clarify, that was from highly experienced emergency room staff, physicians and nurses, that when I was asked to provide solutions rather than just critique, I spent a lot of time talking to staff. So the credit is due to those staff. But thank you to the minister for considering that pilot. I certainly appreciate the mobile health clinic. However, I don't look at that pilot as sustainable, in that my understanding is it's staffed by those staff that are on vacation or taking vacation time or extra time. Can the minister clarify if the mobile health clinic is indeed staffed only with those other staff around the province on their vacation time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So while NSH does use some internal resources, the work of the mobile clinic actually is a public-private partnership with Praxis. And so similar to locums, it could possibly be folks that come in and you know, are working on days off or maybe working in a locum environment. So I don't know the terms or the conditions of the folks that they employ, but you would have people perhaps that were doing similar to a locum, taking a couple of weeks off to work in a different environment. And some people just choose that to get some variety in terms of their clinical practice and approach. So it would, I suspect that's those are the individuals that you're talking about.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Virtual care ER. I was excited when I heard about this. I think the pilot started in Truro. I believe there are 3 sites now working as the pilot. Can the minister confirm if there are currently 3 sites or more? And is this pilot being considered for Soldiers Memorial in Middleton? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, so just to let the member know, there are virtual care, emergency care is in Colchester and Yarmouth, and it's in progress at Straight Richmond. So once those sites are up and running, we'll be able to look at our opportunities for expansion. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I guess to the minister, is there any indication of how far along that pilot on those 3 sites is, as far as leading to a timeline of when that may be looked at expanding across the province? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think in terms of the pilot, I think we have accepted that it's a great option for folks. I think it's more around the scaling, getting the resources in place to do it. So it really is around recognizing that it is a valuable resource and scaling it in a way that it doesn't fail, right? So sometimes when we scale too quickly, things flop, and we really don't want to have that. So we'll scale over the coming months to other areas once we have these 3 sites. So Colchester and Yarmouth are up and running, and we're in the process with Straight Richmond Hospital. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I appreciate that. I think the second part of my question to the minister was, is this pilot being considered for soldiers as part of the restoration process of building that capacity back up to 24/7? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would say not imminently, that those, but we will be looking at scaling. So it doesn't mean no. I would just say that I can't confirm that that's actually one of the sites, but that's not to say that it couldn't be, right? So I think there'll be more to say around the virtual options that we offer in the coming weeks as we, scale up a few things and understand our resources. So there's some work underway currently. So that would be something that, hopefully I could get back to you about, but I can't confirm tonight that Soldiers is one of those sites.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Could I ask that the minister confirm that at her earliest convenience, speaking to the leadership team at Western Zone? Is there we're talking about pilot programs. My as MLA of Annapolis, concern is obviously with the lack of emergent service throughout the constituency. Is there a list compiled of pilot programs that didn't make the cut? So I've asked about pilot programs that we're considering that show some kind of success across the province, but is there also a list, let's say, for soldiers in Middleton that didn't pass the test or wouldn't work that we're currently using in other parts of the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I don't know if you mean like we took the pilots and said like soldiers, not soldiers, soldiers. Is that it? Yeah, no, we haven't done that. We haven't taken that approach. Yeah, I did teach nursing for a little while, so I haven't done that for a bit. Yeah, so no, we haven't done that, necessarily. Again, there's a lot happening and trying to scale the projects, but in terms of the test and try environment, we're very open to it, and usually if a test and try is not going well, we kind of just adapt it till it does go well. Like we're really open to a variety of pilots. So if there's one in particular that you had in mind, I know that there was a submission, but if there's something that you're interested in, we can certainly have a discussion about it if you think it would be suitable for soldiers.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
I think as a MLA with a business background, you don't want me to come up with pilot ideas, but I certainly will keep consulting with the professionals on the ground. All these questions that I'm asking, and I've talked to the minister in private, it's all around the anxiety and the concern around lack of emergent care. There's no secret what I'm trying to get answers on. And, from the petition with thousands of people signing, asking for a strategic plan, to, we all know this as MLAs, but spending time in living rooms and back porches and driveways, how anxious and emotional and upset people are. It's that unknowing. And it's also that expectation of always having that emergent care and then not having it. And so all my questions are around what can I go back to the people I represent and give them any kind of hope or any kind of specific. And where my frustration is lying is I can't get details on a strategic plan to get to that goal. My background in business, we'd have that plan, we'd get to that goal. I know the minister would have that as well in her background, but all to say, when I ask about pilots and I ask about capacity and I ask about recruitment and I ask about specifics on steps taken, I'm just looking for a lot more detail, from the minister, but from the department and from Nova Scotia Health, so that I can report back to people and manage expectations, speak plainly and honestly to them, but also give them a bit of hope where I possibly can. So I hope the minister understands that. And helps me work on building that capacity for emergent care. So my next question is, again, on primary, sorry, it's flipping, I guess, a bit to primary care. Are there any plans to help connect patients who present at the emergency department with primary care needs? So we're talking that low acuity, that low CTAS level, to connect them with virtual care NS. So I've heard in certain literature and certain documents there's talk of virtual care kiosks. There's talk about, we've done it in our own office, tried to onboard as many people as we can. We partnered with NSCC to offer sessions to onboard people onto virtual care, but we need help. So is there any plan or budget to look at building that capacity for virtual, signing people up to virtual care when you've got a captive audience in that emergency department? Thank you.
recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So there is no allocation specifically for navigation, I guess is what I would say. There has been, to your point, MLA offices have been helping. We've also seen partnerships with libraries in a couple of communities as well for folks to support the virtual care option. It really is the work that the investment that we'll make in the digital front door, which is a bit hard to explain right now, but you know, once it's kind of once we present it and people see how it works, it actually will allow individuals to navigate and see what services are available to them for primary care options close by. So it's a connector. So we have the primary care clinics staffed by pharmacists as an example. So it could identify that. It could identify walk-in, urgent treatment, all of these types of things, so that folks have an ability to navigate within their geographical area of what's closest to them. So that work we're in a hurry to get that work done, and so I expect that you'll see something within the quarter in order to support people with that. And I do think, I know that there's some people who struggle with technology, but I also think that almost everybody has one of these across ages or an iPad, and I think there is a lot of opportunity, to support people. And I think, just my brief experience with COVID and iPads, we underestimate seniors in particular in terms of their ability to navigate. So I think you'll see big changes in the first quarter in terms of the ability of people to navigate and support their primary care needs in terms of identifying resources.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister, and I know she explained digital front door may be complicated. Does the minister mind explaining that platform or that function or that tool in more detail for me? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I haven't actually seen the demo yet, so it is still a little bit cerebral for me as well, but it really is that. It would be, an opportunity to help navigate, and it's hard for me to, I have an idea what it is, but I haven't actually seen the demonstration of it yet. So we're building it, but I do expect that it will be, like I said, I don't expect it. We want usability, right? That's the whole point of it. So I do expect it to be easy to navigate and to support people and be able to identify resources for primary care.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Certainly appreciate it being in the test phase. Is this new technology that's being used in other jurisdictions, or is this technology that we're building and funding from the ground up?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, no, it's actually technology that we're using in other platforms, so it doesn't exist in other places, tailored specifically, of course, to Nova Scotia. But no, I think wherever there's an existing resource, we could just pick off the shelf. It's really ideal to do that, so, yep.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, and I certainly agree with the minister. There's plenty of seniors in my life that have smartphones and iPads. There are challenges accessing Wi-Fi and internet along the coast, as a lot of rural MLAs would appreciate. Switching gears a bit, what has been done to develop opportunities for local health professionals who aren't working due to COVID-19 vaccination status to safely contribute to healthcare again? So I do know there's a number of those staff in the Western Zone. And I just wonder, rather than say, no, they can't practice, I don't know the details, are there any options for those staff to either work in virtual ER or other ways where it may be still in a safe manner?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I would have to double check with NSH, but currently there isn't options. But the we continue to consider how best to use folks in the system, but at this time, no, not to my knowledge, but I may stand to be corrected. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
The minister and I spoke about this when we first were elected. It was a conversation out of the chamber, but I think she doesn't mind me bringing this up. We talked about retired health professionals. We talked about how can we get these retired health professionals, physicians, nurses, nurse practitioners back either part-time or more flexible hours, or back into the system in an environment that they'd want to join back in. Could the minister elaborate on if we've had any success bringing those retired healthcare workers back into the system? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly last year when we did the vaccination clinics, I think it was this time last year that we were heavy into them. It seems like much longer ago, but we were able to reach out and identify a number of retired employees and onboard them. And so a couple of things have been done. I know that Nova Scotia Health has looked at their policy specifically around bringing back retired workers, because we heard from NSH employees, that it was a very labor-intense, frustrating experience to come back into the system. So I know that the processes around that have been looked at. Certainly the bonus that we talked about, bringing people back into the profession. So if you want to come back, if you've left and come back, there is incentives there for people to do that, and we're hopeful that that will lure some folks back. And then we're also investing in a mentorship program for just-in-time supports for nurses specifically. I think we'll see how that program goes. So our novice nurses really do need additional supports because of the complexity of the environment that they work in, and because, in some places they are working with reduced staffing. So there's $1.4 million that's being invested in a nurse mentorship program. And it doesn't always have to be in situ. It can also be on the phone as well for some support. So there has been a number of things. And now, because we had that experience, there is line of sight. And so there's easy communication with some of the retirees who came back to help with the immunization for NSH to reach out to them and kind of, and there's a bunch of different things, like, do you want to work in a mobile care unit? Do you want to, use your skills somewhere else on a part-time basis? So there has been some work happening, yeah.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister for that. I want to switch gears again, if you don't mind. What's the average offload time for EHS in Kentville, so the Valley Regional Hospital? I'm interested in what the average offload time for EHS is now that they can't offload at Soldiers Emergency in Middleton.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness. Sorry.
So I can see if I can get that site-specific information for you, but certainly the average offload interval in Western Zone is 73 minutes. So it would be the entire zone, but we can see if we can drill down and get you the Valley Regional specifically.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
appreciate the minister trying to follow, or will follow up with that information. What I'm trying to get to as well is, in the last 3 months since the Emerge at Soldiers Memorial Emerge in Middleton has not received ambulances, how has that affected Valley Regional offload times for paramedics? So I guess the question is, I guess the request is if the minister could follow up and find out in the last 3 months how that's affected those offload times for paramedics at our local regional hospital. I believe I asked the minister this previously, and I looked back quickly at the video, or tried to. Why were ambulances stopped all of a sudden in January from being able to access Soldiers Emerge?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the Valley Regional has an average offload time of 63 minutes, 63, so it's a bit lower than the average, and we're just looking specifically for that information that you just asked about. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I appreciate that from the minister. Thank you. There are challenges for our paramedics in Annapolis, into Kings West, into Valley Regional, and several issues have been cited for paramedics at Valley Regional. There's no area for them to chart. There's no overflow area. Paramedics have been asked to go, I've heard this several times, to the back hallway with no Wi-Fi to do their charting. It's just so congested. My question being, with recent announcements through the budget for improvements at South Shore Regional, are there any planned improvements or funding to improve emergency at Valley Regional?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
There are 53 staff who are currently off at Nova Scotia Health who are unvaccinated. I just wanted to follow up on that. There's only 53. And I don't actually remember what you asked me. Sorry. It's the time of night, I think, like that last question. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
No problem. My question, thank you for getting back to me on that, to the minister, on the other question. My question was around challenges that paramedics based in Annapolis and Kings West are facing at Valley Regional, given the new funding and new improvements at South Shore Regional. We're all wishing there might be an announcement for improvements at Valley Regional for those paramedics and the public. So could the minister comment on that? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you for the prompt. I actually lost my phones today as well, so you'll just have to bear with me. It's I'm sliding. Yeah. So I would say that there will be more investigation. There are a couple of facilities who are in a similar boat. It speaks to the complexity and the look, there are a number of places that probably need to be assessed for redevelopment. So we have a current capital plan in place now, but if there are particular issues, it would be great if the leadership at Valley Regional would flag those, and we could, you know, maybe have a discussion around through infrastructure whether or not it's something that we would tackle. I know in my own community, St. Martha's is in a similar boat. The department just isn't able to handle the current dynamic sometimes, and so yeah, I think there's more to ask about that. But if they go up through the leadership channels at NSH, it's something that could be flagged for the department.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister, and I'm going to flag it, or I have flagged it here as well, just to make sure it's noticed. EHS is testing a new model, SPEAR. The minister mentioned it earlier in estimates, I believe. It stands for Single Paramedic Emergency Advanced Life Support and Basic Life Support. Can the minister provide an update on this program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So it's a single paramedic response unit, and it sends an advanced care paramedic to low acuity calls. And we currently, EHS is investing in 6 new SPEAR units across the province in 23-24. So we currently have 6 in the province, and it will bring them to 12. And so that is something that kind of has happened in more urban regions, I would say. And so we'll be expanding it to certain areas across the province. Yeah, it's a great program.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So 6 new units, 12 in total, a focus on urban Nova Scotia. I represent rural Nova Scotia, so obviously my ask is that Annapolis, Kings West, the Valley be considered for that SPEAR unit. Is there any indication of when a SPEAR, is the SPEAR unit one of those new 6?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So they are currently, you know, for more densely populated areas, simply because help is a little bit more quickly accessible, right? If they are there, if it's required. There is some other opportunities potentially with our paramedic workforce, but we need to increase it. So really pleased with the response that we got around the program in Yarmouth, the additional program. So we really do need to grow that workforce, and again, thrilled that there's so much response, especially in Western Zone, more so than we saw in Northern Zone. So I think it will evolve over time. Certainly the paramedics have talked about different ways in which they feel that they can support the special patient program, things like that. So I think we're only going to see more and more expansion in terms of how we support community with our paramedic colleagues, but it will take a bit of time because we need to bring the workforce up.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Yeah, certainly promising that 80 applicants, I believe, at the Yarmouth program for paramedics. My understanding is that would take at least a year for them to hit the ground running. But in the immediate term, is there a commitment, I guess, from the department to have at least 1 SPEAR unit per zone? Is there a commitment or an idea of how many SPEAR units might be per zone and how many might be in each county, et cetera? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we are looking predominantly right now, as we do this first expansion, HRM, CBRM, and a couple of regional sites. But the important thing is when we have those SPEAR units that can respond to, low acuity or moderate acuity level calls, it allows our rural trucks to go back home as well. So, often what happens is when the cities get busy, we have to pull, and you'll hear the paramedics talk about that, and folks have to cover. So the SPEAR units will actually support they will actually support our rural sites in that there will be a different form of response unit. And I just would also say I can't underscore enough how important that RN and physician and advanced care or critical care paramedic, that trifecta of clinician has been. So if someone calls with low acuity, like 4 out of 10 calls are now being diverted away from the emergency room as a result of that skill set. So RNs specifically are doing work with people when they call around care planning and helping support and connect them to primary care services. And our physician folks are also calling folks and saying, you're going to go into a queue. We know you need to be seen, but we don't think you need to be seen right now. So there's been a lot of effort to support people if they can wait, in order to free up trucks for that emergency response that we talked about. So there is a lot happening with EHS. Really incredible work to move that system along.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the work and the working group and Jeff being at that table. And another argument for keeping soldiers' emergency at 24/7, as the minister just suggested, that SPEAR unit would need that backup or that ability to transport those patients to a center. And the minister also highlighted another concern is when most of our ambulances end up in Halifax, and they don't have that emerge in Annapolis, and they don't have that emerge in Digby, and they don't have that emerge in Middleton. The feeling is the people I represent have no where to go. I've heard so many stories, dozens and dozens. What's the point of calling 911? There's no, we're either being taken to Yarmouth or Kentville, and they're foregoing making that call. But switching gears again to the minister mentioned earlier about that collaborative team optimization, including industrial engineers. It's free of charge. It's an optimization team that goes into these collaborative care teams. Could the minister let me know how many collaborative teams have accessed this service?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. We'll just check on that. I know that sometimes we hear from folks about 911, but I just would really encourage everybody who's here to. It is really important if people feel they need emergency services to call 911, and the reason is they immediately get help. There's trained dispatchers on the phone. They now have access to a physician and a nurse and a paramedic. So, I know you know this, but I just always worry when people say, oh, I'm not going to call 911. So, it is important that people do that. Also 811, so if it is a primary care need, 811 is there, but it is really essential if people feel they need emergency services, because help can be on the phone immediately to support them and kind of help them navigate if it's not a critical situation. So I just share that because it always worries me when I hear that, when people say that, and we'll check on the optimization and get back to you.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to cause alarm, but with one of the biggest ridings in the province, on a good day, people are traveling an hour and a half to 2 hours to emergency care, on top of a road that hasn't been plowed for a day or two, on top of ambulance or paramedics making it to that home. So, we do as best we can in the MLA office with my CA and myself, trying to encourage people to call, but there is certainly a lot of hesitation to do so. So the minister just mentioned and referenced 811 alongside 911. Does the minister think that the partnership between the 911 service and the 811 service could be closer aligned?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I think what I would say is that we certainly recognize that 811 was built at a different time, and I think there is opportunity to modernize it. And so we're under contract with the provider, and we know that 811 or a similar service is being used in a variety of different ways in other provinces and being modernized. So we are looking into how that could be. Certainly, when I had the opportunity to go to Denmark, you could see that there was very clear linkages in their system, and it was very helpful. So I think as we continue to transform and modernize our healthcare system, that we will see eventual changes in 811, but I can't tell you exactly what those would be yet. I think 811 would, the people that staff it would have some ideas about ways in which they could support. And also, when we look at system integration and where is it that they would have the best and highest use if we were to make some changes.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Could I take it one step further? Is there room, or is it on the radar of the minister and the department to strengthen that alliance between 211, 811, and 911? I know as an MLA, we refer to all three services, but my understanding is there could be they could be closer aligned and work more efficiently. But is 211 in that discussion as well?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. I believe there is for sure. We certainly are very appreciative of the work that's happened with 211. So beyond the community navigation, they actually became a provider with the men's helpline through Family Services of Eastern Nova Scotia, and that was set up through them with a really soft and kind handover immediately for someone, particularly men initially, but now open to all who called looking for some support. They were immediately handed off to a therapist in order to support them. So I think, and then certainly, in terms of support for Portapic, they also stepped up and helped. So I do think there's an opportunity for us to align all these resources, and again, built at a different time, and trying to modernize these all together as we go. And I think, again, the digital front door will be another opportunity, but 211 is an incredible resource. So I do think there will be efficiencies and opportunities there, yes.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
And I think the minister just referenced it, but there are other provinces and jurisdictions that are investing in PR campaigns around 911. I guess to the minister, is there any funding or strategy on a PR campaign around the use or non-use of 911? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I know that there's been some early discussion underway about, making sure that people, one, know the resources that are available to them, and then, accessing them. So we want the right care provider at the right time in the right place. So I think that is a big part of that. So there have been some early discussions about what a campaign could look like around the services available to people, yes.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Call me that. Most likely my last question. We have a successful PrAP program at Soldiers. Dr. Michelle Saxon and several others are part of that program. Has the minister and the department looked at funding this program, or what is the department and the minister looking at to make sure this program is sustainable in this assessment program?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So this is just in terms of the optimization team. So certainly there was a lot of work done with Dow Family Medicine, and there are two other practices that they're currently working with in order to support the model of care that they're delivering. So there's two currently underway, in addition to Dow. Two practices, yeah.
Order. We'll now turn it over to the NDP, who have until 9:43. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to bring the minister's attention to a letter that was written to her and to the Premier, and copied to a lot of other politicians and people about gender, sexual, and reproductive health care in Nova Scotia. And a number of people signed the letter, including Stella Samuels, the Executive Director of the Sexual Health Nova Scotia, someone from Stepping Stone, someone from Healing Our Nations, the AIDS Coalition of Nova Scotia, the Sexual Health and Gender Lab, a human rights lawyer, the Executive Director of South Shore Sexual Health, and another person from the Sexual Health Center. So they have outlined a number of actions for advancing gender, sexual, and reproductive health in Nova Scotia. The first one is this: to develop a comprehensive and equity-based provincial GSRH strategy in collaboration with community partners. Community representation at internal provincial working group on gender, sexual, and reproductive health. Funding to develop a GSRH strategy with a dedicated staff member, and looking at a review of previous consultations with community partners, looking to other jurisdictions for models of best practice, complete a cost analysis and a timeline to implement a provincial strategy. And then they include some key topics to be addressed by a strategy: sexual health education curriculum, access to sexual health testing, treatment, and prevention, universal access to contraceptives, PrEP, and other GSRH medications, rural access to clinical services, and culturally competent clinical services for people of diverse genders and sexualities, newcomers, and Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So that's the first sort of action that this group of people or group of organizations is asking for. I'm wondering if the minister can comment on that and give us an update on where the province is with gender, sexual, and reproductive health strategy.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So thank you to the member for the question. So there has been work ongoing, not on a strategy, but certainly there's been some important work that's been happening around Department of Health and Wellness gender affirming care policy in Nova Scotia. So, you know, some of the things that this policy would look at would outline standards of care, coverage, eligibility, things like that. But to your point, one of the things is making in that policy is making sure that we have safe and equitable care. So looking at how we work with practitioners, you know, making sure that they have the competencies, the skills, the training, and the competencies that they need in order to be responsive to people who are coming in with sexual health issues, you know, needing gender-affirming care, those types of things. So I think there's really good foundational work that has started. There has been a lot of consultation that's happened in terms of how this policy, it came from community. The original, there was a policy submitted, and it has informed the work. Internal, external partners and a lot of stakeholders have been involved. So, you know, this is the foundational work around the policy, and I think that over time there will be, you know, the relationship will get stronger, and it will help us identify, you know, how we move forward next.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I thank the minister for that answer. The second thing that this group has been calling for is to increase equitable access to clinical and other GSRH services. And I want to be clear that this is not just about gender affirming care, but that's also about gender, sexual, and reproductive health. So to increase clinical hours throughout the province, improved funding for sexual health centres to provide more sexual health education, counselling, systems navigation, programming, and outreach, examining the distribution of care among public health, NSHA or NSH and not-for-profit organizations, equitable compensation for healthcare and service providers doing GSRH work, Oh, and that's it for that one. So wondering if the minister can provide any updates on any of those things. So clinical hours, improve funding for sexual health centers, examining the distribution of care among public health, NSH, and not-for-profits, and equitable compensation for healthcare and service providers doing GSRH work.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. And so there has been some early work done. So there has been an additional $287,000 allocated for sexual health. There's been new fee codes for those folks that are billing for gender-affirming care introduced. Certainly there's been an investment in Pride Health, and once it's fully staffed, it will be an investment of further $885,000 a year to support Pride Health throughout the province. And just in terms, it's not specific, but I do think it's relevant. There is an investment in the gynae and urogynae supports at IWK, so an additional resources, which is $2.45 million. So there has been some investment. I think there's always going to be incremental change, but that's the investment in this budget.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great, that's good to hear. And then the third action that this group has called for is increased coordination with GSRH service providers. So increased transparency and timely updates for community-based organizations under the GSRH files, including scheduled meetings for consultation, government organizational chart to improve clarity, efficiency, and access for community-based organizations, funding that we've already talked about that's sustainable, strategic, and timely, and an increased promotion of provincial GSRH services, and a dedicated GSRH collective communication hub modeled on Engage for Health. Any updates on those?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly I'll get back to the member about what the response was to that letter, just to make sure that I don't misspeak or leave anything out. I'll look for that response, and if you're copied on it, I'm sure you probably will get a copy of the response. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
That's great, thank you very much. I'm not copied on it, but my colleague, the member for Dartmouth South, was copied on it, so maybe she'll share the response. I want to talk a little bit about some of the recommendations from the Canadian Cancer Society and the Lung Association, which some of them go hand in hand, so I may jump around a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit about tobacco cessation and things that we're doing in terms of that stuff. But first I'll ask about the Canadian Cancer Society recommendations. So their first recommendation in terms of health system transformation is ensuring that there's new investments in the healthcare system with targeted funding toward cancer care. So is there anything in the budget that's new money for cancer care?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. There's an additional $11.3 million in the budget for cancer care in the province.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great. And the Canadian Cancer Society is recommending increased investments in certain things here, but if the minister has a breakdown of that cancer care money, then that would be great. But I'm wondering if there's any money to go towards palliative care, improved cervical cancer outcomes by fully funding the HPV testing as part of a cancer care screening program, and a better detection of lung cancer by implementing a screening program for high-risk populations for lung cancer, so that we can determine lung cancer, more often when it's in its earlier stages.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So yes, I'll just give you a little bit of a breakdown of where the money goes. So there will be stabilization of cancer centres, increasing funding, particularly in Halifax and Cape Breton. Lung cancer prevention and early detection will receive $400,000, so there is funding in the budget for that. Looking at a variety of, we've invested in the Oncology Transformation Project as well. I don't know if you are familiar with that project. So it is in collaboration with the folks with Ethos, which is that 3D imaging and personalized radiation equipment that was purchased. But the Oncology Transformation Project is really, it's a digital platform for people who are living with cancer to have direct access to their clinicians. They'll also have a bit of AI associated with it, but it is a remarkable project. So it's an oncology specific information system with a single access point, referral, scheduling, triage of patients, and real-time communication within and between all cancer care programs in the province. I mean, they were absolutely thrilled. I mean, it was very, very happy when we announced it. It's compatible with One Person, One Record, and it puts Nova Scotia at the forefront of cancer care in terms of information technology. So one of the clinicians said this actually takes us from the last to the first. They were really pleased with it, so that's good. So increasing access to specialized immunotherapies, targeted CAR T therapies in Sydney and Halifax. Enhance the role of physician extenders to maximize the role of specialists. Community oncology clinics as well, looking at enhancing local capacity so people don't have to travel as much. And with that linkage with that oncology transformation project, it's almost like, the more specialty services can support more outlying regions. Lung cancer screening, the first phase of the program will be planned for Central Zone in May of this year, and First Nations starting in Spaghetti by fall this year, and expanded out across the province. That completion would be in 25-26. And then there's a new initiative. It's called At Home Cancer Care. We saw it when we were in Denmark. It was called Chemo to Go. And so for non-solid tumor cancers, people actually go in, they get their chemo in a pump, and they actually don't sit in the chair and wait for it they get to go and live their life with this pump. And the benefits of that program, just emotionally, spiritually, mentally, physically, have been fantastic. So we are going to be implementing this test and try around chemotherapy. So there has been a lot of work done in the cancer care program over the past year and into the coming year.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I can tell from the minister's response that this is all really exciting and positive stuff. So that's great. Anything for cervical cancer outcomes in terms of to improve the cervical cancer outcomes? by funding HPV testing as part of its screening program.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we'll check on that. I think it's going to take a bit of time for us to get back to you for that.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
And anything for, any new money for in expanded palliative care programs?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So just in terms, I don't know how, I mean, it would obviously capture HPV, but there will be a test and try proof of concept for our ability to do home testing for sexually transmitted infections. I don't have a lot of details about it yet. It's emerging, but it is something that would support better screening, but self-testing as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that program works. So it is one of the test and try initiatives, and there's budget money for that. Yeah. So I'll get back to you in the palliative care. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So, as you know, as the minister knows, we're in the middle of, I mean, I don't know if we're in the middle of it. Maybe we're still at the beginning of it. Hopefully we're near the end of it. The tobacco settlement, with the settlement with tobacco companies for, their contribution to disease, to tobacco-related disease. So I'm wondering, we know that tobacco is a leading preventable cause of disease and death in Nova Scotia, and it kills almost 1,900 Nova Scotians each year, and it's responsible for 30% of all cancer deaths. Not just lung cancer, but 15 other types of cancer. So the Canadian Cancer Society is calling on the government of Nova Scotia to ensure that significant public health measures are included in any settlement with tobacco companies. And I have written to the minister about this a couple of times, asking for an update. Now, before I sit, I will suggest that there are a number of public health measures that could be taken in terms of tobacco cessation. And for instance, the Lung Association, my understanding, has asked for money for its Quit Nova Scotia program. And I believe their request or their budget submission was around to the tune of $700,000. So this is the kind of thing that could be funded with money from the tobacco settlement with the tobacco companies. So I'm just wondering, A, where we are with the settlement. Is the government focusing on money that would be directed at public health measures? And then the C part is the $700,000 for the Lung Association for Quit Nova Scotia, but, I'll ask more about that in a minute.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so I'm really not in a position that I'm able to talk about the court case at this time in the settlement. I just can't talk about it right now.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, is the minister able to talk about, if there was money coming from a settlement, the value of where that money would be placed? Because that's not about the settlement, that's about where we would spend the money. from the settlement.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I would say that we would seriously consider in terms of where we would invest that money in terms of our public health supports if and when it comes along, but there's been no final policy decision made yet in regards to if there's funds, what we would use them for.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay. Is the government considering anything around tobacco tax? The Canadian Cancer Society is recommending an increase of tobacco tax by $7 to $10 per carton, and to close the roll your own loophole, which I assume means there's not as much tax on rolling your own cigarettes. But wondering if the government's doing any thinking about that or talking to the colleagues in Finance and Treasury Board about that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So essentially that would be something that we would check with the finance minister about. It would come from them to us as opposed to us to them, but I haven't had any conversations recently with the minister myself about that, but that would be something that the department may be able to advise you of in finance.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, so this is where things get tricky when we talk about, because I want to ask about radon as well. So radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer in Nova Scotia for sure. I think probably Canada. I don't know if it's Canada or not, but definitely Nova Scotia. Radon occurs very naturally and very abundantly in Nova Scotia. And, there are things that we could be doing in Nova Scotia around radon mitigation, for instance, putting that in building codes, which is not a health department thing, but changing the building codes so that radon mitigation systems are mandatory in any new builds, for instance, or rebating in the way that we rebate heat pumps or, efficiency programs, rebating radon mitigation systems after a homeowner puts one in, acknowledging that if radon is mitigated, then the chance of lung cancer goes down significantly if it's mitigated properly, and it's a huge savings for, later on down the road. So wondering, this is this jurisdictional thing. Does the minister have conversations with her cabinet colleagues around these things? And is this something that's being discussed right now at cabinet?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I think that question is actually best answered by Environment around air quality and testing. It would really fall under them. So there may be interdepartmental conversations happening around that air quality and testing, but it would be a question that would be better answered by Environment.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I guess, I hear that, but what I'm saying is radon is the second leading cause of cancer, lung cancer in Nova Scotia. So it is a health and wellness issue. So are there conversations between the Minister of Health and Wellness and the Minister of Environment, for instance, around what can we do to protect people from lung cancer because of radon exposure? In the same way that surely sometime in the past there were discussions with health ministers and, alcohol and gaming ministers to say, we should stop smoking in bars, or public health people, where are those conversations happening in this case?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I know that there are discussions happening at the departmental level between public health and environment, but at this, I haven't had a recent briefing note or anything about this issue.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Can the minister outline what our constituents, as MLAs, what people of Nova Scotia have access to in terms of smoking cessation programs currently?
Oh, thanks. No, we're almost. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I will get that answer from the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health. So that would sit under him. So I know his time is up, so I will see if I can get that answer for you. Yeah, not tonight, but I will get it. It's not happening.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, while the minister is talking to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, maybe she could find out if there's any money in the provincial budget for the Quit Nova Scotia program.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
And here's another question that perhaps is better suited for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Nova Scotia, I understand, is a signatory to the 5 by 2035 plan, which is reducing our smoking percentage of population smokers to 5% of the population by 2035. So what is Nova Scotia doing to reach that benchmark of 5 by 2035?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly that would be part of the work that we're undertaking for Solution 6 in Action for Health, looking at community wellness and root causes of disease, and social determinants of health, things like that. But I have nothing specific, but I will check with my colleague and see what we can gather up for you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you very much. But just back to cancer care for a moment. I'm wondering if the minister can point to anything in the budget that would help reduce the financial hardship to cancer patients by extending the job protected leave to 26 weeks to align with the federal job protection benefit.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So that question really should go to Labour Skills and Immigration when you have your time with them.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. And I guess, well, we're talking about things that should go to other departments. I'll just put it on the record that I'm wondering if there is any talk with the Minister of Health and Wellness and other ministers about introducing legislation that would prohibit tobacco use to anyone 21 or younger.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there have been some very, very, very preliminary discussions with Atlantic Health Ministers. I know that PEI has raised the age to 21. We're just kind of waiting to see how that works for them, but it is there's a it is a very lengthy discussion in terms of what the implications would be. So I would say simply raising it at Atlantic Health Ministers, but otherwise no, there's nothing in the works right now.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. With the 2 minutes I have left, I will say that, yeah, community, well, maybe, depending on how you answer this, community in Dartmouth North. I've been working with community in Dartmouth North for 6 years, almost 7 years now, on primary care services, increasing primary care services in Dartmouth North. Is there anything in this budget that would point to primary care in Dartmouth North?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Well, there's certainly been some early work done, and so there is some money allocated to strengthen health neighborhoods in the local and surrounding areas. So there certainly would be more to say sooner than later is what I would tell the honourable member across from me. You always sit down very slowly. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look very forward to getting more information from the minister when that information becomes...
Order. The time allotted for consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Apparently, we're going to rise and report progress as committee whole house. Thank you.
Pardon? What? The motion is carried and the committee will now rise and report its business to the House, and we'll take a brief recess until the subcommittee to finish. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House do now rise to meet again on Thursday, March 30th between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Business will include second reading of Bill number 279, second reading of Private Members Bill 274, Committee of the Whole House on bills on number 256, 263, 264, 269, and Committee of the Whole House on supply to deal with estimates. Thank you so much.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 30th between the hours of 1 and 10 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried and we stand adjourned until March 30th, 1 p.m.